My every Yuji What If. Enjoy. What if Yuji reincarnated with full memories full? 68 years after the final battle, Yuji Itadori gets a second chance. Back at the beginning with all his memories intact, he's ready to rewrite every tragedy, defeat every enemy, and save everyone this time. 68 years after the final battle, Yuji Itadori stood alone, strongest sorcerer alive, the man who killed Sukuna, completely, utterly alone. Everyone he loved had aged and died while he stayed young. So he walked into a pachinko parlor to forget blink, and suddenly he was back in high school gym class holding a softball. He threw it 30 meters. The staff members stared at the dented goalpost and didn't know what to write down. Yuji barely noticed. He was already scanning the crowd, veterans' eyes, looking for threats. No cursed energy, no curse users, nothing. Wait, isn't this the school I went to as a kid? He sat in a park for 30 minutes and sorted through it. Time travel had to be, and in his pocket a small black box, Sukuna's finger. The one that started everything. His cursed energy was gone. No black flash, no blood manipulation, none of the 68 years of power he'd spent his whole life building, just a very strong athlete. But his experience stayed. Every battle, every scar, every lesson paid for in blood. He opened the box and stared at the finger. I know what I have to do. Then a hand grabbed his shoulder. Black hair, sea urchin spikes, that cold distant stare. Fushiguro. Yuji almost smiled, caught himself just in time. Play it cool. He doesn't know me yet. I'm Megumi Fushiguro from Jujutsu High. Hand over the cursed object, the ground split open. A cyan reptile curse erupted from the earth and hit them both like a truck. Megumi's arm snapped, couldn't form hand signs. A grade 2 sorcerer, helpless against a grade 2 curse. This is exactly how it happened last time. Yuji looked at the finger. I have to eat it. If it's dangerous, he said. Eating it should give me enough power to kill this thing. Megumi stared. You'll die. Stop jinxing me. He swallowed it. His heart lurched as black marks bloomed across his skin. The reptile charged. Yuji raised 2 fingers. Dismantle. Cleave. The creature split in half before it touched him. Silence. Megumi gaped from the ground. That was an innate technique. He's been possessed. Yuji raised both hands. I haven't been taken over. He felt Sukuna's energy surge through him and immediately noticed something strange. Sukuna wasn't taking over. Couldn't. 68 years of living had made Yuji's soul completely immovable. He was treating the King of Curses like a battery. Inside Yuji's body, Sukuna sat on his throne of skulls and couldn't believe it. He'd tried everything. The soul simply wouldn't yield. This brat was casually using him. Damn it. For the first time in 1,000 years, Ryomen Sukuna felt humiliated. The car to Tokyo left that night. Yuji sat in the back and watched the dark pass outside the window. His plan was already mapped. First, collect all 20 fingers. Every one increases my reserves. Second, eliminate the 4 disaster curses, starting with Mahito. Third, stop Gojo from being sealed. Everything else falls into place. He raised his palm in the dark cabin. A small scarlet orb materialized. Blood manipulation. Still there. He'd never been able to use it as a teenager. Cursed energy too weak, but 68 years later, after consuming the death paintings, it had woken up. Now he had it from day one. Megumi spotted the orb in the rearview mirror and spun around. Is that blood manipulation? Yuji played dumb. Said his mother taught him young. Probably some distant branch of the Kamo clan. Megumi filled in the blanks himself, nodding like it made perfect sense. Yuji looked out the window and hid his smile. Fushiguro was always too smart for his own good. They arrived at Tokyo Jujutsu High near midnight. A tall figure stood waiting at the stone steps. White hair, black blindfold. Almost 6'3". Yuji's chest tightened. Gojo Sensei. In his past life, this man had stood against the entire Jujutsu establishment to protect him, had shouldered every crisis alone, had smiled through battles that should have broken anyone, and in the end, even he couldn't stop what came. Yuji forced his face neutral. He was staring. He knew he was staring. Gojo leaned toward Megumi and whispered, "Is it just me? Or is this kid looking at me like he's in love?" Gojo handed Yuji a second finger immediately. Little test. Eat it. Gojo Sensei, you always knew exactly what I needed. Yuji swallowed it whole. His reserves doubled. Gojo watched the energy shift with his 6 eyes and grinned. How about enrolling in Jujutsu High? Sure, Yuji said, like I had a choice. He settled into the dorm, said goodnight, turned off the light, then sank into his innate domain. Scarlet water, a hill of skulls. A figure who looked exactly like him, sitting at the top with pure arrogance. Who gave you permission to look up at me, brat? Yuji stared up at Sukuna and said, have you eaten? Sukuna's expression froze completely. 2 full seconds of silence. You held it in all that time just to ask something that stupid? I figured you must be bored, Yuji said, genuine as anything. There's nothing to do in here. If you're hungry, I can bring you something. 1,000 years of war. 1,000 years of being feared and worshipped and hunted. Not once had anyone asked if he'd eaten. Sukuna was furious. Who do you think I am? A pet? Yuji looked at him with those amber eyes. No fear, no mockery, just quiet, genuine pity. I think you're pitiful. The King of Curses lost his composure entirely. He raised his hand to throw a dismantle. Yuji closed his eyes and stepped back into the dormitory. Phew! He lay down down and slept soundly. Day 2, Gojo introduced Maki Zenin, second year heavenly restriction. Near zero cursed energy traded for superhuman physicality. She sized up the pink-haired freshman and offered a generous warning. I hit pretty hard. If it hurts, just yell. One punch later, the training sword was in pieces and she was on the grass, both palms completely numb. Could you maybe hit a little lighter? By the end of the afternoon, Maki Zenin was sitting on the stone steps, questioning every decision that had led her here. A first year. His second day. He'd outpaced a year of her dedicated training in an afternoon. Is hard work nothing compared to talent? Yuji sat nearby, genuinely oblivious to her crisis, practicing blood manipulation into a scarlet orb. Maki stood up, threw the broken wooden sword into the grass. I'm done training, and walked away. Day 3. A juvenile detention center. Special grade cursed womb. Ichichi's briefing was simple. 5 survivors trapped inside. Do not engage the cursed. Megumi was pale, cold sweat already forming. Yuji looked at the sobbing mother outside the cordon, waiting in the rain for 3 hours, refusing to leave without her kid. He looked at Megumi. We're saving everyone, right? Fushiguro? The fear in Megumi's chest dissolved. Did you even need to ask? They moved through the building like water. Yuji cleared low-level curses with single punches while Megumi's divine dogs tracked survivors by scent. 10 minutes, 3 people rescued. One of them was the woman's son. Yuji watched them embrace in the cold rain and felt something warm spread through his chest, then turned and went back inside for the remaining 2. The domain hit when they reached the second floor. The door behind them dissolved. The hallway rewrote itself into something wrong. Endless concrete, labyrinthine pipes, architecture that shouldn't exist. At the end of it, a 3-meter-tall special grade with a hole in its chest where a Sukuna finger sat. The pressure alone froze Megumi's legs. Different levels entirely. The creature raised a fist the size of a head. Yuji tackled Megumi sideways. The punch cratered the floor. Yuji stood between Megumi and the creature. Fushiguro, go find the last 2. Leave this one to me. That's a special grade. I know you specialize in Shikigami. I specialize in close combat. We'll just get in each other's way. He shoved Megumi's shoulder. Go now! Megumi gritted his teeth, then sprinted without looking back. Itadori, don't die! Alone now, Yuji exhaled. The creature charged. He threw a curtain barrier over the building and sealed them inside, then named it dramatically. Black Flash, Octagon, 500 meters away. Kenjaku shot to his feet. Domain expansion? Already? The barrier settled. Kenjaku stared. It was just a curtain. He sat back down slowly. This kid is a complete idiot. Inside Yuji in a special grade that could regenerate every wound. Normal attacks did nothing lasting, so Yuji let it beat him. Took hit after hit, let the creature grow overconfident, start toying with him, step in closer. This is what I've been waiting for. The massive fist came down. At the last possible moment, Yuji's palm floated up and redirected it gently. The punch brushed past his shoulder. My turn, Black Flash. Ribs shattered. Black Flash. Shoulder caved in. Black Flash, Black Flash, Black Flash. 8 consecutive, the all-time record, broken in a detention center basement. 1 piercing blood through the skull finished it. Yuji reached into the wound in its chest and pulled out the 3rd finger. Swallowed it, 3 down. He walked out through the front gate. Megumi was already sprinting back toward the building. Stopped when he saw Yuji. Stood completely still. You killed it. It was close. Yuji scratched his cheek. Could you not stare at me like that? It's uncomfortable. Are you even human? Back at Jujutsu High, Shoko patched him up in the infirmary. Gojo burst in with souvenirs, heard the report, and grabbed Yuji by the shoulders. You are the best student I have ever taught. Sensei, my wounds. Who cares about wounds? Special grade day 2. Megumi, what does this have to do with me? Gojo, everything? You've been here a year. He's been here 2 days. The gap speaks for itself. That's because he's a monster. Excuses. Yuji laughed for the first time in what felt like years. This scene, this noise, these people arguing over nothing. He hadn't had this in so long. In my past life, everyone left one by one. This time, it's different. That night in the dorm, Yuji opened his computer. Not gaming? Not really. He opened Sekiro. Shadows die twice. Ancient Japan figured the King of Curses might find something familiar. Died to the first 4 soldiers. Died again. Died to the mini-boss. Died again. Died 7 more times. Then a slit opened on his cheek. 1 eye, 1 mouth, pure disdain. You've been playing for an hour and haven't beaten the first mob. I've lived 1,000 years. This is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. I'm just warming up. Beat him first, then talk. Yuji died 4 more times, then died to a chicken. A rooster. Half his height, flying kick, dead. Sukuna's composure reached its limit. You are a disgrace. A man who soloed a special grade is losing to Lovestock. If you're so good, you play. I have no interest in. Admit you're scared. Silence. The dignified King of Curses. Too scared of a rooster. More silence. Give me control of the body. Sukuna took over. Died to the rooster twice. Yuji watched from inside the domain, laughing until tears formed. By midnight, Sukuna had cleared 3 elite bosses and refused to stop. This game is beneath me, but I can acknowledge its challenge. It's fun, right, huh? Yuji smiled. Phase 1 complete. 3 days later, Kanagawa Prefecture. Kento Nanami met him at a hotel. Blonde hair, white suit, perfect tie. The kind of man who made you feel safe just by standing near him. Yuji bowed immediately. Please take care of me, Nanami-san. Nanami adjusted his glasses. I've been asked to teach you Black Flash. When the delay between a physical strike and cursed energy impact falls within 0.00001 seconds, Yuji walked to the training dummy and punched it. Black lightning erupted. The dummy exploded. Both Nanami and Gojo stared. I noticed it during the special grade fight, Yuji said. So that's That's what it's called. No sorcerer can use Black Flash at will, right? That afternoon, while Nanami handled the official investigation, Yuji followed the trail to a school fence in Kanagawa. A black-haired boy was curled up against the chain link, while bleach-blonde delinquents punched and kicked him. Students walked past. Nobody stopped. Yuji's expression went flat. He stepped forward. Let him go. What followed was brief. One broken wrist, 20 self-administered slaps each, one unconscious body against a trash can 5 meters away. The delinquents fled. Yuji crouched in front of the boy still on the ground. You okay, kid? Why did you help me? You don't even know me. Do I need a reason? Junpei Yoshino, one of my greatest regrets. Not this time. He took Junpei to the riverbank, sat beside him, used reverse cursed technique to erase every cigarette burn scar from his forehead. Junpei touched his own skin and stared. Then Yuji told him the truth about curses, about intelligence, about manipulation, about how a curse would gain someone's trust before destroying everything they loved. Be careful, he said. If you ever see one run, he watched the hesitation flicker in Junpei's eyes. Good, the seed is planted. That night, someone placed a Sukuna finger near the Yoshino house. Yuji sensed it immediately. He arrived before the curse could reach Nagi Yoshino, fought it, protected her, retrieved the fourth finger, swallowed it, then sat quietly by her hospital bed until Junpei arrived. Junpei burst through the door, saw his mother breathing, saw Yuji sitting there, and completely fell apart with relief. It's a good thing I met you, Itadori-kun. Yuji nodded. Then he handed Junpei the medical report, folded in half. There's something on the back. Junpei opened it, handwritten in ballpoint pen. Someone is watching us. Cooperate with me. The one who tried to harm your mother is Mahito. Please believe me. That evening, Mahito arrived at the hospital with a warm smile and a concerned voice. Junpei, I heard your mom was sick. I was so worried about you. Junpei stood between him and the bed. Did you place that cursed object? The smile didn't move. How could I do something like that? Think about it. Junpei, haven't I always been on your side? Then the smile disappeared. Yes, it was me. I figured if your mother died, you'd depend on me more, become a better pawn. Junpei's eyes went red. Mahito's arm transformed into scythes and swung forward. The room exploded. When the dust cleared, the hospital bed was empty. The wall behind it had a massive hole. Mahito turned toward the corridor and found Yuji Itadori standing between Junpei and everything else. The pink-haired boy turned his head slowly. He has me. 68 years. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yuji swallowed the fourth finger right there in the hallway. Then he smiled. Not with anger, not hatred. The certainty of someone who has already won. Mahito felt a chill move through him that he didn't know curses could feel. Then Yuji vanished, reappeared in front of Mahito's face, fist already moving. Black flash. The curse's head caved in. His body flew through the window and hit the pavement below. Mahito had faced grade 1 sorcerers. He'd beaten them by ignoring physical damage through idle transfiguration. But Yuji wasn't hitting the body. He was hitting the soul, striking the exact contours of the soul itself, something that shouldn't be possible. Mahito stood up slowly, face already regenerating, and understood with cold certainty, this boy is not what I expected. He grabbed for a hostage. Nobody there? The area had been evacuated the moment Yuji left the hospital. He flew upward on improvised wings. Already at the curtain's edge, already free, he turned to mock Yuji one final time. Yuji raised his palm. Did you think you could escape? Reverse blood. The blood Yuji had fired into Mahito with piercing blood, his own blood, still inside the curse's body. On command, it reversed direction. Mahito's eyes rolled back. Blood poured from his nose and ears. He fell from the sky and hit the pavement for the second time. Yuji arrived before he could stand. What followed wasn't a fight. It was a statement. Black flash, black flash, black flash, over and over. Relentless, precise. Every punch landing on a vital point before Mahito could heal. The curse that had terrorized Yuji for his entire past life was being taken apart, piece by piece. Mahito, who had always looked down from above, who had always treated humans like entertainment, who had never been afraid, was afraid. I don't want to die. He summoned domain expansion from pure desperation, self-embodiment of perfection, a last resort, a miracle. He looked up and found himself standing in a pool of scarlet water before a hill of skulls. A man who looked exactly like Yuji looked down at him from the top. But the eyes were different. You've got some nerve, cursed spirit? Sukuna's voice filled the domain. Daring to touch my soul, he raised 2 fingers. Sleeve. The domain shattered. Mahito collapsed. Sukuna returned the body without being asked, muttered something about doing it purely because he was annoyed, and refused any gratitude. Yuji shook his head, then looked at what remained of Mahito in the wreckage, raised his fist. Tree roots exploded from the darkness. Hanami? It scooped Mahito without stopping and ran. Yuji fired piercing blood at its back. Kenjaku deployed Shuten Doji to block the path. Mahito escaped, barely alive, broken, humiliated in ways he had no framework to process. Yuji let them go, then turned toward the direction they fled, and shouted across the empty sealed street. Mahito, remember this! I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. No matter how many curses shield you, no matter where you hide, I will tear them apart one by one and stand before you. I will become the shadow above your head. I will make you live every single day in fear of my name. And when we meet again, I won't let you die so easily. His voice dropped. So get lost. Savor your defeat. You don't have much time left. 500 meters away, Kenjaku stood on a rooftop in the dark. He'd watched all of it. His carefully laid plan, his carefully cultivated pieces. 1 freshman, 4 days enrolled. Oh my! He had expected to test Yuji Itadori. He had not expected this. Perhaps I underestimated my own child. Inside Yuji's body, Sukuna sat on his throne and laughed. laughed. Not mockery, not contempt, actual delight, making him spend the rest of his life in fear. If it were me, I'd have said the same thing. Good, brat. That's the spirit a strong person should have. Mahito lay in Hanami's arms, barely conscious, blood still draining. He'd always believed his talent was unmatched, that he could look down on anyone from above. A frog in a well, he really wanted to cry. Yuji Itadori's name was carved permanently into his brain. His nightmare. Nanami arrived, they finished off shooting doji together. Afterwards, standing on the quiet street, Nanami looked at Yuji through the car window. Regarding your promotion to grade 1 sorcerer, I will recommend you alongside Gojo-san. He drove away. Yuji went back to the hospital, found Junpei waiting by his mother's bed. Afternoon light through the blinds. The steady beep of monitors. The doctor says she'll wake up this afternoon, Junpei said quietly. Good. Silence. Then Junpei stood and bowed. Please let me join Jujutsu High. Yuji tried to talk him out of it. Told him about the deaths, about the colleagues who disappeared without leaving a body behind, about how Jujutsu had no such thing as a peaceful ending. Junpei didn't move. I want to become as strong as you. I want to protect my mother myself, please. Yuji was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled. I really can't argue with you. His phone buzzed. Satoru Gojo, Yuji. Great work today. We're picking up a new student this afternoon. First year from the countryside. Nobara Kugisaki. Yuji looked out the hospital window. Kugisaki. The girl who'd called herself the strongest first year from the moment she arrived and meant every word. His old friend, young again, he laughed quietly. Actually, Gojo-sensei, that would be the 4th. He glanced over at Junpei. I'd like to recommend someone first. Junpei left the hospital around 9, said a proper goodbye to his mother, held her hand for a while, didn't cry, which surprised him. The auxiliary manager's car smelled like pine air freshener. Yokohama to Tokyo took less than an hour. Junpei spent most of it watching the highway lights blur past and thinking about the fact that 3 days ago he'd watched a curse get its soul beaten out of it by a pink-haired boy who then smiled and asked if he was hungry. His phone buzzed. I'm out eating with classmates. Feel free to look around, but don't wander off. Junpei pocketed the phone and looked up at Jujutsu High's gate. Ancient pine trees, stone lanterns, the specific weight of air that comes from a place that takes death seriously. He was reading a message when he walked into someone solid. The someone didn't move. Junpei hit the ground, his phone skittered across the stone path. He looked up and found blonde hair, black haori, an expression like the man had just stepped in something. Your cursed energy is practically non-existent. The man looked him over once. Someone like you is fit to be a Jujutsu sorcerer? Who are you? Not worthy of knowing my name. The man tilted his head. You bumped into me. Aren't you going to apologize? Junpei stood up. His knees hurt, his pride hurt more. You deliberately didn't move. The path is wide enough for 12 people. The blonde man's expression shifted. Something cold entered it. Bow 3 times, then leave. The fist came fast. A hand caught it faster. Naoya Zenin. Yuji's voice was flat. Amber eyes fixed on the man with absolute zero warmth. Are all the people from the big 3 families this rude? Bullying a junior who just arrived? Naoya looked at the hand gripping his wrist. Couldn't move it. Smiled anyway. Sukuna's vessel heard about you. His eyes traveled over Yuji like an appraiser at an auction. You're far worse than Toji. Yuji returned his own words. You're not worthy of knowing who you just insulted. What followed was brief. Naoya activated projection sorcery. Yuji took the punch with blood armor and stopped moving. Grabbed the wrist shoulder throw. Naoya spun out midair, landed badly, barely held his footing. 3 meters of carved up ground between them. Naoya rolled his wrist, eyes reassessing. Blood manipulation, some skills. He spread his hands. The exchange event is tomorrow. I'd rather save my strength. Fine by me, but tomorrow? Naoya's smile didn't reach anything above his mouth. I'll make sure that look on your face doesn't exist anymore. He left through the forest path. Junpei exhaled. Itadori-kun, you saved me again. It was nothing. Yuji turned. The warmth came back into his face like someone had switched a light on. Come on, I'll show you the dorms. Can I become as strong as you someday? Maybe, Yuji said. As long as you work hard enough. Junpei decided he would. That night, Megumi tried to sleep. He failed. Are you playing with your feet? That's enough, Sukuna. It's my first time. Dying 18 times your first game? Are you rolling your face on the keyboard? Megumi stared at the ceiling, breathed, recited the student handbook in his head. Got to rule 5. No making noise at night that disturbs others' rest. Then you play, not interested. You don't dare, reverse psychology doesn't work on me. Then don't watch. Go back inside, I want to watch. What's it to you? Rule 5 clearly wasn't working on Yuji either. Bang! Megumi sat up. Look, you died again. Shut up! He was camping in the corner? He stood there for 3 seconds. You ran past him twice. I was looking somewhere else. Looking where? At the floor? Sukuna, Itadori, Naruto, Sasuke. Megumi gripped his blanket. Deep breath, slow exhale. Deep breath, slow exhale. He was going to murder someone. 20 minutes later, Sukuna had taken over and was dismantling enemies with surgical efficiency, trash-talking in broken English. And Yuji was watching from inside his own skull, laughing until he couldn't breathe. Phase 1 complete, Yuji thought. He just didn't know which phase yet. Tokyo Station, afternoon crowd. That specific chaos that belongs only to transit hubs. Nobara Kugisaki walked out of the gate like she owned everything she could see. Rejoice, boys! You've got a rose among the thorns. Yuji bowed slightly. Warm smile. Nice to meet you, Kugisaki-san. I hope we get along well. Nobara looked him over. Clean uniform, pleasant face. Warmth that seemed genuine rather than performed. Probably the same type as Gojo-sensei, she thought. Handsome guy. Please take care of me. Itadori-kun, noticeably softer tone. Then she looked at Megumi. Megumi Fushiguro, please take care of me. Just that. She stared. Nothing else in her head. What is wrong with this sea urchin? Out loud. She said nothing. Gojo pretended not to be enjoying this. Badly. That evening, Yuji sat in the park near the Yoshino house for 4 minutes and thought about Junpei. In the original timeline, Mahito had gotten to him first, had shaped him into something that pointed like a weapon at the world. Not this time. It's a good thing I met you. Itadori-kun. Yeah, Yuji thought. Me too. Somewhere in his chest, the word friend sat like something being carefully kept warm. Assessment exercise unfinished building. Curses. Gojo sent Yuji and Nobara in together. They came out with minor scrapes and a new dynamic. You're ridiculously strong, Nobara said. Isn't that a bit much? It's just cursed energy enhancement. You'll manage it eventually? No. She waved her hands. Way too rough. Doesn't suit my image. You're a girl who fights curses. Isn't that already pretty rough? That's different. At least I look good when I fight. Gojo looked at the sunset and felt something he recognized as genuine pride, trying to disguise itself as casual observation. Good students, he thought. Then immediately. As expected, my teaching is excellent. He conveniently forgot he hadn't taught Yuji anything. Dinner. Sushi. The expensive kind Nobara had requested. Then Yuji mentioned dessert. For Sukuna, he said, completely seriously. He's from a different era. I want him to try modern food. Silence. You're trying to communicate with Sukuna? Gojo said. Not a question. Sort of. He's mostly uncooperative. Then the slit opened on Yuji's cheek. Eye mouth. Pure disdain. I don't want your crappy desserts, brat. But we agreed yesterday. Who agreed with you? Stop making things up. You said if I'm in a good mood, I might force myself to try it. Shut up. Gojo started laughing and couldn't stop. The king of curses, who'd spent 1,000 years being feared across the entire known world, turned to glare at him. White-haired brat, you'll be the first I kill. Truly honored, Gojo managed. The mouth vanished. Sukuna had no patience for people who refused to be appropriately terrified. Nobara stared at where the slit had been on Yuji's face. Looked at Megumi. Megumi shrugged. Is this normal? She whispered. Define normal, Megumi said. The exchange event arrived like a deadline. Naoya Zenin walked through Jujutsu High's gates with the assured pace of someone who has never once considered the possibility of being wrong. Same as always, he said rustic. His attendant nodded. Naoya didn't acknowledge this. He found the training ground, found Maki at the wooden dummy, sweat on her cheeks, working the same movements she'd been working for 2 years. Yo, little Maki! He leaned against the fence. Long time no see. Get lost, she said without turning. That's really mean. Don't you have any care for family? I have nothing to say to someone who evaluates women by their... She turned, pointed the training sword at his chest. Naoya smiled the smile he'd practiced, the one that said, I know exactly how this conversation ends. Your face is quite cute, he said. Pity about the self-awareness. The wooden sword hit the fence 3 centimeters from his ear before he finished moving. He tilted his head without thinking, speed reflex, completely unconscious. He looked at where the sword had stuck, then at Maki. Don't, she said. Mention my sister. He left unhurried. The forest path swallowed his silhouette. Panda and Inumaki appeared from the trees. Don't let it get to you, Panda said. Mustard leaf, Inumaki agreed. Maki looked at the training dummy. The sweat on her neck had gone cold. I won't lose, she said. No one argued mourning. Meeting rooms on both sides of the school in Tokyo. Yuji looking at his teammates. Megumi's dark circles from 3 nights of noise. Nobara cracking her knuckles. Junpei, newest member, trying to look like he belonged. Leave Naoya Zenin and Aoi Todo to me, Yuji said. Megumi's expression did something complicated. That's 2 grade 1 sorcerers. 1 fight is the same as 2. Might as well finish it quickly. Are you actually human? Nobara said, not for the first time. Probably. In Kyoto, the principal saying kill Sukuna's vessel in the flat tone of someone announcing a schedule change. Kasumi Miwa's hand halfway up. That Yuji Itadori. The one who soloed a special grade on day 2? Yes. And you want us to? Yes! Kasumi put her hand down. Aoi Todo stood up, said boring, kicked the door open, and left to watch a live stream. The forest. The curtain came down like a second sky. Orange light through the canopy somewhere in the distance. Yuji's cursed energy and Naoya's were already pulling at each other across 100 meters of trees. Megumi heard it, stopped his team. They're going after Itadori, he thought. All of them. He thought about the juvenile detention center, about Yuji shoving him away from a special grades fist. You specialize in Shikigami. I specialize in this. We'll get in each other's way. He thought about waking up 3 nights in a row to shouting about roosters and headshots. He thought, that idiot, then go, formation change. He told his team. Scouting pair goes deep, the rest intercept. I need to reach Itadori. Nobody argued. The fight with Naoya was a wall. Speed versus endurance. Projection sorcery stacking each second into 24 individual moments, each one a punch. Naoya hit him 12 times in 4 seconds and the blood armor held twice before shattering. Yuji let it happen. Let him get comfortable. 68 years said, let him start toying. The fist came down at the absolute last moment. My turn. He grabbed the wrist. Naoya's expression, the specific panic of someone who has never once been grabbed. Shoulder throw, impact somewhere in the forest. Birds scattered. But Naoya rolled out of it mid-air and landed ugly but standing. Yuji rolled his wrists, started cracking his knuckles. You seem to be having fun, he said. Come on then, Naoya said. And for the first time, his eyes were completely serious. They talked while fighting. Yuji couldn't help it. What's your problem with Maki-senpai? Naoya, circling at subsonic speed, laughed. Maki-Zanin is nothing to me. She's the one with the problem. The strong preying on the weak is fundamental. The strong should protect the weak. What world are you living in, brat? Yuji closed his eyes for 1 second. The one where you were also an infant once. Where someone fed you and held you and made sure you didn't die. Where you built everything you have on top of that. Since you were weak once too, you have no right. Naoya's punches stopped being controlled. Good. Angry people make mistakes. Projection sorcery touch. Yuji frozen for 1 second. 24 punches per second, he took the storm. Let his body take it. Let the reverse curse technique work silently underneath. Let Naoya get loud. And while the blonde man's fist was raining down and his confidence was rising, convergence blood gathering in a closed palm. No cursed energy leak, no signal. The moment Naoya's hand slapped his shoulder to freeze him again, Yuji grabbed the wrist. Naoya froze, stared at the orb. Oh, supernova! Bang! Blood shotgun at point blank. Then, before Naoya's brain could catch up to his legs, black flash. The ground kept the shape of Naoya's body for a moment after he landed. Yuji was walking away when Aoi Tado arrived. The impact knocked him 5 meters back. He looked up, 1.9 meters. Broad enough to block the sun. Wrapped in bandages and wearing an expression like he'd been waiting his whole life for this specific moment. I'm Aoi Tado, 3rd year Kyoto school? Yuji stood, dusted himself off, looked at the man, 68 years of memories. His best friend, the one who'd shown up every single time it mattered. He grinned. What kind of woman is your type? The world stopped. Aoi Tado's brain made a sound like a computer trying to load something too large. This question, this specific question from this specific face. Something behind Tado's eyes cracked open, not broke, opened. Like a door that had been sealed for years, suddenly finding its key. Tears, actual tears. My good brother Aoi Tado whispered, are you from the future? What? Your eyes, your tone. Do we have known each other for years? The dam broke 2 full rivers. I like woman with a big butt and a tall stature like Takada-chan. What about you, Yuji Itadori? Jennifer Lawrence Yuji said. Aoi Tado ascended. They sparred instead of fought. Black flash after black flash, both sides. The zone, the state where cursed energy moved like breathing. Yuji was recovering from the Naoya fight. Tado was being Tado. The trees suffered. It felt to both of them. Exactly like something that had happened before. Neither said this out loud. Come on, brother, bring it. Meanwhile, Kasumi Miwa fell into a river. Junpei stood on the bank. She'd charged him, slipped on a wet stone, and face-planted into the shallows. Her sword arched through the air and stuck in the sand by his foot. He stared at her. She stared at him. Junpei said, are you okay? I'm your enemy. She scrambled upright, soaking. I'll fight you. Don't underestimate me just because my sword is. Where is my sword? By my foot. Help! Hanami came out of the forest like a force of nature. 2 meters of pale humanoid with branches for eyes. The cursed energy alone dropped the temperature. Megumi had been trying to reach Yuji's position when it found them instead. He and Maki ran. Noritoshi Kamo ran with them, which was strange until Yuji processed that enemies running together from the same threat was just physics. Kamo bought time with piercing blood, got grabbed for it. Maki kept her feet, barely. Megumi watched Noritoshi fall and thought, how much is this going to cost me? He started forming the hand sign for Mahoraga. Then footsteps, fast, coming from the right direction. Todo's fist hit Hanami in the chest before Megumi finished the gesture. The curse skidded backward. Maki dropped from its grip, coughing. Yuji caught her. You okay, senpai? Fine, she managed. You're late, sorry. He wasn't sorry. He was looking at the reverse curse technique in his palms and thinking about how much cursed energy he had left, and whether it was enough. It was. He left it at stopping their bleeding and told them to find Shoko. Itadori. Maki stopped at the tree line. About the first day of the training. Don't worry about it. No, I was embarrassed. I took it out on you. Yuji scratched the back of his head. We're friends, it's nothing. Maki looked at him for a moment. No wonder Fushiguro is so attached to you, she said. What? Nothing. Go win. Jogo arrived like Jogo always did, like a statement. Ember insects, pillar of fire, that specific brand of volcanic contempt that only comes from a cursed spirit who has never once considered losing Sukuna's vessel. Your life ends here. Yuji's cursed energy was empty. Inumaki bought him 2 seconds with cursed speech. Enough for Yuji to get his team clear. Toge left with Todo over his shoulder, blood on his collar, pointing at Yuji with something that meant, don't you dare die. I will win, Yuji said. He meant it. He stood in the smoking wreckage of the exchange event grounds. Clothes burned to rags, not a drop of cursed energy left, and looked at Jogo, then felt himself pulled inward. Scarlet Water Hill of Skulls. Sukuna sat beside him. Not above, beside. Looks like you're gonna lose, brat. I just need to buy 10 minutes. Boring. Sukuna examined his nails. That's not what I want to watch. He held up one finger. I'll lend you my cursed energy. In exchange, second finger 2 hours every night, you give me the body games? Don't fob me off with trash games either. Third finger, every noon desserts, the expensive kind. Yuji looked at him for a long time. You're caring about me. Sukuna's expression froze, then fractured into something between fury and embarrassment. It's a transaction? Understand? A transaction? Yuji smiled. All right, but just this once? Whatever. I don't even want to help you. Did you think I did? No, Yuji said, clearly lying. Ready? Go on, kid. Sukuna looked away. Show me something worth watching. The cursed marks spread across Yuji's jaw. The burns healed backward from the edges. Jogo watched and felt for the first time in its long life something it did not have a name for, cold under the volcanic heat. Cold. Is that? Sukuna, I said already. Yuji's eyes were red. His voice was still his own. I'm just me. Dismantle. The trench ran 300 meters, split a hill at the barrier's edge. Clean cut, like breathing. Jogo's arm was on the ground. I'm going to die, it thought. Then, maximum meteor. The sky caught fire. Yuji didn't move. Blood armor compressed to absolute density on his fist. When the meteor was close enough to block the sun, he punched upward. Black flash. The meteor came apart at the seams. Thousands of fragments. Yuji was already moving through them before they fell. He kicked Jogo from above. The ground kept the shape. Hanami burned. It had come back, had seen the domain, had planted itself between Jogo and the fire with its last cursed energy, converted entirely to roots. You are stronger than us. You must live on. Jogo's teeth ground together. We promised to become the new humans together. The roots became charcoal, Hanami became ash. Jogo ran. Yuji stood at the place where Hanami had been. Hands clasped, small bow. I hope you fare well. Pause. Try not to come back. The warm breeze took the last of the ash. Gojo broke the curtain 20 minutes later. He arrived to find 2 special grade curses exercised. 2 grade 1 curse users unconscious and zip-tied with repurposed curtain rope, assorted debris, 1 meteor crater, and Yuji standing in the middle of it looking mildly tired. The 6 eyes took all of this in simultaneously. Gojo was quiet for 3 full seconds. Then he grabbed Yuji by the shoulders. You are the best student I have ever taught. Sensei, my shoulder, special grade, day 5. It wasn't I had help. Who crazed? Gojo was actually emotional. He was trying not to be and failing completely. Do you know what this means? Do you have any idea? Yuji looked at him. Thought about 68 years, about standing alone in a pachinko parlor, about watching everyone leave one by one. Thought about this man who had shouldered everything alone, who had smiled through every crisis, who in the end, yeah, Yuji said, I know. Gojo ruffled his hair the way he had that evening on the road with the ginkgo trees. Good job, Yuji. The warmth in Yuji's chest was almost unbearable this time, he thought. Different. Hospital room. Afternoon light fruit platters from Gojo, expensive ones, which meant something was actually making him feel generous. Nobara demanded the meteor story. Yuji deflected. Junpei filled in the parts he'd witnessed from half a kilometer away. Maki watched Yuji's face during all of this, with an expression she didn't share. Megumi lay in his bed and didn't say much, but when Yuji sat beside him, he didn't tell him to move. That was something. Kenjaku watched the footage until the credits rolled. Then he sat in the dark for a while. Sukuna? Ryomen Sukuna. 1,000 years of absolute sovereignty over every living thing, and he had. The laugh started small, then it didn't. He laughed until his hands were flat on the tatami, until tea had gone everywhere, until Mahito still crouched under the cherry blossom tree outside. could hear it clearly through 2 walls and a sliding door. Interesting, Kenjaku thought, when he could breathe again. Too interesting, he wiped his eyes. My son has the makings of a great emperor. He closed the laptop, slid the door open. The plan needed adjusting. He found himself, somewhat to his own surprise, looking forward to it. Internet Cafe Satoru Gojo's team-building solution. Megumi stared at the neon sign. His expression suggested he was reconsidering his career. Esports, Gojo announced, is also a sport. Silence. The purpose of team battle is teamwork. Does esports not require teamwork? More silence. The kind that means we cannot argue with this logic. And we hate that. Nobara, if you keep being this generous Gojo-sensei, we'll love you even more. Your love can't feed me. Aoi Todo burst through the door in full bandages, declared himself captain of the Kyoto team, and challenged Yuji to prove himself across a computer screen. Invisible flames, eye contact, weapons-grade competitive energy pointed at a mouse and keyboard. Come on, brother. Nobara put her head in her hands. Panda appeared with glow sticks, where Nobara asked, "Did you get those?" I prepared seriously. Round 1, Yuji bought a Desert Eagle, shot around Kasumi Miwa with 6 out of 7 bullets, missed. Got the bomb diffused against him. Sukuna, inside his skull, was laughing hard enough to shake the walls. 1 kill, 18 deaths last time. Now 0 kills. Truly the most interesting human I have ever seen. I'm new to this, Yuji thought back. Defensive? You're new to breathing? On screen. In all chat. Across from him? Aoi Todo typed, "You okay, bro?" Yuji typed back, "Shut up." The private room was full of noise, complaints, and cheering, and Toj waving glow sticks. Kasumi celebrating a defuse like she'd won a major tournament. Megumi staring at a smoke grenade tutorial on his phone, having just drawn the outline of a milk tea shop. Satoru Gojo leaned in the doorway watching all of it. In the back corner, Utime thought, they're children, 18 years old average. They've been in more battles this week than most soldiers see in a career. Let them be loud. There won't always be days like this. Round 2 started, Yuji gripped the mouse. Okay, he thought, for real this time. Inside, Sukuna watching outside, his friends fighting over spawn positions. Somewhere further, Kenjaku adjusting his plans. Further still, 20 fingers scattered. The clock in the upper corner of the screen counted down. Yuji exhaled. There's still time. Get to work. Morning came quietly. For 6 full seconds. Jujutsu High knew peace. Then, headshot. The scream came from Yuji's room hard enough to shake dust from the rafters. Birds fled the courtyard. Somewhere in the girls' dorm, Nobara sat upright with murder in her eyes. Megumi opened one eye. No, absolutely not. Another shout. I did it. I got one. A second voice, colder and far more offended. It took you all night to kill a distracted child. Megumi covered his face with a pillow. He was going to live a short life. Breakfast, rice, miso soup, grilled fish. Gojo entered like a natural disaster wearing sunglasses indoors. Good morning, beloved students. Bad news. Nobody looked up. The higher-ups are panicking. Still, nobody looked up. They've requested an emergency meeting about Yuji. Now everyone looked up. Nobara pointed with chopsticks. Why is that bad news? Sounds funny. It is funny, Gojo said. But they also sent people. Yuji set his bowl down. How many? Gojo grinned. Enough to embarrass themselves. Main courtyard. 3 black vehicles waited outside the gate. Senior sorcerers. Clan representatives' assistants carrying files they hoped would matter. At the center stood an old man with a scar across his chin and authority dripping from every wrinkle. He looked at Yuji like a problem to be solved. So this is Sukuna's vessel. Yuji looked back. So this is the kind of man who signed children into danger from behind a desk. Gojo clapped once. Everyone smile. Politics is here. The old man ignored him. Yuji Itadori, you're to be confined until we determine whether your continued existence is acceptable. Silence. Then Junpei raised his hand. Can I ask something? The old man frowned. Who are you? New first year? Junpei adjusted his glasses. If he saves everyone every time, why are you all useless and angry? Nobody moved. Then Panda made a choking sound, trying not to laugh. Toj turned away immediately. Nobara bent at the waist, shoulders shaking. Even Maki covered her mouth. The old man's face changed colors. Watch your tongue? Junpei's knees were trembling. He did not step back. Yuji felt something warm in his chest. Another future changed. Gojo placed a hand on Junpei's shoulder. Excellent question. Sadly, old people hate those. The courtyard pressure spiked. Cursed energy rose on all sides. Megumi stepped beside Yuji. Nobara cracked her knuckles. Todo appeared from nowhere. If my brother fights authority, then authority fights me. Why are you here? Megumi said. I was nearby. He was not nearby. The scarred elder lifted a hand. Subdue them. 5 sorcerers moved at once. Yuji sighed. He vanished. 1 man hit the ground before he understood he had been punched. 2nd, disarmed. 3rd, embedded in a wall but breathing. 4th, tried a technique. Blood wrapped his wrists before the sign completed. 5th froze when Yuji appeared directly in front of him. No anger, no excitement, just calm. Please don't make me keep doing this. The man fainted on his own. 3 seconds, 5 defeated. The courtyard went still. The elder's expression finally cracked. Impossible. Gojo leaned toward him. You people keep using the word vessel. He pointed at Yuji. Try student. The elder turned sharply. This isn't over. It can be, Yuji said. Everyone looked at him. He stepped forward. I'll collect every finger. I'll kill every curse that threatens people. I'll protect the students you treat like tools. He met the old man's eyes. And if you still want to stop me after that, the air bent, even the trees shivered. Try! The delegation left 10 minutes later without saying goodbye. Word spread faster than they expected. Not the fight itself, the higher-ups buried that, but the feeling of it. Sorcerers talked. Clan representatives filed quiet reports. Something had shifted in the courtyard that afternoon, and people 2 cities away felt it without knowing why. That afternoon, Shoko found Yuji alone near the stairs. He was staring at the sky. You overdid it, she said. I'm fine. That's not what I meant. She lit a cigarette, didn't smoke it, just held it. You're trying to carry an entire timeline by yourself. Yuji smiled faintly. I've carried worse. Shoko looked at him for a long moment. For a second, she saw something ancient in a teenage face. Yeah, she said quietly, that's what worries me. Elsewhere, a sewer tunnel beneath the city. Mahito sat curled against concrete, arms around his knees. Every sound was Yuji's footsteps. Every shadow was pink hair. Every drip of water became black flash. He flinched at nothing. Kenjaku stood nearby, hands in his sleeves. This is unbearable. Mahito muttered, he'll find me. Good, Kenjaku said. Mahito looked up in horror. The stitched man smiled. If fear can break you, perhaps fear can also evolve you. Night. Yuji opened his door. Sukuna was already waiting in the innate domain, seated on the Hill of Skulls like he owned inevitability itself. You owe me 2 hours. Yuji sat cross-legged in the scarlet water. I know. He placed a box between them. Premium strawberry cake? Sukuna stared at it. What is that dessert? I can see that. Try it. The King of Curses looked deeply insulted, then after a long silence, took 1 bite. Another silence. Yuji smiled. Well, Sukuna looked away. It is acceptable. Yuji laughed. Far above them in the real world, the night at Jujutsu High was warm and alive, and far beyond that more fingers waited. Rain over Tokyo, the kind that turned neon into watercolor and made the whole city feel like it was hiding something. Yuji stood beneath a station roof with an umbrella he wasn't using. 3 separate curse sightings. 2 fingers moved through the black market, missing civilians in an abandoned district. Kenjaku was accelerating. Good, Yuji thought, so am I. Morning briefing. Gojo wrote on the board in large dramatic letters, fun field trip under it smaller. Possible homicide, Nobara raised a hand. Why are those the same trip? Because life is rich with contrast, Gojo said. Megumi pinched the bridge of his nose. Shoko walked past the door, took 1 look and kept going. Yuji was already standing, where Gojo's smile faded into something sharper, an old warehouse district. People vanished there last night. The room changed immediately. The team moved before noon. Yuji, Megumi, Nobara, Junpei, 4 first years crossing empty streets under low clouds. Junpei carried himself straighter now, still nervous, still new, but different. Saved people stand differently, Yuji thought. Nobara glanced sideways. Why are you smiling by yourself? No reason, creepy. Mean? Correct. Some things were perfect because they never changed. The abandoned district smelled wrong, rot, rainwater, iron store shutters bent inward, glass broken from the inside. Megumi crouched near claw marks in concrete. Recent Junpei swallowed. Do curses normally do this? No, Yuji said quietly. Something stronger did. The air pressure dropped from the alley ahead. Came footsteps, slow, heavy human. A man stepped into view with black hair tied back, pale skin, and eyes full of immediate hatred. The resemblance hit first. Yuji's blood, his own face in another life. Choso. The street went silent. Choso stared directly at Yuji. His voice was low and absolute. Why do I feel my brother's inside you? Junpei blinked. Nobara looked between them. Megumi's hand moved toward his shadow. Yuji did not move, because in another life. This ended in blood and grief. This time, he had seconds to change everything. I can explain, Yuji said. Choso's rage exploded before the sentence finished. Blood shot forward like bullets, scatter. The wall behind them detonated. Cars split open. Rain turned red in the air. Nobara moved first. Nails flashed. Resonance hammered blood constructs out of the sky. Megumi's divine dogs lunged from both sides. Junpei stumbled back, summoned his jellyfish with shaking hands. Yuji walked through all of it. Piercing blood screamed past his cheek. Supernova burst under his feet. He didn't stop. Choso's eyes widened for the first time, too fast. Yuji caught the next stream of blood barehanded, then crushed it in his palm. Listen to me, Choso answered with a full barrage. So be it. Yuji vanished, appeared in front of him. Palm strike. The street folded. Choso flew through 2 storefronts, landed, rose immediately. Good, Yuji thought, still durable. Blood swirled around Choso in a storm. You murderer. The words were raw enough to stop everything. Yuji's chest tightened. Not wrong. Not completely. He stepped into the rain. I consumed the death paintings in another life. Choso froze. Yuji continued. I know Iso. I know Kichizu. I know they loved each other. I know what was stolen from all of you. The storm of blood trembled. For the first time, Choso looked uncertain. How would you know that? Yuji met his eyes. Because I carry memories you haven't lived yet. No one spoke. Even Nobara lowered her hammer. Megumi stared like he was deciding whether to believe in sanity again. Junpei whispered, I have so many questions. A slow clap echoed from the rooftop above. Kenjaku, umbrella in one hand, smile in place. Wonderful. Everyone looked up. The stitched man tilted his head. I wanted to see whether instinct would reach across blood. It did. Choso's face changed. Recognition? Disgust? You? Kenjaku smiled wider. Hello, son. The temperature dropped. Yuji moved instantly. So did Choso. Their attacks crossed. Yuji's fist shattered the rooftop. Choso's piercing blood carved the water tower behind it. Kenjaku was already gone. Only laughter remained. Coward. Yuji clicked his tongue. Too slow. Choso landed beside him, still tense, still ready to fight, but not at Yuji. At the rooftops, at the shadows, at the man who called himself father. Good. Another future changing. They returned to campus after dark. Choso came too. Not his ally, not yet, but he walked beside them instead of against them. That was enough for one day. Nobara circled him like a shark. So you're his weird blood brother? I'm not weird. You look very weird. Junpei offered him tea. Megumi said nothing for 10 full minutes, then we are not adding more loud people. Tudo crashed through a nearby window. WHO said brother. Megumi stood up and left the room later. Training hall. Yuji and Choso stood opposite each other. No audience, no jokes, just rain tapping the roof. You're stronger than I expected, Choso said. So are you. A pause. Then Choso asked the real question. In this future you saw, my brothers, Yuji nodded once. I failed them. Choso closed his eyes. When he opened them, the hatred had changed shape. Not gone, but aimed elsewhere. Then help me kill the one responsible. Yuji held out his hand. Choso looked at it for several seconds, then took it. 3 weeks passed. The warehouse district stayed cordoned off. 2 more cursed signatures went dark in Nagoya. The higher-ups held emergency sessions and reached no conclusions. Whatever Kenjaku was building, he'd stopped pretending otherwise. Elsewhere, Mahito crouched in darkness, hands shaking. Kenjaku stood before him. You saw it now. He said, the board is changing. Mahito's voice was small. I don't want to fight him. Kenjaku's eyes narrowed with something that wasn't quite amusement. Then evolve until you do. He dropped a wrapped object to the floor. Another finger Mahito stared. Far away, Yuji suddenly looked toward the window. He had felt that. One more piece had moved. October 31st, Shibuya pulsed with light. Crowds moved beneath giant screens. Music bled from storefronts. Phones glowed in every hand. The city looked alive enough to ignore the thing waiting underneath it. Yuji stood at the station entrance and felt it immediately. Curtains. Layers of them, too many. Kenjaku learned, he thought good. So did I. Emergency call. All available sorcerers mobilized. But this time, nobody arrived blind. Gojo stood beside Yuji at the crossing, blindfold fluttering in the autumn wind. You're thinking too loud, Gojo said. They changed the layout. Yep. They're trying to separate us also. Yep. Yuji glanced sideways. You seem happy. Gojo grinned. It's been years since someone else understood the battlefield before I explained it. For 1 second, they looked less like teacher and student, more like 2 disasters politely waiting below ground. Civilians trapped. Modified barriers split the station into rotating zones. Curses hidden among crowds. Signals jammed. And at the center of it all, Kenjaku, smiling in the dark. He had abandoned the old plan. No prison realm first strike. No predictable sequence. Instead, chaos everywhere at once. If one monster could rewrite fate, then force fate to drown in choices. Yuji moved first. He punched through the first barrier wall hard enough to create a second exit. People poured through screaming. Megumi and Nobara caught them topside. Junpei guided the injured with shaking hands that no longer froze. Todo landed beside Yuji with enough force to crack tile. My brother, a city-scale brawl. Today is beautiful. You say that every fight, because every fight is beautiful. They vanished into the smoke. Gojo took the lower routes alone. 3 special-grade curses waited. Not Jogo. Not Hanami. New ones born from panic, isolation, and hatred fed by the city itself. The first tried to speak. Gojo deleted its jaw. The second unfolded a domain. Gojo walked through it and hit the user so hard. The barrier collapsed from embarrassment. The third ran, reasonable decision, elsewhere. Mahito trembled inside a service tunnel. He had changed. Body thinner, eyes sharper, soul warped inward by fear. No laughter, no games, only survival. Kenjaku's voice echoed from behind him. Your role is simple. Mahito didn't turn. If Yuji finds me, I die. Then don't let him find you first. Something wet dropped into Mahito's palm. A finger. Sukuna's. Mahito stared. Even now, Kenjaku was gambling. Yuji stopped mid-stride. He felt it. Another finger. Close. Very close. He changed direction instantly. Todo skidded after him. Where are we going? To end something old, the tunnel ahead bent with cursed energy. A familiar laugh tried to form in the dark and failed halfway. Mahito stepped out, holding the finger, hands shaking. You ruined everything. Yuji's face went empty. You should have stayed hidden. Mahito swallowed the finger. The tunnel exploded. Soul matter burst outward in screaming shapes. His body expanded, fractured, reformed. A domain began to bloom and was cut in half before it finished. Dismantle. Yuji didn't even look surprised. Red markings spread across his jaw. Sukuna's voice came from his mouth. You parasites keep touching what isn't yours? Mahito ran. Todo clapped. Swap. Mahito reappeared directly in front of Yuji's fist. Black flash. The wall behind him disappeared. What followed was not a battle. It was the end of accumulated fear. Mahito changed form 6 times. Each one died. He split himself. Yuji killed both halves. He hid in civilians. Yuji evacuated them first. He tried to crawl away as something small and ugly. Todo stepped on him. Brother, thanks. Yuji lifted what remained by the face. Mahito looked up through broken features. No arrogance left. Only terror. Please, no black flash. Mahito ceased to exist. Far above, Kenjaku exhaled, expected. He snapped his fingers. New barriers activated across Shibuya. Buildings locked down. Ancient cursed objects awakened simultaneously. Dozens of signatures, not curses, sorcerers. Reincarnated players released early. The city became a war map. Now we're getting somewhere. Street level. Maki crashed through a storefront window carrying 2 unconscious civilians. Choso landed beside her, blood spinning around both arms. What happened? Everything. Specific. Too many enemies? Fair enough. Across the avenue, old symbols burned across the pavement as unfamiliar fighters emerged laughing. Confused. Furious. One carried lightning in his hands. Another dragged a spear made of bone. A third asked what year it was before attacking a vending machine. Shibuya had gone insane. Gojo arrived in the middle of the intersection. Saw the scale, saw the barriers, saw the new players, then smiled slowly. Oh, Yuji stepped beside him. You too! Oh, absolutely! The road beneath them cracked. 2 overwhelming presences stood shoulder to shoulder while the city screamed around them. For the villains of the old world, this was the broken timeline they had not prepared for. Hours later, dawn touched ruined glass. The barriers fell. Thousands lived. Mahito was gone. Multiple hostile reincarnated sorcerers captured or dead. Civilians evacuated. Shibuya damaged, not destroyed. And for the first time in history, the Jujutsu world had witnesses. Everyone saw it. Gojo Satoru and Yuji Itadori together. Unstoppable. Rooftop. Kenjaku watched the sunrise blood on his sleeve. Amused eyes. Wonderful. The old game was dead. Good. He preferred new ones. Behind him, in shadow, another presence opened its eyes. Not curse, not human, something that had been patient for a very long time. Kenjaku smiled without turning. Shall we begin phase 2? The world did not go back to normal. News reports looped endlessly. Blurry footage, a meteor splitting in midair. A man walking through a domain like it didn't exist. Another standing beside him. White hair, pink hair, phones buzzed across the country. Sorcerers whispered. Higher-ups panicked. Balance had broken. Jujutsu high. Silence then. We are famous. Nobara slammed her phone on the table. Megumi didn't look up. That's not a good thing. Junpei adjusted his glasses. People are asking if we're safe. Todo kicked the door open. My brother has become a legend. Stop breaking doors. Megumi said, I will not. Yuji sat quietly. Watching, listening, living. This is what I wanted. Meeting room. The higher-ups spoke in low, urgent tones. This cannot continue. Gojo Satoru was already uncontrollable. And now, they didn't say Yuji's name, they didn't need to. He must be restricted, he must be separated. He must be eliminated if necessary. The room went silent, because none of them believed they could. Elsewhere, Zenin Estate, cold air, heavy silence. Naoya stood at the center of it. Bandages still wrapped around his ribs, eyes sharp. Humiliation burned deeper than injury. Yuji Itadori. The name tasted wrong. A first year. A nobody. And yet, stronger. Unacceptable. Behind him, voices whispered, the clan must respond. The balance is shifting. Maki Zenin. Naoya smiled slowly. Yes, if the world is changing, then we change it first. Training grounds. Maki swung her weapon again and again and again. Wood shattered, stone cracked. Her hands didn't stop. Yuji watched from the steps. She didn't notice. Didn't need to. "I won't lose," she said. "Not to him. Not to anyone." Yuji stood. Walked over. "Then don't." Maki paused. Looked at him. Something different in her eyes now. Not doubt, not frustration. Focus. Fight me. Yuji shrugged. "Okay." The ground split on impact. Elsewhere. Airport. A plane touched down. Passengers stepped out into cold morning air. One of them carried a katana white uniform. Calm eyes. Yuta Okakotsu. He stopped walking. Looked toward the city. Felt it. Two overwhelming presences. Then smiled. So he's here. Night. Dorms. Yuji lay on his bed, quiet for once. No shouting, no games, just breathing. Then, "You're bored." Yuji didn't open his eyes. "No, you are." Sukuna's voice echoed in the domain. "You've already won every fight." "That's not true." "It is." A pause then. "So what now, brat?" Yuji opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling. "Now I make sure no one ever has to fight like that again." Silence. Then Sukuna laughed. Not mockery, not cruelty. Something sharper. "That's impossible." Yuji smiled slightly. "I know." Elsewhere, Kenjaku stood before something ancient. No category for it, no name that fit, the air around it bent. Its eyes opened slowly. "Is it time?" Kenjaku's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Yes, the new era has begun." Jujutsu High, the gates opened, Yuta walked in, stopped. Yuji stood across the courtyard. They looked at each other. Two people who had both carried too much. Two people who understood something no one else did. Yuta smiled first. "You're strong." Yuji nodded. "So are you." The air between them tightened. Not hostility, not yet. Recognition behind them. Megumi watching, Nobara whispering. "Another one?" Junpei adjusting his glasses. "This school is terrifying." Todo appearing from nowhere. "My brother has a rival?" "No," Yuji said. Without looking away, an ally. Far above the sky was clear. Too clear, like something waiting to be broken, and somewhere far beyond. More enemies were already moving. It began without warning. No announcement, no countdown, just barriers. Across Japan, cities split into colonies, like scars carved into the land. Phones died, signals cut, and a single rule spread through every space at once. Participate or die. Jujutsu High. The sky fractured. Megumi looked up first. "That's not a normal barrier." Nobara followed. "That's not anything normal." Junpei dropped his phone. "It's everywhere." Yuji didn't move because he already knew. But not like this. Kenjaku rewrote the game. Gojo stood at the center of the courtyard, hands in pockets, expression calm, eyes sharp beneath the blindfold. "So this is phase 2. Yuta stepped beside him. "Colonies across the country." "Yep." "And we go in." "Obviously." They both looked at Yuji. He nodded. "Already moving." Colony 1, Tokyo. The moment Yuji crossed the barrier, the world changed. The air thickened, sound bent. Cursed energy flooded everything, and then lightning struck, not from the sky. From a man, white hair, bare chest. Eyes locked forward like he had been waiting centuries. "Hajime Kashimo." Yu stopped. Kashimo smiled. "I've been looking for Sukuna." Yuji exhaled. "You're early, you're late." They moved at the same time. Impact. The street vanished. Buildings cracked from pressure alone. Electricity tore through the ground like veins. Yuji stepped through it, unaffected. Kashimo laughed. "Good. Finally. Elsewhere. Another colony. A courtroom. Broken walls. Floating debris. A man in a suit stood calmly in the center. Higuruma. Judgment. Absolute. He looked at the new arrivals. "State your crimes." No one answered. So he decided for them. Back in Tokyo, Kashimo's strikes accelerated. Every hit carried death. Every movement precise. Yuji blocked, redirected, countered. Not overwhelming, not yet. This was different, not a curse. A warrior. Good. Inside. Sukuna watched. Interested, not bored, not amused, focused. "This one is worth killing," Yuji replied. "He's not yours. We'll see." Kashimo charged again. Yuji stepped in, palm forward, timing perfect, black flash, the lightning broke. For the first time, Kashimo staggered, then smiled wider. Again, elsewhere, Hikari laughed, card spinning luck bending reality. Now this is a game. He stepped into the colony like he owned probability itself. Back at Jujutsu High, Megumi led teams into separate barriers. Nobara followed without hesitation. Junpei stayed close, growing faster than expected, because survival demanded it. Kenjaku stood above it all, watching, calculating, every player moving exactly where they needed to. Perfect. Not chaos, not randomness. A system, one that forced growth, forced conflict, forced evolution. Tokyo. Yuji and Kashimo clashed again. Faster, stronger, louder. The ground beneath them had already given up existing. "You're holding back," Kashimo said. "So are you. Good." Lightning gathered. Yuji stepped forward. Blood formed. Two forces collided. Far away, Mahito's absence echoed. A space left behind. Something else beginning to fill it. The colonies expanded, rules updated, players awakened. The game had truly begun. And this time, Yuji wasn't chasing survival. He was hunting victory. Silence came before the end. Not peace, not calm. The kind that only exists when everything that can move has already moved. Japan stood still. Barriers collapsed one by one. Colonies dissolved. The game was over. Only the result remained. Jujutsu High. Everyone was there. Megumi, Nobara, Junpei, Maki, Todo, Yuta, Panda, Inumaki, alive, talking, arguing. Laughing, Yuji stood at the center of it. And for the first time, nothing was pulling him forward. No mission, no urgency, no countdown. Just now, Gojo leaned against the pillar behind him. You did it! Yuji didn't turn. Not yet, Gojo smiled. Yeah, one more. A week passed, nobody said the name out loud, they didn't have to. The colonies were gone, but the sorcerers who came out of them were still being processed, housed, interrogated. The higher-ups were overwhelmed. 3 separate clans filed emergency petitions with the council and received no response. Kenjaku had pulled everyone's attention in 20 directions. That was, Yuji understood the point. He left at midnight. No announcement, a place outside the reach of normal space. Kenjaku stood alone. No army, no distractions, no more games, just him. And the final piece of his plan? You've exceeded expectations. Yuji stepped forward. I know everything you've done. I know. Kenjaku smiled. That's what makes this interesting. The air warped, reality bent. Something massive shifted behind Kenjaku. Not a curse, not a human. Something built from everything he had prepared. Every experiment, every life, every plan. You came alone, Kenjaku observed. Yes, sentimental, smart. Yuji said, everyone else lives. Kenjaku tilted his head. You really do think you've already won? I think you've been planning this for 1,000 years, and you still don't understand people. That landed. A small thing, a flicker, barely visible, crossed Kenjaku's face. Then the construct behind him unfolded. You wanted a perfect ending, Kenjaku said. I wanted evolution. The first clash shattered space. Not metaphorically, the ground didn't crack. It disappeared. Energy collided at a level that didn't belong in the world anymore. Kenjaku moved with precision. Yuji moved with certainty. Every attack calculated, every counter instant. No wasted motion, no hesitation. Inside, Sukuna watched, silent. For once, no commentary, no mockery, just observation. Then you're finally there. Yuji heard it, didn't respond. Kenjaku adapted, shifted techniques, changed flow, forced angles. The construct surged forward. A wave of distorted, cursed energy. Years of preparation compressed into a single moving thing. Yuji hit it once, it broke. Interesting, Kenjaku said. He looked at Yuji the way a researcher looks at a result that doesn't fit the model. You're not afraid of dying. No, why not? Yuji paused. Because I've already watched everyone else die. That was worse. Something in Kenjaku's expression changed, not softened. Never that, but shifted. A recognition of something he hadn't accounted for. Grief as a foundation, he said. I've built on worse. This isn't grief, Yuji said, and moved 3 exchanges, each one faster than the last. Kenjaku pulled techniques from bodies and eras Yuji had never encountered. Reversed cursed energy in patterns that bent perception. Created space where there wasn't any and collapsed it around Yuji mid-strike. None of it landed clean. Yuji had lived this already. Not this fight, but what it felt like to lose. What it cost, that knowledge sat in him like a second skeleton. You fight like someone who already knows the outcome, Kenjaku said. I fight like someone who can't afford to lose again. Kenjaku looked at him for 1 full second. Again, Yuji's expression didn't change. Good night, the final exchange came without build-up. No speech, no pose, just end, black flash. Silence returned, this time real. Kenjaku stood still. 1 breath. You really did rewrite it, then fell. The plan ended with him. The sky cleared. No barriers, no pressure, no distortion, just wind. Yuji stood alone, again. But this time, different. Footsteps behind him, Megumi, Nobara, Junpei, Todo, Yuta, Maki, everyone alive. He turned, looked at them, really looked. Not memories, not ghosts, real inside? Sukuna sat on his throne. Quiet, then. Yuji smiled. You're still here? Of course I am. A pause. Then you didn't bore me. That was everything. Back at Jujutsu High Night. Lights on, voices loud, food everywhere, chaos, life. Gojo raised a cup to the strongest generation. Todo slammed the table to my brother. Nobara threw something at him. Megumi sighed. Junpei laughed. Yuji sat back, watched it all for a long time. In another life, this room had emptied, one by one, until nothing remained. This time, no one left. He closed his eyes, just for a second, and let himself rest. What if Yuji Itadori had anti-cursed energy? What if Yuji Itadori was born differently? Not weak, something far more dangerous. A person who could erase cursed techniques themselves, That is why everything in Jujutsu Kaisen changes. Years before the main story even starts, Kenjaku creates Yuji for one reason only. He wants him to become Sukuna's perfect vessel, just like in canon. But something goes wrong. Yuji's body never develops cursed energy like a normal sorcerer. At first, Kenjaku thinks the experiment failed. Without cursed energy, Yuji should have been useless to the Jujutsu world, so Kenjaku abandons him completely. What Kenjaku never realizes is that Yuji's body adapted in a completely different way. Instead of cursed energy, Yuji develops something else entirely, a power that stands opposite to cursed energy itself. And as Yuji grows older, his body becomes far stronger than any normal human should ever be. Even stronger than canon Yuji. For years it seems like Yuji will just live a normal life. Nothing special happens, until he meets Megumi Fushiguro. A cursed spirit attacks the school, and Megumi shows up looking for Sukuna's finger. Yuji follows him inside, and Megumi tells him not to eat it. But before Yuji can even get near it, the curse hits him and blasts him through the floor into the basement. The finger lands right in front of Megumi. The curse starts moving toward him. Megumi is injured, trapped, and out of options. He eats Sukuna's finger, and somehow he keeps Sukuna under control. But the curse is still there, still attacking. Megumi is barely holding on, and right before things get worse, we finally see what happened to Yuji. Yuji crashes into the rubble below. Everything is dark and quiet. Then he sees a black book lying nearby, a grimoire. And for some reason it feels like it is calling to him. Yuji reaches for it, and the second his hand touches the cover, a huge black sword bursts out of it. The Demon Slayer's sword. Yuji stares at it for a second, then grabs it and immediately feels something strange moving through his body. He does not have time to think about it, because Megumi is still in danger. So Yuji runs back upstairs. The curse is about to kill Megumi, but then Yuji steps in front of it. One clean swing, and the curse is cut in half. No resistance, no cursed energy, nothing. Megumi is completely shocked. And right then, Gojo Satoru shows up. Gojo notices something is off right away. Megumi ate Sukuna's finger, but he is still in control. Then there's Yuji, a boy with no cursed energy at all. Still, Gojo's 6 eyes can sense something strange around him, something he cannot quite understand. Gojo tells Megumi to release Sukuna, just like in canon. After the short fight, Gojo decides both Yuji and Megumi should come to Jujutsu High. But then he tells Megumi the truth. The higher-ups have already decided his fate. He can die now, or he can die later after eating all of Sukuna's fingers. Just like Yuji in canon. Megumi stays quiet. Then Gojo says something unexpected. He will find a way to save him after that. Gojo hands Megumi Sukuna's second finger, and Megumi eats it. After that, Yaga tests Yuji exactly like in canon, and even though he has no cursed energy, Yuji gets accepted into Jujutsu High. Not long after that, Nobara Kugisaki arrives. Gojo sends Yuji and Nobara on their first mission together to a haunted building with a cursed spirit inside. The curse is holding a child hostage. Nobara attacks first using her straw doll technique, driving nails into the curse and hurting it badly. Then Yuji steps forward, pulls out the Demon Slayer sword, and cuts the curse in half instantly. But the next day, things get more serious. Gojo asks Yuji to show what he can do. No matter how closely he looks, Gojo still cannot sense cursed energy from him. So Gojo tells Yuji to attack him directly. Yuji hesitates because he does not want to hurt Gojo, but Gojo laughs and tells him he is the strongest, and there's no way a kid like Yuji can hurt him. So Yuji attacks the moment the sword reaches Gojo. His expression changes. His infinity disappears. The sword keeps moving toward his chest, and for the first time in years, Gojo actually steps back to avoid getting hit. Yuji is confused. Gojo is stunned. Yuji just erased infinity. Yuji has no idea what he did, but Gojo understands immediately. Yuji's swords can erase curse techniques themselves. And at that moment, Gojo realizes Yuji might one day surpass even him. So Gojo starts training Yuji personally. If Yuji can erase curse techniques but cannot keep up physically, it will not matter. Since Yuji has no curse techniques of his own, Gojo pushes his body hard. Speed, reflexes, combat, the works. At the same time, Gojo also trains Megumi to control Sukuna's cursed energy. But Megumi struggles a lot. Then, before they can improve any further, the cursed womb incident happens. Yuji, Megumi, and Nobara enter the detention center. Almost right away, Nobara gets separated. Yuji and Megumi keep moving deeper inside until they find the special grade curse. It is way too strong for them. Even together, they know they cannot beat it. Megumi distracts it while Yuji attacks with the Demon Slayer sword. He manages to slice off one of its arms, but when the curse tries to heal, the arm does not recover properly. Something is stopping the regeneration. The curse has to rip the rest of the arm off, just to heal, and even then, the new arm comes back weaker. It gets angry and starts going after Yuji hard. Yuji is struggling to defend himself. The Demon Slayer sword is huge and heavy, and the curse throws him through multiple walls. Then it turns toward Megumi. It cuts off both of Megumi's hands, making it impossible for him to summon Shikigami. And right before the curse kills him, Yuji sees Megumi lying there helpless. That breaks something in him. He gets furious. He could not save his friend. And right then, the grimoire starts glowing again. A second sword comes out, the Demon Dweller sword. Unlike the first one, this one fits Yuji perfectly. Yuji knows exactly what to do. He grabs it and runs forward. Black energy surrounds the blade, and with one swing, a huge black slash cuts the special grade curse clean in half from top to bottom. Megumi is stunned. Then he passes out. The moment Megumi loses consciousness, Sukuna takes over. He heals Megumi's arms, picks up the curse's body, pulls out Sukuna's finger, and eats it. Then Sukuna looks at Yuji and asks how he is doing all this without cursed energy. Yuji can barely stand under Sukuna's pressure, but he still says the truth. He just wanted to save his friend. Sukuna laughs and asks who is going to save Yuji from him. Yuji gets into a fighting stance. Then Nobara finally shows up. Yuji and Nobara fight Sukuna together, but they get crushed. Both of them are already hurt, and Sukuna overwhelms them easily. Then Sukuna realizes something important. Even if he takes over Yuji's body, it would not help him. Only someone with no cursed energy can use those swords properly. And just before Sukuna kills Yuji, Megumi wakes up and takes control of his body again. Yuji collapses right after. Later, Yuji wakes up in Shoko's medical room. Gojo is there waiting, and he praises Yuji for beating a special grade. But Yuji says it was not just him. Megumi helped too. Gojo smiles, but then gets serious. He tells Yuji the truth. The higher-ups sent them there to die. Megumi because he holds Sukuna, and Yuji because he is an anomaly who could destroy the whole balance of cursed energy. Someone who might eventually go against the entire Jujutsu world. Yuji is shocked. Then Gojo asks him about the new sword. Yuji explains what happened. When he shows it, the sword starts absorbing Gojo's cursed energy and glows blue. Gojo realizes something right away. The sword can absorb and release cursed energy. Then Yuji remembers that during the fight, the energy looked black. Gojo starts thinking hard. For once, even Gojo looks serious, because now he understands something scary. Yuji's swords are not cursed tools. They are something else. Something that can erase cursed techniques. And if the higher-ups learn the truth, they will never let Yuji live. Inside the meeting room, the elders are furious. They blame Gojo for keeping both Megumi and Yuji alive, especially Yuji. A boy with no cursed energy should not even exist in Jujutsu society. One of them says Yuji's existence itself is dangerous, but Gojo just laughs and tells them to try killing them if they want. The room goes silent. Nobody there is stupid enough to challenge Gojo directly. Still, the higher-ups start planning something else. That same night, Jogo appears, just like canon. Gojo takes Yuji with him because he wants Yuji to see the level of a real special grade. At first, Yuji thinks Gojo is joking around, but when they arrive, the heat alone almost crushes him. The trees burn instantly, the ground melts, and there's Jogo, a disaster curse born from humanity's fear of volcanoes. Jogo notices Yuji right away. No cursed energy, but somehow dangerous. The fight begins just like canon, and Yuji watches in shock. Gojo dodges everything. Jogo's flames do nothing to him. Gojo casually explains cursed energy while beating Jogo at the same time. Yuji can barely keep up to him. It looks like Gojo is teleporting. Jogo creates giant explosions. The entire forest erupts, but Gojo just walks through it untouched. Then Gojo uses Infinity in front of Yuji and explains how it works. While listening, Yuji suddenly remembers something. The moment his sword touched Gojo, Infinity disappeared. For the first time, Yuji realizes how strong his power really is. Then Gojo ends the fight with Unlimited Void. Yuji sees a domain expansion for the first time. Infinite information floods the area. Jogo becomes completely helpless, and Gojo easily tears off his arm. Yuji is amazed, but then he notices something else. The grimoire at his waist is shaking like it is reacting to cursed energy. Gojo notices it too. Before he can think more about it, Hanami appears and rescues Jogo. Just like canon, the curses get away. But before leaving, Jogo looks at Yuji. For the first time, a special grade curse feels nervous around a human. After that fight, Gojo takes Yuji's training even more seriously. Now he knows Yuji's swords can affect domains and even infinity. If Yuji gets fast enough to land hits consistently, he could become unstoppable. So Gojo puts him through brutal training. Heavy weights, reaction drills, sword practice every day. And slowly, Yuji starts adapting. Even Maki is shocked by how fast he improves, because unlike sorcerers, Yuji grows without cursed energy. At the same time, Megumi is having a hard time. Every time he uses Sukuna's fingers, Sukuna gets stronger inside him. Unlike canon Yuji, Megumi was never built to hold Sukuna. Sometimes his cursed energy gets unstable. Sometimes his shadows move on their own, but he hides it from everyone because he does not want to be a burden. Gojo is the only one who notices how bad it really is. Sukuna is slowly adapting to Megumi's body. A few days later, Yuji gets sent on a mission with Nanami. Students died in a movie theater, and their bodies were twisted in a really strange way. So Nanami and Yuji go investigate, just like canon. That is where they meet Junpei Yoshino, a lonely kid who is connected to everything. Yuji talks to him normally, and the two become friends fast. Junpei starts opening up about bullying, hatred, and how unfair people can be. Yuji listens honestly. For the first time in a long time, Junpei smiles. But hidden in the background, Mahito is watching. He becomes interested in Yuji, especially after hearing about the boy with anti-cursed abilities. He starts wondering if Yuji's power can affect souls too, so Mahito decides to test him. That night, Junpei invites Yuji over for dinner. Yuji finally gets a quiet, normal moment. Junpei's mother is kind to him, and for a little while everything feels okay. But after Yuji leaves, Mahito puts Sukuna's finger inside Junpei's house. A curse appears right away. By the time Junpei gets home, his mother is already dead. The next day, Junpei snaps. Just like canon, he uses his Shikigami to kill the students who bullied him. When Yuji arrives, it is already too late. The school is covered in blood. Junpei is standing there alone, completely broken. Yuji tries to talk to him, but Junpei attacks him. Yuji blocks the attacks with the Demon Dweller's sword. Then Mahito shows up laughing and says everything out loud. He was the one who killed Junpei's mother. He planned all of this. Junpei freezes. His whole world falls apart. Before Yuji can stop him, Mahito touches Junpei and twists his body, turning him into a monster. Yuji breaks completely after that. He was trying to help Junpei, and now Mahito has turned everything into a nightmare. Yuji screams and charges at him in rage, but Mahito is calm and dodges like it is nothing. He punches Yuji away, and Yuji crashes across the room. But Yuji gets back up right away, shaking with anger. All he can see is Junpei suffering. Nanami arrives, and now the fight really starts. He jumps in and starts fighting Mahito without hesitation. Nanami stays cold and focused, but even he knows how bad this is. Yuji is still just a student, but he keeps moving forward anyway, still trying to save Junpei. Mahito keeps mocking them, laughing like Junpei's pain is a joke. Yuji's eyes fill with tears as he looks at what Junpei has become. He drops to his knees for a second, gripping the grimoire, and begs for power so he can save his friend. The grimoire starts glowing red. A third sword comes out. The Demon Destroyer sword. Yuji watches as the cursed energy twisting Junpei's body starts getting pulled away. He immediately understands what the sword does. It is not just cutting, it is removing the cursed energy that is changing Junpei. Without thinking, Yuji grabs it and drives it into Junpei's arm. The cursed energy starts disappearing. Junpei's body stops twisting. Slowly, he returns to normal. For a moment, nobody says anything. Nanami is shocked. Mahito is shocked because something impossible just happened. Idol transfiguration was supposed to be final. Once someone was transformed, that was it. But Yuji just broke that rule, not with healing, not with reverse curse technique. He erased the cursed energy causing the change. For the first time since Mahito was born, he feels real fear. Yuji stands back up. His face is covered in tears, but now his eyes are different. All the sadness has turned into something dangerous. Mahito tries to laugh and calls Yuji a monster, but Yuji does not answer. He just steps forward with the Demon Dweller sword and the Demon Destroyer sword in both hands. Then he disappears. Mahito barely dodges as Yuji cuts through the wall behind him. Nanami is shocked by how fast Yuji has gotten. Mahito swings back, but Yuji cuts through his arm instantly. And unlike before, Mahito cannot regenerate properly. The black anti-cursed energy from the wound keeps eating away at his cursed technique. Mahito realizes something terrifying. Yuji's swords are messing with idol transfiguration itself. If Yuji lands the right hit, Mahito could actually die. That gets Mahito excited in the worst way. He starts evolving in the middle of the fight, changing his body, growing more arms, getting more monstrous with every second. Nanami realizes this is no longer a normal fight. Mahito is getting stronger way too fast. Then Mahito opens his domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. The whole area changes instantly. Yuji and Nanami are trapped inside. Mahito starts laughing because inside his domain, every attack is a guaranteed hit on the soul. There should be no way out. But the moment Mahito touches Yuji, the Demon Destroyer sword glows and absorbs the effect completely. Mahito freezes. His guaranteed hit failed. He cannot believe it. Yuji looks around the domain, calm for the first time, then raises his sword. And for a second, something strange erupts from his body. Not cursed energy, something else. Something that rejects cursed energy completely. Yuji swings, a black slash tears through the domain. The barrier breaks apart. Nanami can barely process what happened, because brute force alone should not be able to destroy a domain like that. But Yuji did not beat it with cursed energy. He erased the cursed energy holding it together. Mahito realizes he cannot stay. If he does, he dies. So he retreats. But before leaving, he looks straight at Yuji and says the one thing he never expected to say to a human. You really are the natural enemy of curses. Then he disappears. Yuji tries to chase him, but the rage and exhaustion finally catch up to him. He drops to one knee. Nanami walks over and says something rare. "You did well." That line hits hard, because coming from Nanami, it means everything. Later, while Shoko treats Yuji's injuries, Nanami tells Gojo everything that happened. He explains how Yuji managed to save Junpei from Mahito's curse technique. Gojo gets serious right away, because even reverse curse technique should not have been able to fully fix what Mahito did. But Yuji somehow did it with his sword. That makes Gojo start thinking more and more about the grimoire and the swords, because every one of them seems to do something different, and none of them use cursed energy. A few days later, Junpei fully recovers, and Yuji is really happy to see him alive. He immediately starts asking Junpei to join Jujutsu High. At first, Junpei refuses. He still blames himself for everything that happened. But after talking with Yuji and Nanami, he slowly agrees. Nobara is annoyed that Yuji made another friend so easily, and Megumi does not really care, but the four of them slowly start spending time together. For the first time since entering the Jujutsu world, Yuji actually feels happy, but that does not last long. The Kyoto Goodwill event starts, and the whole mood changes the second the Kyoto students arrive. They have already heard the rumors that Yuji erased infinity, that Mahito ran from him, that he killed a special grade, that he has no cursed energy. Most of them do not believe it, especially Mai, who mocks him right away and acts like someone without cursed energy could never matter. But the moment Yuji walks in, everyone feels something off about him. Not strong, not flashy, just wrong. Like a blank space where cursed energy should be? And when Todo sees Yuji, he immediately decides to test him. The fight between Todo and Yuji turns into pure chaos. Todo attacks at full power, expecting to crush him, but Yuji keeps taking the hits, keeps getting back up, and keeps adapting. Every second he gets faster. Every second his movements get sharper. Todo realizes something crazy. Yuji's body is just that strong. Not because of cursed energy, not because of some technique, just because he is built like a monster. Todo keeps pushing him harder and harder, then asks his famous question about what kind of woman Yuji likes. Yuji answers honestly, and Todo instantly calls him his brother. Just like that, the Kyoto students' whole plan starts falling apart. Then Hanami shows up. The second Hanami steps onto the battlefield, everything gets heavier. The curse notices Yuji right away and can tell something is wrong with him. Not cursed energy, something else. Something curses do not like being near. Hanami attacks with roots, cursed buds, and non-stop pressure, forcing everyone else back. Yuji gets thrown into a fight he cannot win just by swinging harder. But as the battle goes on, he starts feeling something inside himself. Something opposite to cursed energy. Cold, empty, silent. He does not know what it is at first, but he gives it a name anyway. Anti-cursed energy. The second he understands that this power is inside him, the swords react. The Demon Slayer sword gets bigger and heavier as more anti-cursed energy flows into it. The Demon Dweller sword starts firing black slashes that cut through cursed energy on contact. The Demon Destroyer sword starts pulling in cursed techniques and shutting them down. Hanami keeps attacking, but every time it uses cursed energy, Yuji's swords cut through it. The fight tears through the forest, and everyone watching can barely believe what they are seeing. A curse that was supposed to be untouchable is getting torn apart in front of them. Hanami finally understands what Yuji is, a human that curses should never have had to face. And for the first time, a disaster curse is actually scared. It keeps trying to regenerate, but Yuji keeps erasing the cursed energy faster than it can heal. Then, at the very peak of the fight, Yuji combines all three swords and releases one huge anti-cursed slash. Hanami gets erased completely. No body left, no regeneration, nothing. The battlefield goes quiet. Everyone stares at Yuji in shock. Even the teachers, even the Kyoto students, even the cursed side of the world starts to understand that something has changed. After that, the higher-ups start panicking. Yuji is not just another student anymore, he is a problem for the entire Jujutsu system. Mahito changes too after Hanami dies. He stops seeing Yuji as a curiosity and starts seeing him as a real threat. But the worst is still coming. Shibuya begins, and now the villains are planning around Yuji too. Not just Gojo. Mahito warns everyone not to let Yuji touch them directly. Even Jogo gets careful. That alone shows how much Yuji's name has spread. While Gojo is fighting the disaster curses, Yuji rushes toward Prison Realm, and for 1 second his anti-cursed energy starts messing with the seal itself. The barrier shakes. Kenjaku panics. Mahito panics. For a moment, it looks like Gojo might get out, but Yuji is still too late. Gojo gets sealed anyway, and that mistake hits Yuji hard. After Gojo is gone, Shibuya turns into a disaster. Yuji keeps fighting curses while the city falls apart around him, but the damage is everywhere. Civilians are dying, buildings are collapsing, everything is chaos. For the first time, Yuji realizes that being strong is not enough to save everyone. At the same time, Mahito stops fighting him directly and starts going after people around him instead, trying to break him emotionally and target Megumi. Because now Mahito knows straight up fighting, Yuji is too dangerous. And in the middle of all that, Megumi starts changing. At first it is small things, a weird smile, a missing second here and there, his cursed energy acting strange, shadows moving on their own. Then it gets worse. Every time Megumi uses Sukuna's power, Sukuna starts getting stronger inside him. Yuji notices it first, and that scares him more than any curse ever has. He keeps trying to stay near Megumi, keeps trying to help, keeps pretending things are normal, but Megumi keeps pulling away because he is scared. Scared of hurting Yuji, scared of Sukuna taking over, scared that one day Yuji will have to look at him and see nothing left of his friend. Then the higher-ups decide to move. They start saying Megumi should be executed before Sukuna fully comes out. Not because they are crazy, but because they are scared. They cannot handle the idea of Sukuna growing inside someone they cannot control. Some sorcerers agree, others do not. The whole Jujutsu world starts splitting apart, and Yuji is right in the middle of it. Gojo knows exactly what is happening, and he hates it. He knows the elders would rather kill the people they fear than deal with the system they built. So he starts preparing in secret. He gathers people who can survive what is coming, people who are willing to fight back. Yuji does not fully understand how bad things are getting yet, but he starts realizing this is no longer just about curses. It is about the whole Jujutsu world itself. Then Kenjaku makes his move. The culling game starts, and everything gets worse. New barriers spread across Japan. Ancient sorcerers wake up. The rules start breaking. Yuji enters the culling game like a storm. Not confused, not scared, just focused, because Megumi is still missing. Gojo is still gone. The world is still falling apart, and Yuji knows that if he stops moving, everything is lost. The fights in the colonies get brutal. Ancient sorcerers come at him with all the skill and cruelty of another era. But Yuji is different now. He is no longer just reacting, he is adapting. Maki fights with him, and together they become brutal. Both of them got rejected by Jujutsu society in different ways. Both of them are proof that the old system was rotten. When they fight side by side, it feels like the old world is getting smashed by the next one. Yuji cuts through technique after technique. Maki destroys anything that gets close. The people trying to control the game start realizing they are not in control anymore. But while Yuji is fighting across the culling game, Megumi keeps falling deeper. Sukuna's influence gets worse every time Megumi loses focus. Sometimes Yuji looks at him and cannot even tell if he is talking to Megumi or hearing Sukuna through him. That is how bad it gets. Every time Yuji gets a second to breathe, he thinks the same thing. He has to save Megumi. He has to get him back before it is too late. Then Gojo starts coming back. The seal begins to weaken because Yuji's anti-cursed energy is messing with something that should have been impossible to break. Prison Realm starts breaking down under pressure. It was never meant to take for a moment. It looks like Gojo might actually return, and if he does, the whole world changes again. But before that can happen, Sukuna's side moves too. Megumi is disappearing. Not physically, mentally. He starts shutting himself away because he cannot stand the idea of hurting Yuji. He cannot stand the thought that Sukuna might be using his body. He cannot stand the thought that one day Yuji might have to kill him, so he buries himself deeper and deeper until only pieces of him are still there. Yuji notices, and it hurts every time. Because now, this is not just a fight against curses or sorcerers. It is a fight against time. Yuji is racing to save Megumi, stop Sukuna, and break the old system before it destroys everyone he cares about. And just when it feels like things cannot get worse, Sukuna finally shows up for real. Not as a voice, not as a shadow, as a king. And that is when the final war starts. Once Sukuna fully takes the stage, there's no more pretending, no more quiet tension, no more half measures. Gojo is still gone. Megumi is still slipping away. The higher-ups are still trying to keep their broken system alive. And Yuji is standing in the middle of all of it, carrying everything he could not save. But this time, he is not alone. The battlefield turns into a war zone, as the strongest fighters left throw everything at Sukuna. And Sukuna does not panic, he does not rush. He barely even looks bothered. He moves like a king who already knows how this ends. Every time someone attacks him, he answers like it is nothing. His cursed energy twists the whole battlefield. His presence crushes everything nearby. Even the strongest sorcerers feel it, but Yuji feels something else too. He feels Megumi, not clearly, not fully, just pieces buried under Sukuna's control. And that is what keeps him moving. Not pride, not revenge, just the hope that Megumi is still there somewhere and can still be reached. The fight gets brutal. Broken ground, shattered barriers, cursed energy everywhere. Everybody who jumps in gets hurt. Everybody who tries to force their way forward gets thrown back. Sukuna is too fast and too strong. But Yuji keeps pushing anyway, even when every part of his body is telling him to stop. He has already lost too much. He is not losing Megumi too. Then Gojo finally returns. And even Sukuna's expression changes, not because he is scared, because now the fight is actually worth his time again. Gojo steps in with the same confidence he always had, but now he is looking at a different world. He has seen what happened while he was gone. He has seen Yuji become something even he did not expect. He has seen the higher-ups lose control of everything they tried to protect, and now he understands this is no longer just a battle. This is where everything ends or changes. Gojo fights Sukuna with everything he has. Infinity against Sukuna's power. Blue and red tearing through space. The battlefield getting ripped apart with every move. It is the kind of fight people would remember forever. Even if they live through it, they will never forget what it felt like watching two monsters at the top of the world collide. But Sukuna is still Sukuna. The longer the fight goes on, the clearer it becomes that Gojo is not just trying to win, he is buying time, forcing Sukuna to reveal more, because Gojo knows the real threat now. He knows Yuji is the one who can finish this if he gets the chance. So he keeps pushing Sukuna, looking for openings, and Yuji watches all of it with clenched teeth. He can feel his own power reacting, anti-cursed energy building up under his skin, black markings spreading across his body, the air around him turning quiet and wrong. The swords at his waist start reacting too. The Demon Slayer sword feels heavier than ever. The Demon Dweller sword feels like it wants to move on its own. The Demon Destroyer sword feels alive, like it is waiting for the right moment to wipe something out. But Yuji still does not move because Megumi is still in there. Then the battlefield hits its breaking point. The last fighters left throw themselves into the battle trying to help Gojo and wear Sukuna down. But Sukuna keeps tearing through them. He is just too far above everybody else. And that is when Yuji finally steps forward. The moment he enters the battlefield in his full state, everything changes. The cursed energy in the air starts shaking. The pressure shifts. Sukuna's cursed energy pushes back, but Yuji's anti-cursed energy holds firm. It feels like two opposite forces crashing into each other. One built to dominate, one built to reject. Yuji does not say much. He does not need to. His presence is enough. He is no longer the kid who stumbled into this world by accident. He is no longer the guy who just wanted to help people. He is the thing cursed energy was never supposed to survive. And Sukuna knows it. For the first time, Sukuna really focuses on Yuji. Not like a joke, not like an annoyance, as a real threat. Yuji attacks and the swords answer instantly. The Demon Dweller sword fires a black slash that tears through Sukuna's defenses. The Demon Destroyer sword pulls in the cursed energy, trying to shove him back. The Demon Slayer sword gets bigger and heavier as Yuji pours more of that strange power into it. Every move is sharper. Every hit means something. Yuji is not fighting just to win. He is fighting to reach Megumi. And somewhere deep inside Sukuna's control, something moves. Megumi. Not enough to break free. Not enough to save himself, but enough for Yuji to notice. Enough to know he is still there. Still buried. Still fighting. That gives Yuji the push he needs. Sukuna starts adjusting, but now the battlefield is different. Yuji's anti-cursed energy is messing with the techniques around them. Sukuna's usual control is still there, but it is not absolute anymore. Yuji is making space where there should be none. Every slash says the same thing. I'm not letting you keep him. Gojo sees it too. He sees how far Yuji has come. He sees Yuji keep fighting even while everything is falling apart. He sees Yuji refuse to give up on Megumi when everybody else would already call it impossible. And for the first time, Gojo realizes this kid might actually be the one who changes everything. Then the grimoire reacts one last time. It glows. Not red, not blue. Something deeper. And out comes the final sword. Zanma. No katana. A blade that does not just cut. A blade that cuts only what Yuji wants it to cut. Yuji holds it, and everything goes still for a second. Even Sukuna changes expression. Because now the sword is not just a weapon. It is the answer to the one thing Yuji wanted from the start. The power to save someone without losing them. The power to cut away Sukuna and leave Megumi alive. Yuji looks at Sukuna one last time. Then he moves. The final slash is not huge. It does not need to be. It is clean, quiet, exact. The sword cuts through Sukuna's existence itself. It cuts away the cursed energy, the control, everything. It only removes what Yuji wants gone. Not Megumi, just Sukuna. And for the first time in his life, Sukuna realizes he lost. Not because somebody became stronger than him, because somebody refused to let go. Sukuna disappears. The cursed pressure fades. The battlefield goes quiet. Megumi collapses. Yuji catches him before he hits the ground. And after everything that happened, after all the pain and all the fighting, the world is finally still. Yuji holds Megumi in his arms and looks down at him, breathing hard, completely worn out but relieved. He did it. He saved him. And that is where it ends. What if Yuji could copy cursed techniques? Full video. Have you ever wondered what would happen if Yuji Itadori, already one of the most physically terrifying sorcerers alive, could also steal every cursed technique he ever witnessed? Yeah, take a second, let that sink in. We're not talking about a gradual power-up or some lucky awakening. We're talking about a walking, punching, technique-absorbing, weapon of mass destruction who just keeps getting more broken. Every single fight, every enemy he faces, every sorcerer who throws a technique at him, Yuji doesn't just survive it, he learns it, he keeps it, and then he comes back and hits you with your own move. Alongside Black Flash. This isn't just a power fantasy. This is a fundamental shift in how Jujutsu Kaisen plays out. From beginning to end, alliances shift, villains panic. Gojo looks at this kid, and for maybe the first time in his life, genuinely does not know what to say. So buckle up, because today we're exploring a version of Yuji Itadori who doesn't just inherit Sukuna's cursed energy, he becomes the most complete sorcerer in history, one stolen technique at a time. This is what if Yuji could copy cursed techniques. Alright, let's set the stage. Everything starts exactly the same as canon. Yuji is just a weirdly strong high school kid in Sendai, living with his grandfather, running laps with the athletics club, and probably bench pressing something obscene before breakfast. He has no idea what cursed energy is, no idea what sorcerers are. The supernatural is not his world. Yet, his grandfather dies. His last words haunt Yuji. Be surrounded by people when you die. Die with people by your side. Those words will follow Yuji for the entire story, shaping every single decision he makes. Then Megumi shows up, looking for a cursed object. Then his classmates crack open the finger. Then Yuji eats it to save everyone. And Ryomen Sukuna, the king of curses, takes over his body for the first time. All of this identical to canon. But here's where the first thread starts to pull loose. When Sukuna takes over Yuji's body in that first possession and absolutely annihilates the curse, terrorizing the school, Yuji isn't completely unconscious. In this version, something is different. About how Yuji processes what's happening inside him, his soul doesn't go quiet the way it does in canon. It watches, it absorbs. Think of it like this. Sukuna is a cursed technique library. Unlike anything that has ever existed, he has 10 shadows, reverse cursed technique, fire and slashing output that bends reality, the ability to create a domain expansion. That is frankly an insult to every other domain in the series. Yuji's soul, dormant in the background of his own body, is sitting front row at the greatest sorcery showcase in human history. And when Yuji comes back and forcibly ejects Sukuna from control, which Sukuna absolutely does not appreciate, he wakes up with something new. He can feel it, something faint, fragile, buried deep, like a song he only half heard, but can already almost hum the first trace of Malevolent Shrine, the first shadow of Sukuna's fire. He doesn't understand it yet, he can't use it yet, but the seed has been planted. Gojo shows up, diagnoses the situation, and when he looks at Yuji with his infinity lazily humming around him, he pauses, tilts his head, because the cursed energy signature coming off this kid is strange. It's Yuji's, but it has texture it shouldn't have. Interesting, Gojo says in that infuriatingly casual way of his. And then the story begins. Yuji enrolls at Jujutsu High with Megumi and Nobara. He's training, he's learning, he's eating Sukuna's fingers one by one as the plan dictates. Let him consume all 20, then execute him, before Sukuna can fully resurface. But training Yuji in this version is a fundamentally different experience for everyone involved. Gojo starts noticing things quickly during sparring. Yuji throws a punch that carries a faint echo of reverse curse technique. Not the real thing, nowhere near functional, but the energy shape of it like a child drawing a circle, and somehow getting the proportions half right. Gojo stops the session, grabs Yuji's wrist, and stares at him for about 15 seconds. Where did you see this? Yuji blinks. I don't know, it just kind of happened. When Sukuna was using it, I felt it from the inside. Gojo is quiet for a long moment. Then he grins, big, wide, delighted. The grin of a man who just found the most interesting toy in the world. Okay, he says, new training plan, because here's what Gojo immediately understands that nobody else does yet. Yuji isn't just a vessel, he's a recorder. His soul has been marinating inside the greatest sorcerer who ever lived, and apparently it's been taking notes. The new training isn't just about Divergent Fist and Black Flash anymore. Gojo begins deliberately exposing Yuji to techniques, carefully, controlled, with heavy protective measures, and watching how quickly Yuji's body starts trying to replicate them. The answer is not immediately, not even close to immediately, but the potential is terrifying. Yuji struggles with Nobara's straw doll technique. When Gojo demonstrates it from records, he can't replicate the tool-based mechanism, which makes sense. The technique is tied to a specific physical methodology, but pure energy output techniques that are fundamentally about how cursed energy flows and shapes. Those he starts picking up echoes of far faster than any normal sorcerer would. Meanwhile, Yuji is also eating more fingers, and every time Sukuna surfaces, every brief violent possession, Yuji's soul is watching, learning, storing. By the time the cursed womb arc kicks off, Yuji has faint, unusable, ghost impressions of 3 things: a trace of Sukuna's slashing output, the concept of reverse curse technique, not functional, but conceptually understood, and a half-formed shape. That might one day become something resembling a domain. He cannot use any of them yet, but they are there. The detention center arc. Now here's where things get interesting. Yuji, Megumi, and Nobara get trapped inside the cursed womb situation. Special grade, impossible odds. In canon, this is where Yuji dies, where Sukuna takes over, makes his deal, and Yuji experiences death for the first time. That still happens here. Sukuna emerges, carnage follows, but this time, when Sukuna is done playing and Yuji is pieced back together, resurrected, there's a new element to the aftermath. The near-death experience cracks something open when you die and come back. When your soul is ripped from your body and shoved back in, it apparently does something to the resolution of your perception. Yuji wakes up, and the ghostly technique impressions he's been carrying are sharper, more defined. Like someone turned up the contrast. On a blurry photograph, he still can't use Sukuna's fire. He still still can't use Malevolent Shrine, but Divergent Fist, which was already his starts carrying a faint additional quality. His punches begin to have trace amounts of slashing force, layered underneath the internal shockwave. Tiny, almost imperceptible, but Nanami notices it during their joint mission. Your attacks have changed, Nanami says, straightening his tie. With the calm of a man who finds dying mildly inconvenient, Yuji opens his mouth to explain, then closes it because he doesn't entirely understand it himself. I think I'm learning things, he finally says, from the inside. Nanami looks at him for a long measured moment. That is either incredibly promising or incredibly dangerous. Yeah. Yuji says probably both. The sister school exchange event. This arc in canon is mostly about politics. Todo's absolute scene-stealing energy and the beginning of Yuji and Todo's legendary friendship. In this version, all of that still happens. Todo is still the greatest wingman in the history of fiction. The moment he and Yuji clash, and Todo decides Yuji is his best friend, based on answer to a single question about his ideal woman. Iconic, unchanged. But the Hanami fight hits differently when Hanami crashes the event, and the students are forced to actually fight a special grade curse. Yuji is in the thick of it in canon. Yuji's raw physical output is already terrifying here. He's that, plus something new. He just started being able to do during the Kyoto event. One of the Kyoto students, Nishimiya Momo, uses her wind scythe technique. Just a few uses, in Yuji's general vicinity, while he's in close range combat range. Of the technique's output, and Yuji feels it click. Wind scythe, simple trajectory, pure cursed energy, shaped into cutting force through rotation. It's not a complex technique architecturally, and something about it resonates with the slashing ghost impression. He's already been carrying from Sukuna. 20 minutes after Nishimiya uses it near him, Yuji throws a punch and something comes off his knuckle that cuts the air in a way that isn't Divergent Fist. It's small, imprecise. His version of Wind Scythe is like a child's crayon drawing of the Mona Lisa, but it is there Todo sees it. His jaw drops approximately 1 centimeter, which for Todo is the equivalent of someone else. Doing a full theatrical gasp. What? Todo says? Was that? I have no idea. Yuji says Todo grabs him by the shoulders. His grip could probably shatter a boulder. His eyes are blazing with something that looks almost religious. Itadori Yuji, he says slowly. What is your type? This will be a recurring theme. Every time Yuji manifests something new, Todo demands to know more. He becomes not just Yuji's best friend, but his most enthusiastic research assistant, throwing techniques and scenarios at him, just to see what sticks. The friendship deepens, but it also becomes something that shapes Yuji's power development. In a fundamental way, the Shibuya incident arc. Here it is. The big one. The arc that changes everything. Even in canon. In canon, Shibuya is where the curtain falls. On the world as Jujutsu High knows it, Gojo gets sealed, Yuji eats all remaining fingers, Sukuna emerges, buildings burn, civilians die. The world cracks down the middle. In this version, most of that still happens. You can't change Shibuya easily. The forces involved are too large, the plan's too deeply laid. But Yuji walking into Shibuya is different by this point. Yuji has absorbed partial, incomplete copies of several techniques, his own versions, rough, impure, limited but functional. He has a half-formed wind scythe variant from Nishimiya, a trace of slashing output carried over from months of Sukuna exposure. The concept of reverse curse technique. He still can't generate positive energy, but he's gotten to the point where he can occasionally slow his own cursed energy deterioration, slightly, almost like a pale shadow of healing. And most critically, during a training session where Gojo deliberately showed him the mechanics of domain expansion theory, not the technique itself, but the architecture, Yuji started building something. It's not a real domain, it's barely even a sketch of one, but there's a space inside him that's starting to take shape. Going into Shibuya, Yuji is not just a physical powerhouse, he is a powerhouse. With tools, the fights throughout Shibuya hit differently. When Yuji encounters the curse users working for Gido, Haruta Shigemo specifically, the fight ends faster and more brutally than in canon. Shigemo's luck-based technique is alarming in canon, but manageable here because Yuji's attacks have too many layered vectors. You can't luck your way out of getting hit by Divergent Fist with slashing overlay when the guy throwing it is moving at those speeds. But then Sukuna gets out, and here's where this version diverges catastrophically. When Sukuna takes over and begins his rampage through Shibuya, Yuji is not just watching from the back of his own mind this time. He is watching intensely because by now, Yuji has learned what to look for. He understands the shape of techniques, he knows what to pay attention to, and Sukuna, who is having the time of his many lives, carving through Shibuya with full unfettered power, is basically showing Yuji a masterclass, Malevolent Shrine. The true form of Sukuna's domain, the pinnacle of destructive sorcery, the technique that generates an infinite open-air domain that just cuts everything within it. Yuji watches every single second of it. He can't stop what's happening. He screams into the void of his own imprisoned soul. People are dying, and he cannot stop it, and it is destroying him. That pain is real, and it's important, because this is still Yuji Itadori, the boy who promised his grandfather he would die, surrounded by people, the boy who is haunted by every life he couldn't save. But he also watches when Yuji finally claws his way back to surface, when Sukuna withdraws, and Yuji is standing in the wreckage of Shibuya, with blood on his hands. That isn't his fault, but feels like it is. When he sees what happened to Nobara, when the full weight of the night crushes him, he doesn't just carry the grief, he carries something else too. The ghost of Malevolent Shrine. It's barely a whisper. It's like trying to hold lightning in a paper cup. He cannot use it. He won't be able to. For a long long time, but it's in there, buried under grief and guilt and exhaustion, and the particular specific agony of being Yuji Itadori and the Sorcerer World has no idea. The Culling Game arc. The world after Shibuya is broken, Gojo is sealed, the higher-ups are dead, Kenjaku's plan is in motion. The Culling Game begins, and this is where Yuji's ability becomes absolutely terrifying, because the Culling Game is a feast. Think about what the Culling Game is. Structurally, it's an arena, packed wall-to-wall with awakened sorcerers, people who died centuries ago and were reincarnated, carrying ancient techniques that haven't been seen in modern times. It's a living museum of sorcery history, techniques that were lost, forgotten, erased from records. For a normal sorcerer, it's a death trap. Fight or die, score points, or be killed by someone who's been doing this. For hundreds of years of reincarnated experience for Yuji Itadori, who absorbs techniques by witnessing them in close combat proximity, it is the single greatest power-up scenario imaginable. Every fight is a lesson, every enemy he defeats or survives teaches him something new. Ancient techniques, lost arts, obscure methodologies. Yuji is fighting them, feeling them, hit him, watching them activate, and his soul is cataloging all of it. Now, here's where we need to talk about the limitations, because this version of Yuji isn't just instantly broken beyond all measure. The copying ability has rules. First, the more complex the technique, the longer and harder it is to absorb something like Wind Scythe. That is essentially shaped cursed energy. Picks that up relatively fast. Something like Ten Shadows technique, which requires spiritual communion with Shikigami. He will never copy that. It's not energy architecture. It's a relationship. Yuji can't replicate relationships with entities he hasn't built. Second, his copies are always slightly inferior to the original. At first, they improve with use and time, but the initial manifestation is a rough draft. His version of any technique carries his own energy signature, rather than the originals, which means the technique behaves slightly differently, sometimes worse, occasionally because of his unique hybrid energy, his own plus Sukuna's influence, sometimes stranger and more unpredictable, in ways that even surprise him. Third, he can only actively use a limited number of techniques with real proficiency. At any given time, his brain and body can store impressions of many, but deploying them in live combat requires mental bandwidth. He is building his technique arsenal, like a fighter building a moveset. Some become muscle memory, some stay theoretical. With those limitations acknowledged, the Culling Game still turns Yuji into something that defies categorization. He enters the game raw, grieving, determined. He leaves a different creature entirely. Within the game, Yuji encounters Hiromi Higuruma, and this fight is crucial in both canon and here. Higuruma's deadly sentencing domain is one of the most terrifying control techniques in the series in canon. Yuji wins through sheer adaptability and soul here. He wins the same way, but afterward, standing in the wreckage of the courtroom domain, Yuji can feel the architectural ghost of it settling into his chest. He won't be able to replicate deadly sentencing. The technique is too tied to Higuruma's specific cursed object, the gavel, but the domain architecture. The way Higuruma built sure hit space and layered conditions into it teaches Yuji something critical about his own half-formed domain sketch. The shape inside him sharpens. He and Higuruma end up working together, as in canon. And now Yuji has a genuine intellectual collaborator who understands sorcery as legal architecture. Higuruma looks at Yuji's developing domain concept, and with the detached professional interest of a man who has literally sentenced curses to death, helps him understand what he's building. It's not malevolent shrine, Higuruma tells him. Studying the energy output Yuji demonstrates, you've been trying to replicate it, but your energy doesn't work that way. Stop trying to copy it. Build something that uses what you have. This is a turning point. Yuji stops trying to replicate Sukuna's techniques exactly and starts trying to synthesize them. Take the architecture, apply his own energy, build something new. The result, slowly, painfully, over weeks of the Culling Game, is something that doesn't have a name yet, but it's coming. Meanwhile, Yuji is also reconnecting with Megumi, and watching Megumi's Ten Shadows work up close is illuminating, even if Yuji can't copy it. He understands domain construction more deeply, just from proximity. He understands binding vows, from watching how Megumi pushes his technique's limits. And then there's Yuta Okakotsu. Let's take a moment to lay out exactly what Yuji has accumulated, and what he's building toward, because by the midpoint of the Culling Game, the picture is becoming extraordinary. His physical base remains. Yuji hits harder than almost anyone alive. Black Flash is still his masterpiece. That synchronization of cursed energy with impact, that generates spatial distortion. Nobody has thrown more Black Flashes than Yuji. That remains the bedrock of everything. On top of that foundation, his copied and synthesized arsenal looks like this. The slashing output inherited from Sukuna. Not dismantle or cleave by name, but a functional variant that Yuji has made his own. He calls it nothing, because Yuji is not the naming type, but it generates cutting force from his strikes that layers over his physical impact, a punch that also cuts, an elbow that also cleaves. Combined with Black Flash, it becomes something that even special grade curses treat with respect. The Wind Scythe variant now, refined significantly from his early crayon drawing version, Yuji can generate rotating slashing wind from his hands at medium range. Still not as precise or powerful as Nishimiya's, but Yuji compensates by throwing it from inside his own punching range, which is not how wind attacks are supposed to be used, and it's extremely alarming to fight. A partial reverse cursed technique, now actually functional. In a limited capacity, Yuji cannot generate positive energy for healing others. But he can heal himself during rest periods, slowly, imperfectly, but it means that injuries that would sideline any other sorcerer don't sideline Yuji as long. He comes back from things he shouldn't come back from, which, combined with his already absurd physical durability and Sukuna's influence on his body, makes him nearly unkillable in prolonged engagements. And then there's the domain. It doesn't have a name yet, it's not complete, but by the latter half of the culling game, Yuji can open it. It's small, the radius is maybe 15 meters, and it doesn't have a built-in sure hit effect the way most domains do. What it has instead is stranger. Inside Yuji's domain, the sure hit mechanic is replaced by something Higuruma helped him understand, a technique echo chamber. Inside Yuji's domain, every technique used by him or his opponent leaves a residual imprint that Yuji can read in real time. He gains tactical information about techniques. The moment they're used in his domain space, he can see the architecture. He can respond perfectly. It's not the offensive demolition of Malevolent Shrine, but it's possibly more dangerous in a different way. A domain that makes you smarter about your opponent's technique in real time is a domain that eliminates the advantage of surprise, of complexity, of obscurity. You cannot confuse Yuji about your technique if he's already read it. Combined with his physical output, he becomes nearly impossible to fight strategically. You can't outmaneuver someone who reads your moves as you make them and hits you hard enough to crack bedrock. Gojo, before his ceiling, is a man who contains multitudes about this situation. On one hand, genuine, almost paternal pride. He saw something in Yuji from the beginning, and watching this kid grow from a physically gifted first year into a technique synthesizing monster is deeply satisfying for a man whose greatest joy is watching people surpass expectations. On the other hand, Gojo is the strongest, has been his whole life, and there's a tiny, very well suppressed part of him that looks at 16-year-old Yuji quietly reverse engineering ancient techniques and goes, He never says this out loud. He continues to be Yuji's teacher and advocate, but the look he gives Yuji sometimes, that slightly narrowed, evaluating look behind the blindfold, says something his mouth doesn't. Nanami becomes Yuji's most important adult ally, and honestly, emotional anchor. Nanami sees the trajectory clearly. He is not a man who blinds himself to uncomfortable truths. He sits Yuji down after the Shibuya aftermath and is direct in the way only Nanami can be. What you're becoming is unprecedented, Nanami tells him. That means there's no one who can tell you what the limits are, which means you need to set them yourself. Yuji nods. He understands. He always understands, even when he's drowning. This is one of the most important things about Yuji Itadori. He bears things that would break other people and keeps moving. What Nanami is really saying is, don't become something that can't come back. Don't let the power eat the person. Yuji carries that conversation with him into every fight. Megumi's reaction is more complicated. He respects it. He's awed by it, though. He'd never admit that easily. But there's also something that troubles Megumi, a worry he can't fully articulate. Megumi has always seen the world in terms of what people are, and Yuji is becoming harder to categorize. Is he a sorcerer? Is he Sukuna's vessel? Is he something new that doesn't have a name yet? Megumi eventually arrives at his answer. Yuji is Yuji. That's enough. That has to be enough, Nobara. Before the events that take her from the field is probably the most straightforward about it. She watches Yuji manifest yet another copied technique. In training one day, puts her hands on her hips and says, that's insane. And also, honestly, you still lose in arm wrestling to me. So keep perspective. Yuji laughs. It's the first real laugh he's had in weeks. Todo's reaction deserves its own paragraph because Todo deserves everything. When Todo finally sees the full scope of what Yuji has become, when Yuji opens his domain for the first time in a real fight and Todo watches from the outside, Todo does not speak for almost 30 seconds. Then he looks at the sky. Then he looks at Yuji, best friend, Todo says, voice cracking slightly at the edges. I want you to know that you're the greatest thing that has ever happened to me. Todo, I'm literally dying right now. Can we? The greatest thing, Yuta Okutosu, looks at Yuji, the way a fellow outlier looks at someone who understands the specific experience of being inexplicable. Yuta is his own category of terrifying. Yuji is his own category. They don't compete, they collaborate. And when they do, the results are genuinely catastrophic for whoever they're pointed at. And Kenjaku, who orchestrated all of this, who planned the culling game, who has been pulling strings for 1,000 years. Kenjaku looks at what Yuji is becoming and recalibrates, because this wasn't in the plan even before Shibuya. Yuji and Choso clash in this version. The fight is nearly identical at the start. Choso's blood manipulation is extraordinary, and Yuji is overwhelmed. But when Choso uses convergence, the technique that compresses blood into a super dense projectile, and it hits Yuji directly, something happens. Yuji survives it. Sukuna's toughness blessing, and lying on the ground, processing the technique that just nearly killed him. His soul logs it. He won't be able to use blood manipulation. It requires generating cursed blood, which Yuji doesn't have. But the compression mechanic, the concept of concentrating cursed energy into a single dense point that he can learn from, it becomes a new texture in how he throws Black Flash. A Black Flash that also carries convergent compression. The energy signature is absurd. Even Choso later, when he and Yuji reconcile as in canon, because Choso realizing Yuji is his brother is one of the purest moments in the series, and it stays, looks at what Yuji did with the memory of his technique and says something. In the quiet brotherly language they develop, you took my attack and made it yours. I'm sorry, Yuji says. He genuinely is. Don't be. Choso says, I don't mind. Yuji versus Mahito, the real one. This This fight. Mahito is Yuji's natural nemesis in the series, the embodiment of humanity's hatred of itself, taking the shape of a curse that can reshape souls, the fight that defines Yuji's capacity for grief-fueled violence. In canon, it ends with Kenjaku absorbing Mahito, denying Yuji the kill he needed for his own psychological resolution here. The fight itself is different because Yuji has partial reverse curse technique. Mahito's entire fighting philosophy is built on idle transfiguration, reshaping the soul, but reverse curse technique, even a fragment of it, means Yuji has some capacity to stabilize his own soul's shape under attack. Not immunity, not even real defense, but resistance. The ability to feel Mahito reaching for his soul and push back. Mahito feels this immediately, and it genuinely unsettles him in a way that almost nothing does. In canon, Mahito found Yuji interesting here. Mahito finds Yuji frightening because Mahito is a curse, born from humanity's self-loathing and self-destruction, and Yuji, a boy who heals, who resists, who refuses to break, even when he should be broken, represents everything antithetical to Mahito's existence. The fight is brutal, longer, more grueling. Yuji takes punishment. That leaves him half destroyed, but he keeps coming back. He keeps healing. Slowly, not enough, but some. And every technique Mahito throws at him in desperation. Yuji's soul is watching. Idle transfiguration itself. The manipulation of souls is something Yuji will never fully replicate. It's too alien, too much a product of what Mahito is, rather than what he does. But the cursed energy that powers it, the output methodology. Yuji absorbs a ghost of it. What he eventually synthesizes from it isn't soul manipulation, it's something stranger, a quality in his strikes that doesn't just damage the body, it carries a faint soul layer disruption, not idle transfiguration, but something that makes his hits feel wrong, on a fundamental level, to curses like being touched by something that shouldn't exist. And when Kenjaku finally arrives to absorb Mahito, Yuji doesn't let him take the clean exit. This time, he has Mahito staggered. He has him almost there, and when Kenjaku's technique reaches for Mahito, Yuji does something desperate and instinctive. He hits Kenjaku directly, and in his fist is everything he's absorbed, everything he's learned, concentrated. The hit doesn't kill Kenjaku, it can't. Kenjaku is too old, too experienced, too prepared, but Kenjaku stumbles and looks at Yuji with new eyes. "You," Kenjaku says with the tone of someone updating a 1,000-year-old spreadsheet. "You're gonna be a problem." Yuji versus Sukuna, the final confrontation. Eventually, inevitably, this comes down to Yuji and Sukuna in canon. The tragedy of this fight is that Yuji has to fight Sukuna in Megumi's body, has to hurt his best friend, to hurt the king of curses. That emotional weight doesn't disappear here. It can't. It's too core to who Yuji is. But Yuji going into this fight in this version is a different proposition. He has his synthesized slashing output. He has Black Flash with convergent compression. He has his wind variant. He has partial self-healing. He has his domain imperfect. But he has months of fighting in Sukuna's consciousness. Watching Sukuna from the inside, understanding the rhythm and pattern of the King of Curses in a way no external observer ever could. He knows Sukuna's tells. He knows when Sukuna is about to use cleave versus dismantle. He knows the slight shift in energy that precedes Malevolent Shrine's deployment. He's been studying this since before he even understood what studying meant. And he has something else. Something Sukuna could never have anticipated. A binding vow he made with himself, silently alone. He would not use Sukuna's techniques to kill Sukuna. He would beat the King of Curses as Yuji Itadori, with his own power, his own synthesis, his own growth. Because using Sukuna's own moves to defeat him feels like letting Sukuna win something. Yuji wants to beat Sukuna as himself. The fight is tremendous. It is long. It is a conversation as much as a battle. Because Sukuna knows Yuji has lived inside him, and Yuji knows Sukuna, and they have a relationship that is unlike anything either of them has. With anyone else, Sukuna is, in his own twisted way, the closest thing Yuji has to a continuous witness to his entire sorcery life. Sukuna hits him with Malevolent Shrine. Yuji's domain absorbs the technique architecture information and lets him read the cuts before they land. He doesn't dodge all of them. Nobody dodges all of Malevolent Shrine, but he dodges enough. He opens his own domain. Sukuna, inside it, feels his techniques being read and understood. In real time, this is possibly the first time in history. Sukuna has had to fight inside an opponent's sure hit effect. He doesn't like it, his expression says. He doesn't like it. "You copied my architecture," Sukuna says. "I built my own." Yuji says, "Your architecture just taught me how buildings work." Sukuna looks at him for a long moment, and then, in the way of a king who recognizes quality, even in his destruction, he says, "Not bad." The fight ends. I won't tell you exactly how. Some things should remain for the imagination, but Yuji is standing when it's over. And Megumi is okay. That matters most. The world after all of this is changed in ways that will take generations to fully understand. Yuji Itadori is at this point, something that has never existed before. He is a full-spectrum sorcerer who built his arsenal, not through inheritance or a single inborn gift, but through living through things, through surviving, through watching, through the particular stubborn refusal to be defined by what was done to him. He's not the strongest, not exactly. Gojo Free is still Gojo Yuta, with Rika's full power, is still a category unto himself, but Yuji has something neither of them has. Breath. He can adapt to anything because he has seen everything. Any technique used against him becomes information. Any fight teaches him something new. new. The cursed spirit world is diminished. Not gone, never gone, but beaten back to something manageable. The culling game's consequences are dealt with. Kenjaku's plan is derailed, not just delayed, and Yuji standing in whatever remains. Of the world he fought to protect, it is surrounded by people. That's it. Really, that's the whole point. His grandfather's words, the words that have been the quiet heartbeat under every chapter of his life. Die surrounded by people. They matter. Yuji is alive. His people are alive, as many of them as could be saved, and he did it. Not by being Sukuna's perfect weapon, not by becoming a monster in service of survival, but by being relentlessly, stubbornly, impossibly himself, while also growing into something extraordinary. He is, perhaps, the first sorcerer in history who became strong enough to threaten a king of curses, while remaining fundamentally kind. That's the legacy of Yuji Itadori. With the ability to copy curse techniques, not just the power, the person underneath it, and that is what Jujutsu Kaisen looks like. If Yuji Itadori could copy every curse technique he ever witnessed, from a wide-eyed kid eating a cursed finger on a rooftop, to a sorcerer who fought the king of curses in his own domain, and walked away standing. What do you guys think? Was this the power-up Yuji deserved, or is part of what makes him great that he fights with so much less and still refuses to lose? Let me know in the comments. What if scenario I should cover next? We've got a lot of ground left in the Jujutsu Kaisen universe. What if Megumi never lost control of Mahoraga? What if Nobara survived Shibuya with her technique evolved? What if Gojo was never sealed? Drop your picks below. And if this video hit different, smash that like button. It genuinely helps more than you know. I'll see you in the next one. If Yuji Itadori had the Sharingan, Yuji Itadori was never supposed to have a curse technique. But when he swallowed Sukuna's finger, he awakened a power that had always been inside him. His eyes turned red, and for the first time he could see cursed energy, predict attacks, and understand techniques just by watching them. It was not Sukuna's power, it was Yuji's own innate cursed technique. And from that night on, everything changed. The first night starts the same way most dangerous nights in Jujutsu do. A school building, a sealed object, a curse that should have stayed sealed. Two students trying to handle a problem that is already too big. Megumi Fushiguro arrives first. He is skilled, calm, and already under pressure. The curse is stronger than expected, and the room is turning into a bad situation fast. Yuji arrives next, and he does what Yuji always does. He rushes in without hesitation. He does not have a technique he can fully rely on yet. He fights with his body and with instinct. He keeps the curse off Megumi long enough for the situation to change. But the curse is still too strong. Yuji knows he cannot finish it cleanly with ordinary force alone. That is when he makes the choice. He swallows Sukuna's finger. The cursed energy inside the finger crashes through his body. It should kill him. It should burn him from the inside out. Instead, it meets something already waiting inside Yuji. The energy does not just spread through him. It unlocks the dormant technique deep in his soul. Yuji's eyes turn red. A single Tomoe appears in each eye. He does not understand what has happened yet, but the effect is immediate. The world slows down in a useful way. He sees the curse's body move before it actually moves. He sees the attack line, he sees the weak point, he sees the cursed energy pattern like it is written in front of him. The curse attacks. Yuji does not think about what he is doing. He just reacts. Part of his body slips out of phase. The attack passes through him, then his fist moves and lands with black flash. The curse breaks apart. Megumi stares at him because that was not normal. It was not just a strong hit. It was a hit that should not have been possible from someone who was only a step behind the real world. A second earlier, Yuji looks at his hands. He is confused, but not scared. "I think I can see cursed energy," he says. "A lot of it." Gojo arrives after that, too late to help but not too late to notice what happened. He sees Yuji's eyes, sees the cursed energy pattern, and realizes immediately that Yuji is not just another student with talent. He is something different. Gojo takes him to Tokyo Jutsu High. But before Yuji can settle into anything new, there is one more thing he has to face that night. That night matters just as much as the fight. Yuji's grandfather dies, and before he does, he gives Yuji his last advice. He tells him to be surrounded by people when he dies. He tells him to die properly. These are simple words, but Yuji understands that they are meant to stay with him. After the hospital, Yuji stands alone and grieves. He does not hide it. He does not try to act tough. He cries because he lost someone important. Then he finds a low-level curse near the parking lot. He fights the curse to clear his head. While doing that, he studies how it moves. He studies the cursed energy around it. He notices details he would have missed before. The first Tomoe in his eyes spins faster. A second Tomoe appears. This is his first real growth. It is not random. It is tied to a real emotional moment and real effort. The technique responds to him because he is pushing himself while trying to keep a promise with two Tomoe. Yuji can now read attacks much more clearly. His cursed energy perception becomes sharper. He can sustain short intangibility for part of his body. He can also move small objects by warping space around them. It is still limited, but it is enough to save him in the right moment. He tells his grandfather's grave in his own way that he will use this power to save everyone. That promise becomes the center of the whole story and carrying it with him. He walks through the gates of Tokyo Jujutsu High at school. Yuji joins Megumi and Nobara Kugisaki. Nobara is sharp, direct, and not easy to impress. Megumi is steady and serious. Yuji is more open than both of them, but he is not foolish. He fits in with them quickly because he does not try to become someone else. Gojo notices very fast that Yuji's power is growing in a way that does not fit normal standards. Yuji is already handling low-tier missions like they are routine. That does not mean he is invincible. It means his growth is ahead of where it should be. Gojo sends the first years on jobs that are slightly harder than they should be. He does it because he wants them to grow, and because he trusts them more than he says out loud. Yuji handles these jobs by combining three things. First, he reads the enemy before it moves. Second, he uses intangibility for brief moments to avoid damage. Third, he answers with force once he sees an opening. That is the core of his fighting style early on. He does not fight like a genius with perfect control. He fights like someone who sees the next move and cuts it off. Every mission adds something, and not always in the way he expects. Yuji does not copy everything instantly. That would make the story too easy and would break the logic of his technique. His Sharingan works like a learning tool, but it still needs understanding. If he watches a simple cursed energy pattern, he can imitate it fast. If he watches something complex, he needs more time. He sees Nobara use resonance and studies how she sends cursed energy through nails and into a target. He can understand the principle, but at first he only recreates the basic idea. He later refines it with his own cursed energy. The result is not exactly Nobara's technique. It is Yuji's version of it. He sees Megumi's Shikigami work and studies the control structure behind it. He does not become a full Shikigami user, but he learns enough to build partial constructs in training. He sees other techniques too. Every time he watches something closely, he gets a little better at understanding how cursed energy can be shaped. The important part is that he still has rules. He can only copy what he can observe and understand. He still needs cursed energy to use the technique. Complex abilities take longer. Not every copied skill is perfect. That keeps the story balanced. And one mission in particular shows what that balance looks like in practice. One mission sends Yuji into a hospital ward where a curse has been feeding on fear and grief. The patients are already stressed and the curse is using that to grow. Yuji does not rush into a big speech. He just gets to work. He uses Kamui carefully. He keeps himself partly intangible, so the curse cannot catch him. He moves through the ward without drawing attention. He helps nurses move patients out of danger. He guides people away from the threat first. Only after the civilians are safe does he deal with the curse. This matters because it shows that Yuji's first instinct is not violence. It is protection. He uses his power in a practical way. He is not showing off. He saves people quietly. That same instinct is what leads him not long after to notice something going wrong in a neighborhood that no one else is paying attention to. Junpei's story is the point where Yuji's power starts to matter on a larger scale. Yuji notices that something is wrong in Junpei's neighborhood before the worst part of the tragedy happens. He tracks the cursed energy carefully. Because his perception is better now. He can sense danger earlier than most sorcerers would. When the attack starts, Yuji is already moving. The strike comes fast. Yuji reads it before it lands. He steps through the attack using intangibility, grabs the curse's arm and uses the space between dimensions to stop its movement. The curse cannot finish what it was trying to do. Junpei's mother survives. That changes everything. Junpei is not suddenly fine, and the world is not suddenly safe. But one of the biggest tragedies of the original story does not happen. Yuji talks to Junpei directly, and does not try to act like a hero. He just tells him the truth, and stays calm. That is enough for Junpei to start trusting him. Later, Junpei begins light training under Gojo. He is not thrown into the deep end. He is just given a real chance to live a different life. That feels small on paper, but it changes the direction of his whole future. Yuji does not linger on it. He keeps moving forward and his technique keeps moving with him. Yuji keeps growing because he keeps fighting for people. The second tomoe gave him better control and better reading ability. The third tomo comes later, during a large attack in a crowded shopping district. Several curses start moving at once. Civilians are in danger. The scene is chaotic. Yuji is forced to split his attention between saving people and stopping curses from spreading through the area. That pressure pushes his technique forward. The third tomo appears. Now his range increases. He can read a wider area. He can move more people at once. He can shift larger objects and larger threats. His copying ability becomes faster too, though. It is still not perfect in every case. He clears the shopping district by moving civilians out first and then removing the curses. Nobara and Megumi help. But Yuji is the one who keeps the center from collapsing. When it is over, he does not act proud. He just says everyone is going home safe. That is enough for him. And when the Kyoto Goodwill event arrives shortly after, he walks into it carrying everything he has built. The Kyoto event is where Yuji's growth becomes obvious to everyone else. Todo meets Yuji and immediately asks his usual question about women. Yuji answers directly. Todo respects him instantly. The event starts like a normal competition and then becomes a real battle when Hanami appears. Yuji keeps his team alive by using space control to move allies out of danger. This part is important. He is not just attacking. He is setting the battlefield so people can survive. That is one of the things that makes him different. When he fights Hanami, he does it with timing, not brute force. He uses intangibility to avoid direct damage. He uses Black Flash to hit hard when he gets an opening. Hanami is strong, but Yuji's ability to read movement and control space gives him a way to survive long enough to push back. Todo joins in, and the two of them work well together. Todo sees that Yuji is honest, strong, and easy to trust in a fight. That gives them a simple and believable bond. Then Mekamaru's betrayal happens. Yuji sees the puppet technique, studies the movement pattern, and imitates enough of it to shut the betrayal down before it becomes a bigger problem. He does not master it. He just reacts fast enough to stop the situation from getting worse. Then Mahito appears. Mahito is dangerous because he targets the soul. Yuji cannot just brute force that. He has to read Mahito's intent and avoid direct contact. The Sharingan helps him do that. He can see the attack line before Mahito finishes the motion. That gives him time to move. Yuji also sees the transfigured humans Mahito has used as victims. He studies the cursed energy distortion in them and uses that information to reverse the damage as best he can. This is not a miracle with no explanation. He is not just healing with a random new power. He is using what he can read and what he understands. This is also the point where the Mangekyo starts to form. The stress of the event, the amount of cursed energy running through him, and the weight of needing to protect everyone at once push the technique into something new. Yuji's Mangekyo does not make him blind because his body is unusual and can heal from strain better than most sorcerers. That is already part of the setup. Kenjaku designed his vessel to hold an enormous amount of cursed energy. That same structure also helps him survive the strain of the new eye form. The Mangekyo gives him stronger space control. His Kamui becomes more useful and more precise. He can move objects and people into a pocket dimension. He can make himself intangible for longer periods. He can warp attacks away from key targets. His copying ability also improves. He does not instantly master everything, but he can understand techniques faster after seeing them once. A larger armored construct begins to form around him later as a result of the continuing cursed energy buildup. It is a proto-Susanoo, not a complete one yet. It shows up in pieces first, then grows as his power grows through all of this. Sukuna has been watching from the inside. Sukuna stays inside Yuji through all of this. He is not silent. He watches everything and waits. Yuji's growth makes it harder for him to take control, but Sukuna is patient. He is not trying to win by force at this stage. He is trying to find the right opening. Yuji is aware of him. He can sense the pressure inside his body. He is not stupid about it. But Sukuna is still Sukuna. He always has a plan. The important thing is that Yuji does not lose control because he is weak. Sukuna later succeeds because he is patient, prepared, and willing to wait for the exact opening he wants. That opening comes at Shibuya. When Shibuya begins, Yuji feels the trap before most people do. The cursed energy in the area changes in a way that is too organized to be random. He realizes very quickly that this is not a normal attack. It is a setup, he warns Gojo, but the trap is already active. The prison realm is meant to catch Gojo in the crowd. Yuji uses Kamui on the object itself before the trap fully closes. That is a key point. He does not fight the whole plan with brute force. He removes the tool of the trap before it can work. That keeps Gojo free. With Gojo free, the whole battle changes. The disaster still happens, but it does not unfold the same way. Yuji helps evacuate civilians in waves. His space control lets him move people out of the danger zones quickly. He uses Kamui to keep groups safe while others fight. Nanami survives because the battle does not push him into the same dead-end path as before. Mahito hunts for Yuji and tries to land a soul attack. Yuji keeps reading the movement before the contact happens. He avoids the first hits and watches Mahito closely. When the opening comes, Yuji uses the edge of Kamui to pull Mahito partly into the pocket dimension. The pressure at the boundary tears Mahito apart. Mahito dies there, Jogo. Hanami and Dagon are also dealt with through teamwork and space control. Sukuna does try to take over during the chaos, but Yuji does not let it happen. He pushes back with a mix of willpower, cursed energy control, and the kind of focus that comes from refusing to lose the people around him. Shibuya is still a major disaster, but it is shorter, cleaner, and less deadly than in canon, because Yuji's technique changes the whole shape of the fight. When the dust settles, the world Yuji steps back into is not the same one he left. After the battle, the higher-ups are shocked. They already knew Yuji was unusual. Now they know he is a serious problem for the old order, because he cannot be controlled easily, and he has already saved too many people for them to dismiss him. Gojo has an easier time this time because Yuji prevented the worst outcome. He still has to deal with the system, but now he has support. The Proto-Susanoo that formed during the fighting remains in Yuji's cursed energy network. It is not complete yet, but it is growing. That matters later. Before it does, Kenjaku moves his next piece into place. Kenjaku's plan still happens, but Yuji is much harder to trap than in the original timeline. When the culling games begin, Yuji enters the colonies and starts breaking the system from the inside. He does not treat the players as obstacles. He treats them as people who were forced into a killing game. That changes how he acts. He uses his pocket dimension to move groups of trapped players out of danger. He saves civilians and non-violent sorcerers whenever he can, since the game depends on death to keep moving. Removing people from the system weakens the ritual itself. Yuji also encounters techniques that he can study and adapt. He sees a purification-based power similar to Jacob's ladder, and understands enough of its principle to recreate the cleansing effect through his own cursed energy. He cannot reproduce it exactly, but he can use a similar result to weaken barriers and free trapped people. That is how he keeps the colonies from becoming mass graves. Kenjaku notices that the structure of the game is collapsing from the inside the colonies. Yuji finds someone else who is trying to pull people out of the machine. Angel is important because she gives Yuji another angle on cursed energy. She is suspicious of him at first, which makes sense. He is too unusual to trust quickly. But when she sees how he uses his power to free people rather than just crush enemies, she starts to understand him. Yuji works with her because they want the same thing in the moment. Less death, less control, fewer people trapped in a system built to use them. That partnership is simple. It does not need big speeches. And while it holds, it also leads Yuji into a fight he cannot avoid. Choso comes into the story as one of the strongest emotional turning points. He fights Yuji with blood manipulation. The fight is serious and controlled. Choso is not careless, and Yuji does not act casual about it. He studies the movement of Choso's blood techniques for a short time, understands the structure, and begins adapting to it. He does not copy blood manipulation perfectly right away. He learns enough to match it in a rough way and refine it later. During the fight, Choso sees something that changes his view of Yuji. Yuji is not fighting with hatred. He is not fighting to prove that he is stronger. He is fighting like someone who cares about the people in front of him and the people he has not met yet. That is very different from the people Choso has known. When Yuji tells Choso the truth about Kenjaku and what happened to him, Choso listens. He switches sides because Yuji treats him honestly and because Yuji's actions make sense to him. From that point on, Choso becomes part of the group in a real way. Yuji is patient with him. Choso is awkward, but he starts to trust the idea that he can be more than a weapon. That trust is still forming when Sukuna makes his move. This part needs to stay clear. Sukuna has been planning to take Megumi for a long time. Yuji's power makes it harder, but it does not erase the plan. Sukuna waits for the right opening, uses the conditions he prepared earlier, and transfers into Megumi's body when the moment is right. Yuji does not miss it because he is weak. Sukuna succeeds because he is patient and because Megumi becomes vulnerable at the wrong moment. That keeps the story honest. Yuji is strong. Sukuna is still clever. Once Sukuna takes Megumi, there's only one thing left. Sukuna in Megumi's body is the biggest threat in the story. He has full access to his cursed energy, his technique, and Megumi's body. He is more dangerous than before because he is no longer sharing control with Yuji. Yuji faces him with everything he has. He uses the Sharingan to read attacks before they fully form. He uses Kamui to move through space and avoid direct damage. He uses Black Flash when he gets a clean opening. He uses the techniques he learned from others in ways that work together rather than separately. Blood manipulation becomes one of his tools. Shrine also starts showing up more naturally in his attacks. Kamui and Shrine begin working together in a way that makes his strikes cut through space itself. The Susanoo-like armor around him fully develops in this final stage. It is not just a visual upgrade. It acts as a stable cursed energy shell that helps him survive the worst of Sukuna's attacks. Sukuna uses Malevolent Shrine at maximum range. Yuji responds by making the attacks miss through spatial control. That is the main advantage of his technique. He does not try to endure everything directly. He bends the battlefield so the worst of Sukuna's damage does not land cleanly. But the real goal is not just to win the fight. Yuji wants Megumi back. He does not want to destroy the body in order to kill Sukuna. He wants to separate Sukuna from Megumi and keep Megumi alive, so he waits for the right opening at the right moment. Yuji expands Kamui around the space between Sukuna's soul and Megumi's body. He uses everything he has built up to pull at that gap. Sukuna resists hard. He uses every bit of will and cursed energy he has. But Yuji is stronger in the one thing that matters here. He is still fighting for someone he knows personally. He pulls harder. Sukuna comes loose. The separation is not clean, but it works. Sukuna's soul is dragged into a closed part of the pocket dimension that Yuji has already prepared for this exact purpose. It is not a dramatic prison with speeches. It is a sealed space with no exit. Megumi is restored. Yuji keeps himself standing long enough to confirm the result, then finally collapses from exhaustion. Gojo sees what happened and understands that Yuji did what the old system could not do. The battle is over, but the story does not end with the fight. Nanami is alive. Nobara is alive. Megumi is alive. Choso is still there. Gojo is still there. The higher-ups are forced to deal with a new reality where Yuji cannot be treated like a disposable asset anymore. The Jujutsu world begins to change because the old structure has failed too many times. Yuji continues to travel and clean up cursed areas. He handles curse outbreaks in towns, coastal regions, and mountain areas where cursed energy has built up for years. He does the work without trying to make it look grand. He just does the job. Sometimes he checks the pocket dimension. Sukuna is still inside, sealed away in a space that does not let him hurt anyone. He is not free. He is not dead. He is just contained. That is enough. Yuji and Sukuna even talk sometimes, not because they like each other, but because they now understand each other well enough to have honest conversations. Gojo does not solve everything. He never does. But this time, he does not have to carry the whole world alone. Yuji becomes someone Gojo can trust. That matters more than praise. Gojo is still the strongest in many ways, but he is no longer the only one holding the weight of the Jujutsu world. That makes him calmer. It also makes him happier. He still jokes. He still trains students hard. He still behaves like Gojo. But the pressure is different now. The Jujutsu world is not perfect after all this. It is still messy. Human suffering still exists. Curses still form. Nothing magical erases that. But the system that kept making things worse is broken. The worst of the higher-ups lose control. The culling games are dismantled. The deadliest outcomes are prevented. The next generation of sorcerers learns better ways to work together. Yuji's Sharingan becomes something students study in theory. Not because they can copy it, but because it changes how people think about cursed energy. It becomes a new way to understand movement, space, and timing at the end. Yuji visits his grandfather's grave. It is a quiet morning. He puts down flowers and sits for a while. He thinks about everything that happened. He thinks about the people who lived. He thinks about the people he saved and the people who helped him. He thinks about the promise he made at the hospital. He kept it. He stands up, leaves the grave, and goes back to his friends. That is the final feeling of the story. Not that everything became perfect, not that every problem disappeared, but that Yuji chose people every time. And because of that choice, the world became a little safer. Yuji Itadori could stop time. Have you ever wondered what would happen if Yuji Itadori had a cursed technique of his own? Not Sukuna's power, not something borrowed, something that was entirely his, something that could change everything. This is that story. It happens at the detention center, and Yuji doesn't understand it at all. The finger bearer is there. Megumi is in danger. The curse lunges forward with its claws extended, and Yuji's body reacts before he can think. Then something impossible happens. The world stops, sound cuts out completely, dust particles freeze in midair. The curse hangs motionless, mouth open in a roar that never lands. Everything is perfectly still, like a photograph. Yuji stares at his hands. He looks at the frozen dust. He looks at the curse that should be tearing Megumi apart right now, and it is just suspended there. Then the pain hits. Every muscle in his chest fires at once. His vision goes white. He crashes to the floor. Time resumes. The curse lurches forward into empty air, because in that one frozen moment, Yuji had grabbed Megumi and dragged him 3 feet to the left before his body gave out. Megumi survives. Inside Yuji's body, Sukuna feels it happen. He doesn't say anything right away. He just sits in the back of their shared consciousness and quietly examines what just occurred. That was not a coincidence. That was not an adrenaline surge. That was a cursed technique. And it belongs to the kid, not to him. Sukuna has lived for over 1,000 years and rarely encounters anything that surprises him. Satoru Gojo shows up at the detention center, takes one look at the scene, and immediately knows something unusual happened. He looks at Yuji, this pink-haired kid sitting on the floor with blood on his shirt, and tilts his head. Gojo's ability to sense cursed energy is unmatched, and what he is detecting from Yuji right now doesn't fit any pattern he knows. Yuji's cursed energy seems to have skipped. It was present, then absent, then present again. And that gap isn't a random fluctuation. It's a very small, very deliberate window in time. Gojo crouches in front of him. Did you just do what I think you did? Yuji has no idea what Gojo thinks he did. Gojo looks at the tears in Yuji's shirt, the bruising pattern visible through the fabric, the way his hands won't stop shaking. He makes a decision on the spot. You're not dying, Gojo says. But we are going to talk about what just happened, and then we are going to fix the part where using your own technique almost kills you. Gojo gives it a name before Yuji does. Temporal lock. He explains it directly without softening anything. The technique freezes time in a small window around Yuji. It works. It is real. And right now, every time Yuji activates it, his body tears itself apart from the inside. The bruising, the collapse, his muscles and cells are not built to survive the strain of bending time. Gojo pulls up a chair and sits down properly, which Yuji has already learned means this conversation is going to take a while. Here's what I know. Gojo says you need reverse curse technique, not eventually. Not someday now? If you keep using temporal lock without healing yourself, you will die. Not from a curse, from your own power. He looks Yuji straight in the eye. So, we are going to train body awareness, cursed energy control, RCT fundamentals. And we are going to do all of it before you get into another fight that forces you to use that technique again. Training under Gojo is nothing like what Yuji expected. He expected running, hitting things, the kind of training that looks impressive. Instead, Gojo sits him down and makes him stay still for 2 hours, just focusing on how his cursed energy moves inside his body. You can't control what you can't feel, Gojo says right now. You can't feel anything because you've never had to. You've always had raw power with no precision behind it. He taps his temple. Precision is what separates a weapon from a tool. Right now, you're a weapon. We're gonna make you a tool. Yuji spends 3 weeks learning to feel the difference between releasing cursed energy outward and directing it inward to repair damage. Then 2 more weeks learning to move it through injured tissue and actually close wounds. The first time reverse curse technique activates properly. The first time a cut on his forearm seals itself in real time, Yuji goes completely silent. He stares at his arm for a long moment. This changes everything, he says quietly. Gojo, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, nods once. Yeah, it does. Shoko Ieri is part of this from the start because Gojo insists on it. She examines Yuji after every temporal lock activation and documents exactly what the damage looks like. Torn muscle fiber, microfractures in bone, cellular stress that doesn't match any known curse technique. Your body is attempting something it was not biologically designed to do, she tells him, with the calm matter-of-factness of someone who has seen a lot of impossible things. The good news is that your physical baseline is already far above normal. The bad news is that above normal does not mean unlimited. She looks at him over her clipboard. Learn the reverse curse technique faster than anyone has ever learned it. That is your job. I will keep patching you in the meantime. Yuji nods seriously and does not mention that he has been practicing for an extra 2 hours every night in secret. Shoko probably knows anyway. Then the Junpei situation happens, and everything shifts. Yuji meets him the way these things tend to happen, by coincidence, through proximity, and Yuji's inability to ignore someone who is clearly hurting. For Junpei, it feels like something he didn't think he was allowed to have. Then Mahito finds him. Mahito has a talent for finding people who are isolated and already in pain. He gets to Junpei slowly working not on his body at first but on his thinking, telling him that people who hurt others don't deserve protection, that the cruelty he's experienced is just what humans really are, that the warmth he's felt from Yuji isn't real, Yuji finds out. And Yuji moves. He arrives fast and impulsive, and what he sees stops him for exactly 1 second. Junpei is mid-transformation. Mahito stands there watching with clinical satisfaction. Yuji takes one look at the situation and activates temporal lock. The world stops. Junpei hangs in the air, caught precisely between what he was and what Mahito is turning him into. In that frozen second, Yuji closes the distance and grabs him, pulling hard. His muscles tear. His vision blurs at the edges. He keeps moving. Time resumes. Junpei stumbles into Yuji's arms, confused and barely conscious. The transformation halted before it finished. Mahito's hand closes on empty air. For just a moment, Mahito's expression isn't satisfied. It's confused. Mahito recovers quickly. He always does. He tilts his head at Yuji. That was interesting, he says, not as a compliment. More like filing something under a new category. He has just classified Yuji as a genuine threat. Not because Yuji is the strongest person in the room, but because his technique directly interferes with what Mahito does. Mahito manipulates souls. The process requires time, even just a fraction of a second. Yuji can take that fraction away. Mahito does not like this at all. He attacks. The fight that follows is the most brutal thing Yuji has experienced since becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer. Mahito is fast and unpredictable. Every surface of him is a weapon. He adapts the moment you think you understand his pattern. Yuji fights back with everything Gojo has built into him. Precise cursed energy output, strong body awareness, RCT keeping him functional through hits that would normally end a fight. He activates temporal lock 2 more times. Both times, his body screams in protest. Both times, RCT pulls him back. The first freeze lets Yuji land a Black Flash variant, with his cursed energy compressed so tightly and directed so precisely that the hit lands inside a stopped moment, carrying weight that Mahito's body registers as fundamentally wrong. Not just damage, but something that shouldn't be possible. The second freeze catches Mahito right in the middle of a soul manipulation, cutting off his timing. And the follow-up hit connects with nowhere for him to escape. Mahito tries to regenerate. Yuji doesn't let him. He pushes the next temporal lock before Mahito's body can fully rebuild, closes every recovery window before it opens, and keeps moving. Mahito dies far earlier than anyone anticipated. When Kenjaku wearing Geto's face receives news of Mahito's death, his expression doesn't change. He is very good at that. But internally, his entire read on Yuji gets updated immediately. Yuji had been a variable worth monitoring. He is now a threat worth planning around. At the Goodwill event, everyone realizes that Yuji is far stronger than they expected. Aoi Todo watches him fight, and goes unusually still for a man who is never still. He watches the freeze, the strike, the way each hit seems to arrive slightly ahead of where it should logically be. He watches Yuji move and realizes the rhythm is just off in a way he can't track visually. What Todo says? Not a question, more like someone recognizing something extraordinary and needing to be close to it immediately. He grabs Yuji by the collar, goes through his usual routine, asks about his type. But underneath all of that, Todo is measuring. He has spent his whole life reading fighters. He knows what the upper end of human physical ability looks like. Yuji is already past it. When Hanami arrives and the stakes jump, Yuji engages alongside Megumi as something different from a rookie who's never faced this level of threat. He fights like someone who has already killed something that should have lasted much longer. 2 temporal locks, controlled and precise, with RCT running underneath to absorb the damage. The first freeze buys Megumi a critical opening. The follow-up strike lands harder than any natural technique should allow. Hanami retreats. Not because it can't win, but because something about what just happened doesn't fit its understanding of sorcerers, and threats it can't categorize are more dangerous than threats it can. The encounter with Chozo is the strangest one. They meet during the death painting mission, and Chozo approaches the fight with the patience of someone who has outlived many things that were supposed to be permanent. But something stops him before it begins. He gets close enough to read Yuji's cursed energy and slows down. Something in Yuji's energy signature resonates with something inside Chozo that he can't explain and doesn't try to. He just stops. Yuji stops too. They stand in the middle of what should have been a fight, looking at each other. Something about you, Chozo says slowly, feels strangely familiar. Yuji doesn't understand what that means yet, but he remembers it. By the time Shibuya arrives, Yuji is genuinely a different person from the kid who stumbled out of the detention center, not understanding what had happened to him. The temporal lock window has grown 2 seconds, then 3. Now pushing toward 4 through months of pressure, failure, and desperate necessity. The reverse curse technique is real and reliable now. He heals in combat. He absorbs hits that would put most sorcerers down and keeps moving. Before Gojo enters Shibuya, he looks at Yuji. "Don't die," he says. Then he walks into the station. Shibuya is the hardest night of Yuji's life. Yuji keeps moving. He saves everyone he can. Gojo is gone. This time Yuji is on his own. He has thought about the phrase "too late" more than almost anything else since he became a sorcerer. It has defined too many moments for him. He decides tonight that he is done accepting it. When he reaches Nanami in time, when he activates temporal lock, with the exact second to spare, Nanami looks at him with those straightforward, honest eyes. "You shouldn't be here," Nanami says. "I know," Yuji says. Neither of them moves for a second. Then Yuji gets him out. The moment with Nobara almost falls apart anyway. Mahito is dead, but the damage he left behind isn't entirely gone. A fragment of his soul manipulation passed through whatever remained of his techniques, reaches for Nobara. Yuji senses it a split second before he sees it. His cursed energy detection pings like an alarm, and he turns and sees the hand reaching for her. He activates temporal lock, his body tears, he covers the distance and pulls her back. Time resumes, the attack connects with empty air. Nobara stands there, alive, breathing, confused about why Yuji is suddenly beside her and why his hands are shaking. "You're okay," he tells her. His voice is steadier than his hands. She looks at the blood soaking through his shirt. "Yuji, I'm okay too," he says. RCT. He closes the wound before she can argue. She stares at him. She doesn't say thank you. That's not how Nobara operates. But something in her expression shifts into something softer than she usually lets anyone see. She turns away before he notices. Todo loses his hand anyway. Not because Yuji didn't try. Some costs don't have a workaround. But Todo, looking at what used to be his hand, looks also at Yuji, exhausted, still bleeding, still standing, and laughs. Actually laughs. "You saved everyone else," Todo says. "That's enough. More than enough." He considers the stump. "Besides, I have been wondering how I would develop a one-handed fighting style. Now I have no choice." "This is growth," Yuji laughs. Then he wipes his eyes. The culling games arrive and the world has changed. Yuji walks into them as someone people have genuinely started to fear. There are cursed spirits who have received word about him. In the places where curses gather and exchange information, a single description circulates. Wrong. He moves wrong, he hits wrong, he survives things that should kill him. You think you have finally defeated him, but he keeps getting back up. The culling games are designed to break people. They don't break Yuji, he keeps moving. He knows why he is here, and he does not stop. Everything that has been building leads to the Shinjuku showdown. The battles spread across multiple corridors at once. Nobara, who should not have survived to be here, is here sharper and more precise than before. Chozo, who eventually, inevitably, in a moment that needs no logical explanation, simply accepts that Yuji is his brother, fights at his side, blood manipulation turns the corridors red. Yuta arrives, Hikari grinning makes probability into a combat style. And at the center of all of it, Sukuna waits. Yuji was never going to win this fight quickly. Sukuna is 1,000 years of total dominance. He has spent centuries learning to kill everything that has ever tried to kill him. He adapts in real time, always faster than temporal lock's window, always pressing the angle Yuji is least prepared for. He lands attacks that should have killed Yuji. Each time reverse curse technique pulls Yuji back, he gets up. Sukuna turns around slowly. "You should be dead," Sukuna says. "I know," Yuji says. He moves again. Temporal lock connects 3 times across the course of the fight. Not because Yuji is smarter than Sukuna, or because Sukuna didn't see it coming, but because Yuji is willing to activate it in moments where no rational person would absorb that much damage to use it. The first freeze, Yuji takes a hit that tears through his side and activates temporal lock while his body is already failing. He uses the stop second to land the one strike that actually concerns Sukuna. The King of Curses looks at the mark, it leaves, and goes quiet for a moment. The second freeze, Sukuna has learned Yuji's activation timing and sets his counter accordingly. But Yuji has been developing something new this entire time. Not just stopping the moment, reversing it. The concept is straightforward. The execution nearly kills him every time he tries it. Yuji reaches back into a moment that just passed. In this case, the moment where Sukuna's counter connected, and unwinds it by a few seconds. Just enough. Sukuna's counter never lands. The moment it was aimed at no longer exists. Sukuna goes completely still. "You," he says. And for the first time, Sukuna sounds uneasy. The closest thing to fear that a being like Sukuna can express. The third freeze comes when Yuji is barely standing. His body is running on reserves that should have run out an hour ago. Sukuna launches what should be the final move of this fight, a technique built to end it completely. Yuji activates temporal lock. The world stops in that suspended second. He doesn't strike, he just breathes. He looks at Sukuna frozen mid-attack and thinks about Junpei, about Nanami walking out of that corridor alive, about Nobara looking away before he could see her expression change, about Todo's laugh, about Gojo's final words. Then he reaches further into temporal reversal than he ever has before. He pulls, he doesn't just stop time, he takes control of it. The domain expands. Stillness beyond samsara. Inside it, time doesn't freeze entirely. It slows dramatically, selectively, until Sukuna's movements, which are normally too fast for any sorcerer to track, become readable, answerable. Every strike Sukuna throws, Yuji is already moving into the counter. Not because he is physically faster, but because he has removed the delay from time itself. Every advantage Sukuna creates, Yuji reverses the instant before it closes. Every decisive hit Sukuna lands, the wound unwinds before it becomes fatal. Sukuna is not losing because he is weak. He is losing because Yuji has made it impossible to finish him. Sukuna fights the way he always has, completely mercilessly, without hesitation. But he cannot close a moment. Every time he creates an opportunity, it disappears. Every time a hit should be decisive, it isn't. He has never experienced this in 1,000 years of existence. The final exchange is not cinematic or elegant. Both of them are barely standing. Both of them throw everything they have left. Sukuna pours everything remaining into one final technique. Yuji pours everything remaining into one final reversal. For a moment, both of them hang in a space where time isn't moving in either direction. Sukuna looks at Yuji across that suspended instant and sees clearly what he has been looking at this entire fight without being able to name it. Not raw power, not technical genius, not superior ability. Refusal. Complete, total, non-negotiable refusal. From someone who decided a long time ago that too late was not something he was willing to accept, Yuji refuses to lose. Sukuna's technique fails. The reversal holds, Yuji moves. The hit connects, and the King of Curses, for the first time in 1,000 years, does not get back up. After Sukuna falls, the battlefield becomes silent. Yuji sits on what used to be a floor in the ruins of Shinjuku, hands resting in his lap. His body is being held together by reverse curse technique and sheer stubbornness. Megumi finds him first, then Nobara, then Choso, who sits down next to him without saying a word, then Yuta, then Hikari, then the rest of them, one by one, finding their way through the wreckage to the same place. All of them here. All of them breathing. Yuji looks up at the sky through the broken ceiling. It's morning. In a different version of this story, Yuji was only a vessel carrying someone else's power. For most of his life as a sorcerer, he felt like he was always too late to save the people he cared about. Too late for Junpei. Too late for Nanami. Too late for Nobara. Too late for everyone he wanted to reach. This version is different. Not because the fights were easier, not because the enemies were weaker, not because the losses hurt less, but because he was there, just in time. Every time. What if Yuji absorbed all of Sukuna's power? Yuji Itadori was just a normal high school student. He had unbelievable physical strength, but nobody knew why. He spent his days at school and his nights visiting his dying grandfather. Everything was normal until the day a stranger walked into his school. That stranger was Megumi Fushiguro, a young sorcerer searching for something dangerous. He was looking for a cursed object called Sukuna's finger. If curses ever got their hands on it, thousands of people could die. Megumi didn't expect to find anything strange at that school. But the moment he saw Yuji, something felt wrong. Yuji's presence gave off a strange pressure, like something ancient was sleeping inside him. Megumi didn't know it yet, but he had just met the most important person in the world. That night, Yuji helped his friends try to get the cursed finger back from a group of curse worshippers. But the finger's power was too strong. It called out to every curse in the area. Dozens of them surrounded the school in minutes. Megumi fought as hard as he could, but there were too many. Yuji watched his new friend get overwhelmed. He realized if he didn't do something, innocent people were going to die. So he made a decision that would change everything. He swallowed Sukuna's finger. Everyone expected the same thing to happen that always happens in these stories. Sukuna, the strongest curse in 1,000 years, was supposed to take over his body completely. Instead, something impossible happened. The entire school shook from an explosion of cursed energy. A pillar of black and red energy shot into the sky. Every curse nearby instantly dropped to its knees. Some of the weaker ones simply died from being near it. Megumi believed the worst had happened, that Sukuna had fully returned. But inside Yuji's mind, something very different was going on. Sukuna appeared inside Yuji's own innate domain, a private mental space tied to his soul. He laughed, certain that he had won, then he noticed something was wrong. His techniques were vanishing from his own body. Yuji, without even trying, was absorbing every single one of them. Cleave, a technique that cuts anything with pure force. Dismantle, an upgraded version that shreds enemies apart. Furnace, a fire-based attack strong enough to level a city block. Reverse cursed technique, the rare ability to heal any wound instantly. Domain expansion, a private world where every attack is guaranteed to land. World-cutting slash, a slash so massive it can end a battle in one hit. All of it transferred to Yuji in seconds. Sukuna tried to seize control of the body. Nothing happened. Yuji opened his eyes completely calm. The tattoos that usually crawl across a host's body during possession disappeared within seconds. For the first time in over 1,000 years, Sukuna felt something new. Confusion. He had just lost a body he hadn't even fully taken. Miles away, Satoru Gojo, the strongest sorcerer alive, felt the explosion of cursed energy. He teleported to the school immediately, expecting the fight of his life against Sukuna himself. Instead, he found a teenager calmly talking to Megumi like nothing had happened. Gojo immediately noticed the cursed energy radiating from Yuji was identical to Sukuna's, but his personality hadn't changed one bit. To test him, Gojo threw a sudden surprise attack. Yuji blocked it instantly, without even thinking. Gojo's playful smile disappeared for a second. He had reacted before Gojo even finished the movement. Gojo activated Infinity, an ability that makes anything approaching him slow down infinitely for just a moment. Yuji instinctively understood exactly how it worked. Inside his mind, Sukuna laughed. Yuji had inherited not just his techniques, but his combat instincts too. Gojo began asking questions. Yuji explained that he could hear a voice talking inside his head, constantly insulting people. Gojo tested again and again if Sukuna could ever take control. Every single time Yuji proved he was completely in charge of his own body. Gojo made a decision. He wasn't going to kill this kid. He wanted to understand what kind of miracle had just happened. News of the incident reached Jujutsu headquarters within minutes. The leaders of the Jujutsu world assumed the worst, that Sukuna had reincarnated. They immediately called every grade 1 sorcerer to stand by. An execution order was sent to Yaga, the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Gojo refused to carry it out. He argued that Yuji was still completely human. The higher-ups accused him of gambling with humanity's safety. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a man named Kenjaku smiled. For 1,000 years, his plan had depended on reviving Sukuna exactly as he was. Now, Sukuna's power belonged to someone with a heart nothing like his own. His entire strategy had just become unpredictable, and he immediately began rewriting it. Word spread fast, and soon, Gojo brought Yuji officially to Tokyo Jujutsu High, the school that trains sorcerers to fight curses. Yuji was amazed to learn curses and sorcerers had existed his entire life without him knowing. Principal Yaga sensed Sukuna's cursed energy the second Yuji walked in, and even he struggled to hide his concern. Yaga gave Yuji the same test every new student receives. But instead of asking if he wanted to live, Yaga asked something heavier. Could someone with unlimited power ever stay human? Yuji answered simply, he didn't want power. He only wanted to save people. Yaga noticed Yuji never once mentioned getting stronger, and reluctantly approved him joining the school. Hidden surveillance seals were placed around his dorm just in case. Yuji met his new classmates one by one. Maki challenged him immediately. Believing power without discipline was dangerous. Panda liked him right away. Inumaki quietly studied him from a distance. Yuji noticed nobody acted naturally around him, and Gojo explained everyone could feel Sukuna's energy radiating off him. Yuji apologized even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Slowly, the tension started to break. Panda joked that Yuji apologized too much and Yuji laughed for the first time since arriving. Inside Yuji's innate domain, Sukuna sat on his throne and mocked everyone Yuji met. Yuji ignored him completely. Sukuna tried convincing him that humans would always fear him. Yuji simply replied, "Then I'll give them a reason not to." Sukuna predicted Yuji would eventually kill someone without meaning to. Yuji silently promised himself he never would. That promise would define the entire rest of the story. Gojo realized the real question wasn't about Yuji's power, it was about his character. So instead of physical training, he secretly set up situations to test him. He sent Yuji on simple curse exorcisms with hidden cameras recording everything. Every single time, Yuji saved civilians before even touching the curse. He never showed off, and he never used more force than necessary. Report after report reached the same conclusion. Yuji had the power of a god, but the humility of an ordinary teenager. Gojo began to believe this kid could become humanity's greatest protector, but not everyone agreed. Rumors spread across every branch of the Jujutsu world. Some believed Sukuna had already taken over. Others believed Gojo had lost his mind. Students whispered whenever Yuji walked by, and some refused to sit in the same classroom. Yuji pretended not to care, but Panda noticed it was getting to him. He reminded Yuji that actions mattered more than rumors, and Yuji appreciated it more than he said out loud. At headquarters, the elders held an emergency meeting. They declared Yuji the greatest threat in modern history. Some voted for immediate execution. Others were too afraid Gojo would stop them. Eventually, they secretly issued a kill order behind closed doors. Officially, Yuji remained alive. Unofficially, assassins were sent to eliminate him the moment they got the chance. Gojo found out, smiled, and quietly destroyed every single one before they ever reached Tokyo. Far away, the strongest curses in the world were watching too. Jogo, a curse of pure volcanic fire, heard the reports and told the others not to engage yet. Mahito, a curse obsessed with twisting human souls, got excited instead of scared. Then Kenjaku arrived and confirmed every rumor was true. Sukuna's entire power now belonged to a teenager who refused to misuse it. Kenjaku made his decision on the spot. Forget reviving Sukuna. Yuji himself had become the real obstacle. Not long after, headquarters intentionally assigned Yuji to fight a newly discovered special-grade curse, secretly hoping it would kill him. Gojo knew it was a trap, but let him go anyway. When Yuji arrived, he found hundreds of civilians trapped near the curse. Instead of attacking recklessly, he spent hours getting every single one of them to safety first. Only then did he turn to face the curse. It laughed, assuming he was inexperienced. One single use of cleave ended the fight before it even started. Surveillance teams watched in complete disbelief, and fear inside the Jujutsu world grew even bigger. Kenjaku studied every report personally and noticed something that worried him more than any amount of strength. Yuji never enjoyed fighting. He never killed without reason. He always protected others first. Brute force would never corrupt someone like that. So Kenjaku decided to attack him a different way, through the people he cared about. Mahito immediately volunteered for the job. Kenjaku smiled and said, "Then let's see if even a king can save everyone." That night, Yuji sat on the school rooftop, wondering if people would ever fully trust him. Gojo joined him and told him that strength alone never changes anyone's heart. Yuji promised he would prove them wrong. Inside his mind, Sukuna admitted, for the first time in 1,000 years, that Yuji was the most interesting person he had ever met. Meanwhile, across the city, Mahito walked into an empty movie theater. Sitting alone in the back row was a lonely teenager named Junpei. Mahito smiled. The next phase of Kenjaku's plan had just begun. If strength couldn't break Yuji, then his heart would be targeted instead. Weeks passed, and Tokyo grew strangely quiet. Curses were disappearing without any reports of who defeated them. Gojo found that suspicious and sent Nanami Kento, a serious, no-nonsense Grade 1 sorcerer, to investigate a string of mysterious deaths across the city. The victims' bodies had been horribly transformed in ways nobody had ever recorded. Yuji volunteered to help, and Gojo approved, wanting him to gain real field experience. The moment Sukuna sensed the cursed energy at the crime scenes, his tone changed. This curse wasn't like the others. Sukuna explained that whoever this was, they weren't trying to kill people. They were experimenting on them. That curse was Mahito, a being that can reshape a person's soul with a single touch, permanently changing what they are. For weeks, Mahito had been secretly watching Yuji from rooftops without attacking. He found humans fascinating, and he believed every soul had a weakness worth discovering. Kenjaku ordered him not to engage Yuji directly. Mahito ignored him completely. Even kings have souls, he said. Yuji officially met Nanami, who noticed Sukuna's cursed energy immediately, but judged people by their actions, not their reputation. Nanami explained the pattern of disappearances, and the survivors left mentally shattered. Seeing the damage firsthand made Yuji furious, and he promised every victim he would stop whoever was responsible. At the same time, the story shifted to a lonely student named Junpei Yoshino. He was bullied constantly, isolated from everyone, and found comfort only in movies. Mahito had been watching him for weeks, slowly earning his trust, encouraging his resentment toward the world. By accident, Yuji and Junpei met at the same movie theater and instantly connected over films. Yuji treated him like a normal friend, and for the first time in a long while, Junpei started smiling again. Mahito watched from the shadows, furious that Yuji was undoing weeks of manipulation in a single afternoon. He decided Yuji needed to suffer personally. Nanami finally tracked Mahito's hideout, and he and Yuji entered together. Mahito welcomed them, laughing, saying he had been waiting. Yuji attacked immediately, but Mahito dodged every strike using his soul manipulation. Realizing Yuji's raw power was far beyond expectation, Mahito decided to end things instantly by touching his shoulder. The moment he made contact, everything went black. Mahito found himself standing inside Yuji's innate domain, expecting to meet Sukuna face to face. Instead, Yuji sat calmly on Sukuna's own throne. Sukuna stood beside him instead of on it. Mahito froze, unable to process what he was seeing. Sukuna wasn't the ruler here anymore. Yuji was. Mahito instinctively dropped to his knees. Sukuna smiled and said, "You touched the wrong soul." Mahito tried to reshape Yuji's soul. Nothing happened. Sukuna cut off his arm right there inside the domain, and Yuji unconsciously forced him back out into reality. Mahito coughed blood, his own soul permanently damaged for the first time in his existence. Mahito felt real fear. Rather than give up, he became obsessed. He had never met a soul he couldn't manipulate before. After studying Yuji, he concluded that Sukuna's overwhelming cursed energy was protecting his soul from direct attacks. Brute force wouldn't work. So Mahito decided emotional pain would work instead, and he set his sights on Junpei. Junpei finally agreed to attend Jujutsu High, excited about his new friendship with Yuji. But Mahito appeared before him one last time and told him Yuji had been lying the whole time. Junpei refused to believe it, until Mahito touched his soul. Junpei transformed into something unrecognizable. Yuji arrived seconds too late. He desperately poured reverse curse technique into him, trying to heal what had been broken. But even that couldn't restore a soul that had already been permanently altered. Junpei died in Yuji's arms. Yuji blamed himself completely. Even Sukuna, for once, had no insult to offer. Slowly, Yuji stood back up and asked Mahito one simple question. "Why?" Mahito answered, "Because I wanted to." Yuji's cursed energy exploded outward, darkening the sky above them. Every curse nearby fled instantly. There was no rage in his attack, only absolute determination. Mahito kept shifting into new forms, but each one was destroyed the moment it appeared. He expanded his own domain in desperation. Yuji answered with Malevolent Shrine, an ability that fills an entire area with unavoidable slashing attacks, and shattered Mahito's domain instantly. Mahito lost multiple limbs trying to escape. Nanami watched, realizing Yuji had already surpassed every sorcerer alive. Just before Yuji could finish him off, a barrier suddenly appeared. Kenjaku stepped out, congratulating Yuji for exceeding every expectation. Sukuna recognized him immediately, and for the first time, his expression actually changed. Kenjaku pulled Mahito to safety before Yuji could land the final blow, then vanished with a chilling final line. "Your strength isn't what interests me anymore, your heart is?" Junpei received a quiet, proper funeral. Nanami told Yuji it wasn't his fault. Yuji refused to accept that. Sukuna finally spoke, not to mock him, but to say something true. "You finally understand power alone cannot save everyone." Yuji clenched his fist and vowed no one else would die because he was too late. Far away, Kenjaku began gathering the strongest curses in the world. He announced a new objective. Forget awakening Sukuna. Our enemy is Yuji Itadori himself. Word of Yuji had spread so far that the entire Jujutsu society now knew his name. The annual Kyoto Goodwill event, a friendly competition between the Tokyo and Kyoto schools, was approaching, and everyone wondered what would happen when the two schools finally met face to face. Kyoto's principal Gakuganji arrived early, his expression changing the moment he sensed Yuji's cursed energy. One by one, the Kyoto students arrived, and every single one reacted differently. Mai stared, Miwa froze. Momo grew visibly nervous. Kamo studied him analytically from a distance. Then Todo, a loud, extremely confident sorcerer who values strength above almost everything, walked straight up to Yuji without hesitation. "You're the one everyone won't stop talking about," he said, grinning. He asked Yuji his famous ridiculous question about what kind of woman he liked, and Yuji answered honestly, making Todo burst out laughing. Instead of attacking, Todo asked for a friendly spar. Gojo allowed it, and everyone gathered to watch. Todo threw punch after punch. Yuji read and blocked every single one. Todo activated Boogie Woogie, a technique that instantly swaps his position with anything he touches. Yuji predicted the swap before it even happened. Excited! Todo used Black Flash, a rare devastating strike. Yuji caught it with one hand. Silence fell over the entire arena. Todo realized Yuji wasn't just physically stronger, his instincts were on a completely different level. He stopped fighting and laughed harder than ever. "You're a monster." I like you." Nobody else spoke for a moment. Miwa admitted she couldn't even follow the fight with her eyes. Kamo realized Yuji had reacted to Boogie Woogie before it was even activated. Momo quietly worried what would happen if someone this powerful ever turned evil. Gakuganji watched in silence, privately deciding Yuji should still be eliminated. Utaheim noticed his expression and warned Gojo, who simply said, "Watch him, not his power, his heart." The exchange event officially began, with both schools splitting into teams to clear curses from a nearby forest. Nobody wanted to team up with Yuji, worried about provoking him by accident. Instead of chasing points, Yuji quietly decided to help anyone who needed it. What none of the students knew was that Gakuganji had secretly received an order. If Yuji ever lost control, kill him immediately. Hidden barriers and talismans were placed throughout the forest just in case. Gojo noticed them and said nothing. Curious who would make the first move. Deep in the forest, Hanami emerged, a curse that controls plants and nature. Unlike the original plan of collecting Sukuna's fingers, Kenjaku had given him a new mission entirely. Eliminate Yuji before the public fully accepts him. Hanami cut off communication across the forest and unleashed dozens of curses at once. At first, students assumed it was part of the event. Then grade 1 curses started appearing, and panic spread fast. Yuji instantly realized this wasn't a normal test. Ignoring Hanami completely, he focused on saving students first. Miwa was surrounded, and Yuji arrived in an instant, wiping out every curse with a single cleave. Momo nearly got hit by a massive root attack, and Yuji saved her just in time. Mai was trapped under fallen trees, so Yuji lifted the entire section of forest off her. Panda laughed. "See? I told you he'd save everyone." The Kyoto students began questioning everything they thought they knew about him. Finally, Hanami appeared directly, his massive cursed energy forcing every student to retreat. He told Yuji that humanity couldn't be saved. Yuji disagreed. Hanami unleashed wave after wave of cursed plant attacks, destroying entire sections of the forest. But Yuji avoided every single one without effort. Realizing physical force wasn't working, Hanami released his full power, twisting the environment itself until students could barely breathe. Yuji simply walked forward and asked, "Are you done?" Hanami screamed and unleashed everything he had. Yuji decided the fight had gone on long enough. He raised one hand. Domain expansion, every sorcerer present froze. Even Gojo stopped smiling. Malevolent Shrine opened across the battlefield. But unlike Sukuna's original version, Yuji carefully controlled its range, protecting every student and every civilian nearby. Only Hanami stood within the lethal zone. Thousands of invisible slashes tore through the area at once. Hanami tried to regenerate. It was impossible. His body was erased completely, and the domain vanished as quickly as it appeared. The entire forest fell silent. Everyone present had just witnessed the strongest domain expansion in history. Word of Hanami's death shook the strongest curses in Japan. Jogo couldn't believe he had died so easily. Even Mahito finally accepted that Yuji simply could not be defeated through strength alone. Kenjaku smiled quietly. Good. Now everyone fears him. Back at the event, the mood completely shifted. Miwa apologized for judging him. Momo admitted she was wrong. Kamo bowed respectfully. Todo proudly declared Yuji his rival for life. Watching his students laugh together for the first time, Gojo believed the future of the Jujutsu world might actually be changing for the better. But behind the scenes, Kenjaku had already moved on to his next plan. Hanami's death proved one thing beyond doubt. Yuji could never be overwhelmed by force alone, so Kenjaku abandoned every strategy built around fighting him directly. The prison realm, an ancient technique capable of sealing away even the strongest sorcerer, became his highest priority. Gojo had to be removed first, then the entire world would be turned against Yuji instead. Quietly, the stage for something much bigger was already being set. Weeks passed after Hanami's death, and the Jujutsu world kept changing. Younger sorcerers openly admired Yuji, while the older generation still feared him. The higher-ups kept searching for new ways to remove him, and Gojo simply ignored every attempt. Every mission Yuji completed ended the same way, with 0 casualties. And ordinary people slowly began calling him a hero. Watching quietly from inside Yuji's mind, Sukuna noticed something unsettling. Yuji was becoming exactly what Sukuna himself had never been. A symbol people could believe in. Reports began arriving from across the country about Sukuna's fingers disappearing one by one. Normally that would only strengthen whoever consumed them, but Yuji already possessed Sukuna's entire power. Gojo realized someone else had a completely different goal in mind. That someone was Kenjaku using the fingers as bait to lure out stronger and stronger curses, slowly destabilizing the entire country. Believing someone was trying to draw him out, Gojo let Yuji investigate anyway. Yuji, Megumi, and Nobara were sent to Yasuhachi Bridge, where witnesses described horrific curses and mysterious poison deaths. The moment they arrived, Sukuna recognized the cursed energy instantly. "Death paintings?" he said quietly, refusing to explain further. Inside the barrier, they found Iso and Kachizu, 2 curses born from an ancient experiment. Both had expected to face Sukuna directly. Instead, they sensed his complete cursed energy radiating from someone who was smiling at them. Yuji politely asked them to surrender. Eso only laughed, insisting curses were never meant to give up, and unleashed a deadly poison technique that began dissolving the forest around them. Megumi fought Kichizu while Nobara took on Iso, with Yuji holding back at first, wanting his teammates to grow through the fight, but the death paintings quickly overwhelmed them. Megumi was poisoned. Nobara was badly injured. Yuji stepped in, effortlessly avoiding every attack while shielding both of his friends. He asked one final time for them to stop. Iso refused and instead attacked civilians hiding just outside the barrier. Yuji instantly rescued every single one, exposing exactly the weakness Iso had been hoping to exploit. Realizing negotiation was no longer possible, Yuji's expression changed completely. Every step he took released overwhelming pressure. One slash of cleave took Iso's arm. Another dropped Kichizu to the ground. In one final act of desperation, they unleashed a last poison attack, but Yuji used reverse curse technique to shield his teammates before finishing them both with dismantle. Before it was over, he closed his eyes and quietly apologized. Even Sukuna couldn't understand why Yuji still mourned enemies who had tried to kill him. Far away, their brother Choso suddenly froze, his blood-based abilities reacting violently. He felt both of their deaths at once and dropped to one knee. When he demanded answers, Kenjaku lied, telling him Yuji had murdered them in cold blood. Choso swore revenge, unaware he had just become another piece on Kenjaku's board. Reviewing the entire fight afterward, Kenjaku noticed something fascinating. Yuji apologized before killing his enemies and still regretted taking their lives even after the battle ended. His greatest weakness wasn't physical strength, it was his conscience. Kenjaku decided that future confrontations wouldn't just need to be difficult fights. They needed to become impossible decisions. Inside the innate domain, Sukuna finally asked Yuji why he bothered apologizing at all. Yuji answered simply, because they had lives too. Sukuna laughed, then suddenly stopped, quietly remembering his own past for the first time in centuries. For the first time, he began comparing himself to Yuji directly. Yuji possessed everything Sukuna once had, except for the one thing Sukuna never developed: compassion. "You're wasting my power?" Sukuna admitted. Yuji only smiled. Or maybe I'm finally using it correctly. Reviewing reports on the death paintings, Gojo started noticing details that didn't add up. Why had Chozo and his brothers even been created in the first place? Master Tengen, an ancient sorcerer with access to forbidden knowledge, mentioned old experiments involving something called cursed wombs. Gojo began suspecting Yuji's birth wasn't as ordinary as everyone assumed, but decided to keep investigating quietly before saying anything. Meanwhile, Choso visited the site of his brother's deaths alone, mourning quietly. He promised revenge, but something felt strange beneath the grief. Not hatred exactly, something closer to familiarity. He dismissed the feeling, assuming his own emotions were confusing him. Watching from a distance, Kenjaku smiled. Soon, the family reunion will begin. Back at Jujutsu High, everyone celebrated another successful mission, but Yuji couldn't stop thinking about Iso's final expression. Watching him quietly, Sukuna for the first time didn't insult him even once. Elsewhere, Kenjaku placed his hand on the prison realm and announced the next stage of his plan. Gojo Satoru must disappear before Yuji learns the truth. Several weeks passed without a single major battle, but the entire country was quietly changing. Yuji accepted every mission handed to him, no matter the danger, always placing civilians before anything else. Stories of impossible rescues spread across Japan, and ordinary people began recognizing him by reputation alone. Without even trying, Yuji had become a symbol of hope. But at headquarters, the elders panicked. Their execution order had completely failed to slow him down, and now young sorcerers openly defended him, some even questioning the elders' authority for the first time. They feared a future where sorcerers followed Yuji instead of headquarters itself. Meanwhile, Choso couldn't shake the strange feeling from his brother's deaths. He began secretly following Yuji, expecting to find a monster. Instead, he watched him pull children from collapsing buildings, comfort grieving families, and apologize every time someone got hurt on his watch. This wasn't the murderer Kenjaku had described, and Choso began to doubt everything he'd been told. Inside the innate domain, Sukuna watched Yuji use his own techniques for the opposite of their original purpose. Furnace to save civilians instead of destroying them. Reverse curse technique to heal strangers. Those techniques were made to kill, Sukuna said. "They're mine now," Yuji replied. Sukuna's smile slowly faded, realizing his own legacy was being rewritten into something new. Across Japan, more Sukuna fingers kept surfacing, and Yuji volunteered to recover every single one. Not for power, but simply to keep them out of dangerous hands. Curse users began surrendering instead of fighting some abandoned criminal groups entirely. Hope was slowly replacing fear in a way nobody had seen before. But that hope was exactly the problem for Kenjaku. Reviewing report after report, he noticed civilian deaths dropping to zero, fear disappearing from entire regions, and sorcerers uniting under one name instead of fracturing apart. His thousand-year plan depended on chaos, and Yuji was creating the exact opposite. For the first time in centuries, Kenjaku felt real urgency. Finally, Choso confronted Yuji directly, asking if he had enjoyed killing his brothers. Yuji lowered his head and said no, apologizing sincerely and explaining he had tried to stop the fight without bloodshed. Choso sensed no lie in his words, and left without saying anything else. His anger now conflicting with everything his instincts were telling him. Realizing Choso was starting to doubt him, and with every other plan failing, Kenjaku decided waiting any longer was too dangerous. He gathered every remaining ally, curse users, barrier specialists, and ancient cursed objects, and placed the prison realm on the table. Everyone understood immediately. The final operation had begun. One quiet night, Gojo took Yuji on a walk through Tokyo, watching ordinary people live their lives in peace. "This is what we're protecting," Gojo said. Before leaving, he added something strange. "If something happens to me, don't try to become me. Be a better version of yourself." Yuji laughed it off, promising nothing would happen. As Halloween approached, strange barriers began quietly forming beneath the streets of Shibuya. On October 31st, Yuji finished another successful mission and returned to school feeling optimistic. Then his phone exploded with emergency alerts. Massive curtain barriers had sealed off all of Shibuya, trapping thousands of civilians inside. Gojo left immediately, with Yuji and the others rushing to follow. Deep beneath the station, Kenjaku smiled as he watched Gojo walk straight into the trap. The age of peace ends tonight. Thousands of civilians filled the streets of Shibuya when the massive curtain suddenly came down, cutting off every phone signal and trapping everyone inside. Hundreds of curses appeared at once, and headquarters declared a national emergency. Gojo arrived first, followed by Yuji, Megumi, Nobara, Maki, Panda, Inumaki, Nanami, and Todo, all entering from different points. None of them knew that Kenjaku had already separated every team on purpose. Gojo noticed the curses weren't trying to fight him. They were leading him deeper underground. Yuji noticed the same pattern on his side. Gojo warned him over the communicator not to chase them, but seconds later, every radio in Shibuya went dead. Jogo, Dagon, and Mahito attacked Gojo together, backed by hundreds of transfigured humans, cursed corrupted civilians who had lost their original minds. With civilians everywhere, Gojo couldn't unleash his full power, choosing precision over destruction instead. The disaster curses didn't expect to win, they only needed to stall him. Meanwhile, Yuji found thousands of trapped civilians surrounded by special-grade curses. Refusing to ignore them, he fought and rescued people at the same time. While Megumi and Nobara handled evacuations and Todo took command of nearby sorcerers. Even veteran fighters started following Yuji's orders without question. Then Choso blocked his path, asking one final time if he truly regretted killing his brothers. Every single day, Yuji answered honestly. Before either could move, Kenjaku remotely dropped hundreds of civilians directly into the battlefield, forcing Yuji to rush to save them. Choso watched in silence, his doubts growing even stronger. Underground Gojo defeated Jogo and Dagon, leaving Mahito barely alive. The disaster curses realized they had failed. Then Kenjaku, using the body of Gojo's old friend Suguru Geto, walked forward calmly. For one critical second, Gojo hesitated. That single second was all Kenjaku needed. The prison realm activated. Gojo tried to escape, but it was already too late. With his final breath before the seal closed completely, he shouted, "Find Yuji!" The strongest sorcerer in the world had vanished. Every sorcerer in Shibuya instantly felt his cursed energy disappear, and panic exploded across the entire district. Sukuna spoke quietly inside Yuji's mind. Gojo is gone. Every surviving sorcerer gathered around Yuji, unsure what to do next. Without hesitation, he organized them into teams, sending Maki to protect civilians, Panda to secure evacuation routes, Todo to handle curse users, Megumi to lock down barrier exits, and Nanami to the front lines, while he personally handled every special grade threat himself. For the first time, the Jujutsu world began following Yuji instead of Gojo. Kenjaku had expected Yuji to lose control after Gojo's sealing. Instead, he grew calmer. So Kenjaku released thousands more transfigured humans across the district, turning every street into its own battlefield. Yuji couldn't save everyone at once, and every choice began costing lives, weighing on him more with each passing minute. Then Choso overheard Kenjaku casually referring to him as nothing more than an experiment. Memories of Yuji apologizing, protecting strangers, and trying to spare his brothers instead of killing them all flooded back at once. Choso finally understood the truth. Kenjaku had lied to him from the beginning. He turned against Kenjaku immediately and rushed to help Yuji, arriving just in time to block a special grade attack from behind. Yuji asked why he had helped him. Choso hesitated, then answered, "Because you're my brother." Yuji stood there completely confused while Kenjaku watched from a distance, satisfied that even this betrayal was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Jogo challenged Yuji directly next, seeking revenge for Hanami's death. He unleashed Maximum Meteor, a massive fire technique capable of leveling city blocks. Yuji activated Malevolent Shrine, carefully limiting its range to Jogo alone, slicing the meteor apart before it could land. Realizing the gap between them was impossible to close, Jogo asked one last question before dying. "Why do you protect humans?" "Because someone has to," Yuji answered. Finally, Yuji confronted Kenjaku directly, gaining the upper hand almost immediately. But Kenjaku had never intended to fight. His objective had already been completed the second Gojo was sealed. He activated multiple escape barriers, flooding the area with curses and forcing Yuji to abandon the chase to protect civilians instead. Before vanishing completely, Kenjaku smiled. "The strongest isn't Gojo anymore, it's the burden I've placed on you." By dawn, the city lay in ruins, but thousands of civilians had survived because of Yuji's leadership. Still, headquarters blamed the entire disaster on him, claiming Sukuna's presence had caused it all. The public was split, some calling him a hero, others fearing him as the king of curses. Headquarters branded Gojo an accomplice for protecting him, and officially declared Yuji the greatest threat to the Jujutsu world. A new execution order was issued. Yuta Okakatsu, a powerful sorcerer studying overseas, was recalled to Japan with a single mission: execute Yuji Itadori. Yuji quietly accepted the decision and refused to run. Reading through Yuji's file for the first time, Yuta closed it and said, "I'll meet him myself before passing judgment." Days after the Shibuya incident, with Gojo still sealed away, headquarters held an emergency council and reached a unanimous decision. Yuji Itadori had to be executed. Every report proving he had saved civilian lives was conveniently ignored. When Yuta returned and heard the elders' explanation, he asked one simple question: did he harm innocent people? The elders avoided answering directly, and Yuta immediately noticed the inconsistency. He accepted the mission on paper, but privately decided to investigate everything himself first. Back at the school, Megumi, Nobara, Panda, and Maki were furious when they learned of the order. Yuji stopped all of them, refusing to let a civil war start over him. If someone wanted to judge him, he would face them himself. Choso refused to leave his side, and for the first time, Yuji fully accepted him as his brother. Before finding Yuji, Yuta interviewed dozens of Shibuya survivors. Civilians described him rescuing children. Injured sorcerers described him leading entire evacuations. Even the Kyoto students spoke highly of him. Nanami told Yuta plainly, "If Yuji wasn't there, none of us would have survived." Every single testimony directly contradicted what headquarters had claimed. When Yuta finally found Yuji, neither of them attacked. Yuji bowed respectfully and said, "If you're here to carry out your mission, I won't run." Yuta asked why, and Yuji answered, "Because I trust people to decide what's right." Studying him carefully, Yuta sensed no hatred, no arrogance, only exhaustion. He requested one fight not to kill Yuji, but to understand him. During the duel, Yuji refused to use any of Sukuna's techniques, fighting with nothing but basic martial arts. When Yuta asked why he was holding back so much, Yuji simply said, "This isn't about winning." Eventually, Yuta lowered his sword and asked why he hadn't used Sukuna's power at all. "Because I wasn't fighting an enemy," Yuji answered. Yuta finally understood. Yuji had never seen him as someone to defeat, only someone doing his duty. Remembering Gojo's belief that the next generation could change everything, Yuta realized Yuji was already doing exactly that. But the elders never trusted Yuta to begin with, and secretly sent assassination squads with orders to kill both of them if necessary. When the attack came without warning, Yuji shielded Yuta from the very first strike, shocking him completely. Fighting side by side, they defeated every assassin, and several surrendered the moment Yuji chose to spare them instead of finishing them off. Yuta finally understood exactly why people followed him. Afterward, Yuta publicly declared Yuji innocent and refused to carry out the execution. Headquarters branded him a traitor on the spot. One by one, Maki, Panda, Inumaki, Megumi, Nobara, and Choso stood behind Yuji in open defiance. The elders realized for the first time that they were losing control of their own organization. Watching quietly from the shadows, Kenjaku smiled. Exactly as he had hoped, the Jujutsu world was splitting apart. The old guard against the new generation, with Gojo still sealed. He had all the room he needed for his next move. Barriers for something called the culling game began activating across the entire country. Master Tengen soon explained everything to Yuji's group. Ancient sorcerers, forced awakened through forbidden rituals, were about to be unleashed across Japan. Shibuya, it turned out, had never been the final attack. It had only been preparation. Colonies began forming across the country, trapping ordinary civilians inside barriers overnight, and sorcerers everywhere rushed toward the chaos. Looking across the country, Yuji knew this fight would be unlike anything before it. Yuta stood beside him, with Megumi, Nobara, Maki, Panda, Choso, and Todo gathering close behind. For the first time, Yuji wasn't fighting alone. Standing above the largest colony, Kenjaku smiled and said, "Welcome to the culling game." The culling game began, and massive colonies appeared across Japan overnight, trapping millions of civilians inside barriers alongside ancient sorcerers awakened from 1,000 years ago. Headquarters completely lost control of the situation. Realizing he couldn't be everywhere at once, Yuji made a decision. Instead of forming attack squads, he divided everyone into rescue teams. Yuta took Sendai Colony, Maki took Sakurajima. Hikari, a bold sorcerer who thrives in dangerous fights, volunteered for Tokyo No. 2. Megumi and Nobara handled Tokyo No. 1. Choso protected evacuation routes, Panda assisted stranded civilians, and Todo coordinated communication between every team. Everyone agreed on one rule: saving lives always came before earning points. Inside Tokyo Colony, ancient sorcerers immediately sensed Sukuna's cursed energy and rushed toward Yuji, hoping defeating him would make them legendary. Yuji ignored their challenges completely, focused only on evacuating civilians, which they mistook for arrogance. 10 of them attacked together, each with a different ability, but Yuji calmly studied and dismantled every one, sparing anyone who chose to surrender. Some of the ancient sorcerers, expecting Sukuna's cruelty, were shocked to find compassion instead. Meanwhile, Megumi struggled through his own colony, facing multiple powerful enemies with no help arriving in time. For the first time, he stopped relying on Yuji entirely, making difficult decisions on his own with Nobara's support. And together they saved hundreds of civilians without him. When Yuji learned of their success, he realized everyone around him was growing stronger too. But Tengen soon delivered troubling news. The culling game was never really about defeating Yuji. Every battle fought, every death that occurred, was quietly fueling a massive merger ritual behind the scenes. Rescuing civilians alone would never be enough to stop it. The true source of the ritual had to be found and destroyed. Some ancient sorcerers recognized Sukuna's exact fighting style and mistook Yuji for the King of Curses himself, kneeling before him out of old fear. Yuji told them plainly he wasn't Sukuna. Rumors spread through every colony regardless. The King of Curses has become humanity's protector. Kenjaku shifted tactics again, attacking evacuation shelters directly, not to kill everyone inside, but to force Yuji into impossible choices. When 2 shelters came under attack at the same time, Yuji could only reach one. He chose the larger one, saving hundreds, but arrived too late for the other. He blamed himself instantly. This time, watching quietly, Sukuna didn't mock him at all. Instead, inside the innate domain, Sukuna asked how many people Yuji had saved. Yuji admitted he didn't know. Sukuna asked how many he couldn't save. Yuji stayed silent. Then Sukuna said something nobody expected. "Even I couldn't save everyone. Stop carrying a burden no one can bear." For the first time, Sukuna was giving him advice instead of ridicule, and their relationship slowly began shifting from enemies towards something closer to partners. Soon, Tengen identified one of the ritual's major barrier cores, and Yuji led a strike team made up of Yuta, Maki, Choso, Hikari, Megumi, Nobara, and Todo. This time, Yuji didn't fight alone. Megumi created openings, Nobara disrupted enemy techniques, Hikari absorbed devastating attacks, Choso controlled the battlefield, Maki eliminated key targets, Yuta supported everyone with Rika, his powerful spirit companion. Together, they destroyed the core, collapsing an entire colony safely and freeing thousands of trapped civilians. For the first time since Shibuya, Kenjaku appeared in person, applauding Yuji for exceeding every expectation. When Yuji demanded answers, Kenjaku finally told him the truth. Yuji hadn't been born naturally. He had been created as the perfect vessel, every event in his entire life, carefully orchestrated from the start. Yuji stood frozen in shock, while Choso immediately understood. They truly were brothers. Rage exploded across the battlefield as Yuji attacked, shaking the entire colony with every clash. Kenjaku matched him technique for technique, revealing he had never actually been trying to defeat Yuji. He only needed enough time. The merger ritual reached its final stage. Massive cursed energy erupted across the entire country, the ground trembling beneath every colony as Tengen sensed disaster closing in. Kenjaku smiled. His plan was finally complete. Every colony began collapsing at once, strange energy spreading across the country as the sky itself turned dark. Tengen announced the merger had begun. Yuji understood immediately that this was the true final battle. Every surviving ally gathered around him, with Gojo still sealed away and humanity down to one final chance. Standing above the collapsing barriers, Kenjaku declared, "The age of humanity is over." Yuji stepped forward and answered, "Then I'll build a new one." The barrier network across the entire country began collapsing at once, flooding Japan with cursed energy so massive it turned the sky black and shook the ground beneath every colony. Sorcerers rushed to evacuate millions of civilians, and Yuji ordered every rescue team to prioritize saving lives above everything else. Nobody argued by this point. Every sorcerer trusted him completely. Kenjaku summoned every remaining cursed spirit and reincarnated sorcerer loyal to him for one final battle. Yuji gathered his own side, Yuta, Maki, Megumi, Nobara, Choso, Todo, Hikari, Panda, and Kusakabe. Every surviving sorcerer standing together. He didn't give a speech, he simply said, "Let's bring everyone home." Battles erupted across the collapsing barriers all at once. Maki cut down elite reincarnated sorcerers one after another. Hikari held back entire groups alone. Panda kept evacuation routes clear. Nobara and Megumi destroyed ritual anchors together. Todo coordinated every battlefield using Boogie Woogie. Choso fought beside Yuji directly. Yuta held off Kenjaku's strongest summoned spirits. Every single person contributed something the others couldn't. During the chaos, Choso took a critical hit protecting Yuji. Rushing to his side, Yuji heard him admit he finally understood what it meant to protect family. Refusing to let him die, Yuji used reverse curse technique with everything he had. Choso survived, and the two brothers kept fighting side by side. Finally, the battlefield cleared, and Yuji faced Kenjaku alone. Kenjaku called him his greatest creation. Yuji rejected the words completely. "You gave me life. Everyone else taught me how to live." Kenjaku unleashed every technique he had: gravity manipulation, summoned spirits, barrier control, devastating maximum level attacks. Yuji answered every single one. Cleave, dismantle, furnace, black flash, reverse curse technique, world slash. Their clash shaking what remained of the collapsing barrier. Realizing he couldn't win, Kenjaku abandoned the fight entirely and merged himself directly into the ritual, becoming its living core. The entire country began transforming as countless cursed spirits fused together into something that dwarfed every curse in recorded history. Even Sukuna grew serious watching it happen. Inside the innate domain, Sukuna rose from his throne and told Yuji plainly, "You've proven yourself." Confused, Yuji asked what he meant. Sukuna admitted Yuji had accomplished something he never managed in his own lifetime. People willingly followed him. "Then don't waste this victory," Sukuna said. For the first time, he willingly shared every remaining fragment of his knowledge. Not more raw power, but complete mastery of everything Yuji already carried. Rejoining the battlefield, every ally attacked the merger together. Megumi immobilized it. Nobara struck its cursed core. Yuta and Rika broke through its outer defenses. Maki tore apart its physical body. Hikari kept everyone alive through relentless fighting. Todo created the final opening, and Choso protected Yuji's approach the entire way. Yuji activated Malevolent Shrine one last time, filling it with total precision, every slash aimed only at the merger itself, without harming a single ally. The merger began collapsing. Kenjaku emerged from the wreckage, laughing, insisting humanity would always create curses no matter what. Yuji agreed. Evil would never completely disappear, but that didn't mean people should ever stop protecting each other. Kenjaku attacked one final time. Yuji answered with World Slash, ending the fight for good. Before vanishing completely, Kenjaku admitted Yuji had become something no experiment could have ever predicted. Then he was gone. As Kenjaku died, the prison realm holding Gojo began breaking apart. Yuji caught it just in time, and Tengen explained one last seal remained, channeling every bit of cursed energy he had left into it. Yuji shattered the final barrier. Gojo returned. Looking around at a battle already finished, he laughed. "Guess I really was unnecessary." "No," Yuji said. "You got us here, back at headquarters." The remaining elders tried to reclaim their authority, demanding Yuji surrender immediately. Nobody moved. Every sorcerer present stood firmly beside him, even former opponents refusing the order outright. Finally, Gojo spoke, declaring the old system finished for good. The corrupt leadership was dissolved, and a new council formed, made up of young sorcerers from both Tokyo and Kyoto. Strength alone would never again decide who held power. Character mattered just as much now. Inside the innate domain one final time, Sukuna sat quietly as Yuji thanked him. Scoffing, Sukuna insisted he had never become any kind of hero. "You helped save the world," Yuji replied. "Don't make me sound soft," Sukuna laughed. They shared one last smile. And Sukuna's soul finally faded away, the throne inside the domain disappearing along with him. For the first time in his entire life, Yuji was completely free. What if Gojo Satoru had Sukuna's power? Instead of Yuji Itadori, Jujutsu Kaisen starts because Yuji Itadori ate Sukuna's finger. That one moment changed everything. It pulled him into a world of curses, sorcerers, and battles he never asked for. But now imagine something even crazier. What if, instead of Yuji, Gojo Satoru was the one who ate Sukuna's finger? Just think about that for a second. The strongest sorcerer of the modern era, the man who stands at the peak of the Jujutsu world, becomes Sukuna's vessel. At that point, the entire story changes. The balance of power changes. The threat level changes. Even the way every character reacts changes. And the biggest question of all is this: would Sukuna be able to survive inside Gojo? Or would Gojo's body completely reject him? Or maybe something even worse would happen. Maybe Gojo with Sukuna inside him would become a nightmare no one could stop. That is exactly the alternate timeline we are talking about here. And this version does not just change one fight or one arc, it changes the entire direction of the story in this timeline. Jujutsu Kaisen 0 stays the same, and the hidden inventory arc also plays out normally. The real divergence begins later, and once it begins, everything starts moving in a completely different direction. So let us start from the point where the story first changes. After Yuji eats Sukuna's finger, he is brought to Jujutsu High just like in the original timeline. The higher-ups immediately decide that the safest solution is to execute him after all 20 fingers have been consumed. From their point of view, this is simple. Yuji is only a vessel, and once Sukuna is fully restored, the threat is too large to allow him to live. But Gojo is not willing to accept that. Gojo would never allow an innocent person to be killed right in front of him. If there's another option that is part of who he is, even if his methods are extreme, his instincts are always aimed at protecting people. So he makes a decision that is dangerous, reckless, and completely insane. He decides to eat the remaining fingers himself, of course. This is not a decision he makes lightly. He understands exactly what could happen. If Sukuna takes over, then Gojo loses control of his own body. And losing control is not just inconvenient. In a world like this, it could be catastrophic. Gojo knows that better than anyone. He also knows that if his body falls into the wrong hands, the damage would be unimaginable. And giving that control to Sukuna is especially dangerous. Sukuna is not just some random cursed spirit. He is a monster, a king of curses, a force of destruction that does not care about lives, cities, or consequences. So even for Gojo, this is an extremely risky move, but he still does it. The moment Gojo eats Sukuna's second finger, everyone expects something terrible to happen, but nothing does. No sudden takeover, no collapse, no struggle, nothing. The reason is simple. Gojo is not Yuji when Yuji consumed the finger. Sukuna had a relatively easy time trying to assert control because Yuji was, despite his physical abilities, still a normal human. His cursed energy control was nowhere near refined enough to resist Sukuna properly. But Gojo is in a completely different category. His body is not just strong. It is already built around techniques that make him nearly untouchable. The first thing Sukuna runs into is the 6 eyes. And if you know what that means, you already understand the problem. The 6 eyes give Gojo perfect cursed energy perception and control. He can read cursed energy at a level most sorcerers cannot even imagine. He can sense every movement, every fluctuation, every particle within his own body. So when Sukuna tries to force his way in, Gojo responds immediately. The limitless technique blocks cursed energy from the inside. Infinity becomes a wall, not just around Gojo, but within him. Sukuna realizes very quickly that this is not a normal vessel. This is not a boy he can bully into submission. This is Gojo Satoru. And Gojo's body is not giving him an easy win. Sukuna becomes annoyed, then frustrated, then genuinely shocked because for the first time, he is inside a vessel that is not suppressing him by sheer willpower, but by pure technique with Yuji. Sukuna always had a path forward if Yuji cracked mentally, but Gojo has not cracked. Gojo's soul is protected by a barrier. Sukuna cannot simply smash through. Even when Gojo is asleep, Sukuna continues trying. He keeps pushing, testing, probing, searching for any weakness, but there is none. Sukuna cannot do anything. He eventually realizes that he is trapped in a body he cannot just hijack. Then Sukuna starts thinking differently. If Gojo keeps consuming the rest of Sukuna's fingers, maybe that will create a new opening. Maybe the situation will reverse. Maybe Gojo's body will slowly become a bridge for Sukuna rather than a prison. So Sukuna does something nobody would expect. He actually helps Gojo search for the remaining fingers. And because Sukuna can detect his own cursed energy signature, the process becomes much easier. Finding the fingers is no longer random, it becomes systematic, efficient, almost predictable, but while they are collecting the fingers, they run into another problem. Mahito appears, and Mahito is not alone. The special grade curses are also searching for Sukuna's fingers. So this meeting was always going to happen, the moment their paths cross. The situation becomes dangerous. Mahito wants the fingers, Sukuna wants the fingers, Gojo wants control over the entire situation. So naturally, the next thing that happens is a fight. This becomes Gojo versus Mahito. And that is a matchup Mahito was never prepared for. Mahito's ability is terrifying because if he touches his opponent, that usually means the end. He is one of those enemies who can turn a single mistake into instant death. But his enemy here is Gojo Satoru. And Gojo is not someone Mahito can casually approach, not even slightly. Mahito tries. He looks for an opening, he moves fast, he attempts to land a touch, but Gojo's infinity makes it impossible. Mahito cannot even reach him. He cannot make contact. He cannot force an exchange. He cannot turn his ability into a win condition because Gojo does not allow him to even get close enough. And since Mahito is nowhere near Gojo's level, the result is obvious. Gojo ends the fight quickly. One shot, no extended struggle, no dramatic back and forth. Mahito is simply outclassed. After that, the finger hunt continues. By now, Gojo has consumed 15 fingers. That is an insane number by any measure. And yet Sukuna still has no real control over him. The plan is not working. He is not taking over the body. He is not breaking Gojo's will. He is not slipping into control the way he did with Yuji. But because Sukuna is still inside Gojo's body, he is able to catch fragments of Gojo's thoughts. Not everything, but enough. Enough to understand fears, enough to understand priorities, enough to begin searching for weakness in a different way. Meanwhile, Gojo continues being Gojo. He stays the teacher of Yuji, Megumi, and Nobara. He still guides them, trains them, pushes them, and keeps moving forward. He is also working on himself at the same time. He never stops improving, never stops thinking, never stops preparing for the worst. The early story continues moving similarly to canon. Yuji defeats Eso and Kechizu, and the story progresses into what eventually becomes the Shibuya phase structure. But the details are no longer the same, because Gojo is still active in a way he was not in the original timeline. And then we reach the big difference in the original story. Kenjaku seals Gojo, and Sukuna turns Shibuya into a disaster zone. But in this timeline, that plan breaks down immediately. Kenjaku's entire strategy depended on Sukuna being reborn inside a weak vessel. He needed a vessel he could manipulate. He needed a setup he could control. Sukuna inside, Gojo is the complete opposite of that. Kenjaku never planned for this, so the moment he realizes what has happened, he changes strategy. Sealing Gojo becomes even more important now. But there is a problem. If Gojo is sealed, Sukuna is also sealed, and Sukuna absolutely does not want that. He is trapped already. He is not going to walk willingly into another prison. So Sukuna warns Gojo about Kenjaku, and when Kenjaku finally attempts to use the prison realm, Gojo is ready. Because of Sukuna's warning, he escapes the trap with Sukuna's help, and Kenjaku's plan falls apart instantly. Gojo then unleashes Hollow Purple, and even Kenjaku gets hit by it. He survives, but only barely. He escapes in a nearly dead state. That alone changes everything. Then comes the battle against Jogo and Hanami in the original timeline. This fight is a complete disaster because Sukuna's chaos spirals out of control. But here, Gojo is fully aware of what is at stake. He knows that if he fights carelessly, innocent people will die for no reason. So he does not toy around. He does not enjoy the fight. He handles it with serious intent. Gojo still tries to keep collateral damage as low as possible, but some innocents are still injured, not killed, but hurt. Even then, he defeats both curses, and because Mahito is not present in the Shibuya version, Nanami survives. Nobara survives too. The entire emotional weight of the original Shibuya catastrophe changes. The arc ends here instead of descending into the same nightmare. At this point, Gojo has consumed 18 fingers, and now, on the surface, things may look stable, maybe even manageable. But that is only the surface. Sukuna is still there. He is still observing, still reading, still waiting. And because he can catch parts of Gojo's thoughts, he finally finds the crack he has been looking for. Gojo knows what is coming next. He understands that even if he escapes the prison realm, the higher-ups will not stop. Once he finishes absorbing Sukuna's fingers, they will still see him as a danger. They will still try to remove him. And after that, Yuta and Yuji will be in danger too. Gojo knows this. He sees the future they are building, and he does not like it at all. Sukuna notices that fear and uses it. This is where his manipulation skills come into play. Sukuna convinces Gojo that if Gojo lets him take over for just 1 minute, Sukuna will use that minute to kill all the higher-ups. That would remove the immediate threat. It would protect the students. And since the evidence would point to Sukuna, Gojo would not be the one blamed. Gojo still does not trust him, not even a little. But the pressure is real. His students are at risk, the higher-ups are dangerous, and the situation is getting worse by the second. So eventually, Gojo agrees to a binding vow. The deal is simple. Gojo will allow Sukuna to take over his body for 1 minute. But during that minute, Sukuna will not directly kill any innocent people. And once Sukuna gets control, the real disaster begins. Because now he is not just working with his own cursed power, he is inside Gojo Satoru's body. That means he can use Gojo's abilities too. His speed, his strength, his technique, his body, everything. And for those first few seconds, he becomes nearly unstoppable. He kills the higher-ups one by one, but he does so using Hollow Purple, which causes buildings to come down and civilians to be killed in the process. The bodies fall, the structures collapse, the chaos spreads, and Gojo can only watch it happen. The binding vow does not break because Sukuna is not directly killing innocents by hand, but the result is still horrific. The higher-ups are gone, and the city is left in chaos, and Sukuna still has time left. So of course he uses it to make things worse. The King of Curses is finally free. Even if only for a moment. He tears through the area. He destroys more buildings. He creates more panic. He keeps spreading damage everywhere. Gojo is forced to witness the consequences of his own decision, and all he can feel is regret. At the same time, Sukuna is thinking ahead. Seconds are ticking down, and while he has control, he starts searching for Megumi when he finally finds him. He uses the same kind of maneuver he later uses in the culling game. He transfers Gojo's cursed energy into one finger and feeds that finger to Megumi. Then the minute ends, but Sukuna has gotten what he wanted, a new vessel. And that changes everything again, because of what happened. Everyone believes Gojo is the one who murdered the higher-ups. From the outside, it looks like Gojo acted alone. Nobody understands the internal arrangement. Nobody understands that Sukuna was involved. All they see is destruction, and all they think is betrayal. And now Gojo's own students begin coming after him. Gojo runs, not because he is weak, not because he has no options, but because he cannot bring himself to fight the people he raised. He does not want to turn this into a massacre. At the same time, he knows Megumi is in massive danger. That becomes clear the moment Megumi attacks him while he is trying to retreat. Gojo already knows Sukuna is inside Megumi. But now it is confirmed beyond doubt. Sukuna planned this carefully because he knew a direct fight from Megumi's body would be complicated. Original Megumi would resist. So Sukuna frames Gojo and arranges a binding condition that lets him live as Megumi without revealing the truth in the usual way. Gojo understands the shape of the trap, and once he understands it, he starts searching for allies. He looks for Hikari, he looks for Angel. He knows Angel is knowledgeable enough to matter, and he believes she might be able to help save Megumi. At the same time, he also knows Kenjaku has already started the culling game, and he pushes forward to enter it. Before that, he finds Hikari and sneaks into Jujutsu High where Yuji helps him. They need more support, so they bring Choso into the alliance too. Because Gojo and Choso share a common enemy, Noritoshi Kamo. Then Gojo, Yuji, Hikari, and Choso head to Tengen's gate, but Yuki blocks their path instead of fighting. She tells Gojo that Megumi does not seem right, but she still cannot let them pass because of her own orders. Then Tengen steps in and explains the situation, and Gojo, being Gojo, already begins predicting what comes next. He understands that Kenjaku's next move is likely to be consuming Tengen, so Gojo makes the next strategic choice. He leaves Hikari, Yuji, and Choso there to protect Tengen. He also tells Yuji that Choso is his brother, just like in the original timeline. Then he heads off to the culling game. He also wants to refine himself there because he knows Sukuna will be studying Megumi's body and evolving his own understanding. Yuji and Gojo both enter the culling game, but Kenjaku is injured, so he cannot inform Sukuna. Sukuna still thinks Gojo is doing nothing useful and is simply hiding somewhere. Yuji enters first, but before Gojo can follow, Yuta attacks him. Yuta has orders to kill Gojo. So the clash begins. Yuta has to go through with the mission because of the binding vow, but Gojo is not someone who falls easily. Their fight is intense, and during that confrontation, both of them end up entering the culling game. Gojo overpowers Yuta in only a few moves and moves on. Then Gojo and Yuji spend the next few days searching for Angel. Meanwhile, Maki and the others begin entering the game gradually. The situation is getting bigger and more complex, but the goal remains the same. Find a way to deal with Sukuna. Find a way to save Megumi. As Gojo moves through the game, he runs into Higuruma and gets dragged into his trial. There, he is accused of killing innocents, but in the end, Gojo is found not guilty. Why? Because he was deceived. He did not intentionally do what he is accused of. Sukuna was behind everything. Higuruma sides with Gojo after understanding the truth. On the other side, Yuji gets caught by Maki and Yuta while helping Gojo. The chase begins, and this time, Yuji and Gojo are focused on growth. They need new tools, new understanding, new strength. So Yuji starts learning soul manipulation and dismantle. But even with that progress, he still has to flee from Yuta and Maki. Takaba appears and buys them time by distracting the others. Meanwhile, Sukuna, still inside Megumi's body, enters the game too. Gojo senses him. Angel senses him as well. Gojo had already felt Angel's energy earlier, so he goes to meet her at first. Angel does not trust him, but Hana, her host, has a crush on Gojo. And Gojo knows exactly how to use that situation to his advantage. Eventually, Angel agrees to help. On the other side, Sukuna keeps eliminating opponents one by one so he can use Megumi's body more efficiently. Gojo senses all of this. But for the moment, Yuji, Takaba, Higuruma, Angel, the samurai, and the sumo wrestler all try to figure out how to separate Sukuna from Megumi. Angel explains that she can only stun Sukuna. Removing him from Megumi's body is much harder. Then Yuji says his black flashes hit the soul directly. So maybe that is the answer. Gojo is extremely happy to hear that, because this gives them a real path forward. But even with that idea, they still cannot fight Megumi directly at full strength yet. Even with Yuta and Maki supporting them, the situation is not simple. And while all of this is happening, remember Hikari, Yuki, and Choso near Tengen. Kenjaku comes there because he needs Tengen. But this time, the outcome is different. Hikari, Yuki, and Choso defeat him. Kenjaku is already weakened from the hollow purple damage earlier, and Hikari's jackpot makes the difference. They capture him, and the control situation shifts to Sukuna, who is now in Megumi's body. Hikari leaves Kenjaku with Yuki and returns to the culling game with Choso. There, they encounter Kashimo, and just like in the original timeline, Hikari defeats him too and brings him into the team. Tengen is still alive, and because of that, he begins weakening the culling game barriers by now. Gojo and Yuji have developed a full strategy. Megumi, who is hosting Sukuna, is surrounded by grade 1 level sorcerers. So a direct attack is difficult. The team needs a way to draw everyone in and create an opening, so Gojo launches a hollow purple into the sky, forcing everyone to move toward him, and exactly as planned. They rush him. Hikari, Kashimo, and the others attack in response. Yuji hides in the shadows, waiting for his opening to strike Megumi. Rika instantly attacks Yuji and throws him into buildings. Gojo sees that and begins his own part of the plan. He sends Red toward Megumi, even after teaming up. Sukuna inside. Megumi cannot summon Mahoraga because everyone already knows Mahoraga will never be tamed by Megumi. So Sukuna has no choice but to eat the attack himself. But when the smoke clears, Megumi remains unharmed because he used reverse curse technique. Everyone is confused. Who taught Megumi that? Gojo even mocks him. Then in a split second, Megumi cuts off Gojo's hand. And that is when the truth starts coming out. Gojo had intentionally removed his infinity, so Sukuna's slashes would connect. He wanted proof, he wanted a trap, he wanted the situation to reveal itself. Megumi is stunned, and Yuta confirms that the slashes were indeed Megumi's. That exposes Sukuna's real position and breaks part of his deception. Sukuna, realizing the plan is collapsing, immediately injures all the sorcerers around him. The ones who have reverse curse technique somehow survive. Gojo is still calm, still smiling, still acting like this was all part of the game. Then Sukuna summons Ajido and Mahoraga, and the real fight begins. Gojo versus Sukuna finally starts in full. At the same time, Yuji continues sneaking in attacks from the side. Sukuna has already overused Megumi's shadow technique enough that he can travel through shadows now. He also reveals that he kept every cursed tool that could damage him, and he even destroyed the Zenin clan. That revelation shocks everyone. Now Sukuna's shadow attacks become a huge problem because he can pull out the soul-splitting katana whenever he wants. But Gojo keeps fighting with cursed tools and summons of his own. Seeing Yuji fight so hard, Choso joins as well. The battle becomes 3-on-3. Gojo wants to kill Ajido and Mahoraga with hollow purple. Meanwhile, Choso and Yuji keep Sukuna occupied. Choso handles Ajido with the limited tools he has, while Yuji attacks Sukuna directly and lands black flashes again and again. Every one of those black flashes hits Sukuna's soul, making him more and more irritated. Yuji has trained heavily over the last several days, and now he is starting to answer Sukuna's dismantles with cleave. Then comes the twist. When Sukuna orders Mahoraga to attack Yuji, Mahoraga does not move. Why? Because Yuji also carries one of Sukuna's fingers. And to Mahoraga, Yuji and Megumi register with the same kind of presence. That is enough for Mahoraga to hesitate. And in that opening, Yuji commands Mahoraga to stop attacking Gojo. At that point, Sukuna is in serious trouble. He panics and decides to end the fight with Domain Expansion, Malevolent Shrine, then unleashes a massive Fuga on Yuji. As for the other sorcerers, Sukuna had already arranged the battlefield with cursed tools in a way that left them injured and unable to interfere properly. So the stage is now set for the final segment of the battle. Yuji is alone inside Sukuna's domain, and Gojo cannot move in yet because he is still charging hollow purple. Sukuna is about to finish things with Fuga when suddenly a katana goes straight through him. That attack comes from Maki, and neither Sukuna nor Mahoraga can sense her. The moment the opening appears, Yuji starts chaining black flashes even harder. Then Uraum gives Sukuna his coat, and Sukuna transforms into four-armed Sukuna. He attacks Yuji and sends him flying into buildings. Then he looks up and sees it, a 200% hollow purple, and that was also Yuji's plan. Sukuna would throw him away, and the 200% hollow purple would hit Sukuna, Ajido, and Mahoraga. But at the last possible second, Sukuna teleports into Megumi's shadow domain, where he had hidden all the cursed tools. Even then, Choso moves in and holds Sukuna down in the hollow purple lands. But because Choso is holding him, Choso also gets caught in the blast and dies. When the smoke clears, Sukuna is still alive but badly damaged. He immediately starts trying to heal. At the same time, Gojo is also exhausted after firing such a massive hollow purple. Sukuna sees the opening and uses a soul-splitting katana against Gojo at full speed. But Yuji appears at the very last second and breaks the sword before it can land. Then Sukuna suddenly finds himself surrounded by thousands of swords, and in front of him is Yuta. With Rika by his side, Before Sukuna can even understand what is going on, Yuta attacks, and this battle takes place inside Yuta's domain, which creates a major problem for Sukuna. He barely survives by using Hollow Basket, then attacks from the shadows with Fire Arrow and deals severe damage to Yuta. Right after that, Sukuna cuts Yuta in half with Dismantle, the same way he had once done to Gojo. But Rika keeps Yuta alive and takes him to Shoko. Sukuna then mocks Gojo, saying he could never beat him one-on-one. Gojo replies that Sukuna was the one who started cheating and using deception first, and that was also Gojo's move from the start. Right after that, Angel uses Jacob's ladder on Sukuna and nearly burns him to nothing. Yuji reaches the fight, and Sukuna tries to attack him with a hidden knife. But at the very last second, Todo appears and swaps Yuji with a rock. Then Yuji lands the final Black Flash on Sukuna. By now, Gojo has also learned to observe other sorcerers' energy and suppress his own energy to zero. That lets him tell Yuji that all of Sukuna's energy is gathered in his stomach. Right after that, Yuji uses Cleave and cuts off all 4 of Sukuna's hands. Once Sukuna loses his hands, Yuji lands one last Black Flash, striking Sukuna's soul and forcing Sukuna out of Megumi. And then, just like in the manga, Yuji gives Sukuna a final monologue and kills him this time. Sukuna does not just lose. He is humiliated. He is broken down in every possible way before his death, making the ending even more disgraceful at that point. It might look like Gojo was sidelined, but that was never the case. Gojo's real plan was to keep Yuji close to Sukuna, so Megumi could be saved. Gojo had many chances to kill Sukuna, but that was never his true goal. He wanted to rescue Megumi, not destroy him, and that is how this alternate timeline ends. What if Yuji Itadori was born 400 years before Gojo? Have you ever wondered what would happen if Yuji Itadori was born 400 years before his time? Long before he entered Gojo's world, long before Jujutsu High even existed, and long before Sukuna's modern era began. What if he was born then instead? A time when curses ruled over shadows, and sorcerers fought just to survive. Would Yuji become the strongest sorcerer of his era? Would he reshape the very foundations of Jujutsu society? And centuries later, when Gojo was finally born, would he still be called the strongest sorcerer? Or would that title already belong to a legend from generations before him? Today, we're diving into a timeline where Yuji isn't born into Gojo's world. Instead, Gojo is born into Yuji's world. This time, Kenjaku sets his plan in motion far earlier than before. Instead of waiting thousands of years, he decides to prepare the perfect vessel for Sukuna just 600 years in advance. Once again, Kenjaku takes over a woman's body, but this time his target is a woman from Sukuna's own brother's bloodline. He arranges for her to marry Yuji's great ancestor, and from their union, Yuji Itadori is born. Just like in the original timeline, Yuji lives a completely normal life until he's 15 years old, with no knowledge of curses whatsoever. Then, one day, through sheer carelessness, he swallows a cursed object. Many of you have probably already guessed what it is. Yes, it's the finger. Sukuna's shriveled, decayed finger. The same one that started everything before. Yuji doesn't know it yet, but his life just ended and a new one just began. 600 years later, Ryomen Sukuna opens his eyes for the first time in centuries. He takes a breath. He looks at his hands, and then just as quickly he's gone, pulled back into the darkness. Because Yuji immediately wrestles control of his own body back. Only 10 seconds, that's all Sukuna gets. But this time, something is different. Very different. There's no Jujutsu High to order his execution. No Gojo Satoru waiting in the wings. No special grade sorcerer standing between him and the world. At this point in history, Yuji Itadori is completely, utterly alone. Meanwhile, Kenjaku watches from the shadows satisfied. His only goal, creating a vessel for Sukuna, has already been achieved. Everything from here is just a matter of time. Yuji begins traveling the era, seeking out its greatest sorcerers, gathering every scrap of information he can about Sukuna's fingers. Once he knows what he's looking for, the hunt begins. One finger, then another. He tracks them across mountains, battlefields, cursed ruins. Each time he finds one, he swallows it without hesitation. Each time Sukuna stirs a little more inside him. Each time Yuji grows a little stronger. Years pass, then decades. By the time a full century has gone by, Yuji has already consumed 10 of Sukuna's fingers. The remaining 10, he seals away. Because unlike the world, Gojo will one day grow up in this era, gives him no mentor, no ally strong enough to stand against Sukuna if things go wrong. So he trains completely alone. Days of training become weeks, weeks become years. He pushes his body past every limit he knows. He pushes his mind past every fear he has. There is no one to tell him to stop, so he never does. Sometime later, something strange happens to him. Something no sorcerer before him had ever experienced. His aging simply stops. Being half human, half cursed time no longer holds the same power over him that it holds over everyone else. Days pass, months pass, years pass, and Yuji's face never changes. After 300 years, Yuji has consumed all 20 of Sukuna's fingers. He swallows the 20th finger and waits. A second passes, then another. Inside his innate domain, Sukuna opens his eyes and smiles. So this is your answer? Yuji stands before him without fear. For centuries, Sukuna tried to break his will. For centuries, he failed. This time, the King of Curses doesn't even attempt to seize control. For the first time in 1,000 years, Sukuna understands something terrifying. Yuji Itadori has become stronger than him. Because of those centuries of relentless solitary training, Yuji has mastered every one of Sukuna's techniques. He has even perfected his own domain expansion, refined through decades of trial and failure that no one else ever witnessed. Now Yuji stands at the very top of this era's world, the exact position once held by Gojo Satoru in the original timeline, the strongest sorcerer alive. Then, one day, the balance of the world shifts. The moment the child opens his eyes, something changes. Birds stop singing. Curses hidden throughout the land grow restless, pacing, snarling, sensing something none of them can name. Hundreds of miles away, Yuji slowly turns his head toward the horizon. He has felt countless powerful sorcerers across his long life, but never anything like this. A smile spreads across his face. So you're finally here. For the first time in 1,000 years, a child is born with both six eyes and limitless Gojo Satoru. And the instant he draws his first breath, Yuji feels his presence from miles away. Unmistakable, undeniable. Years pass. When Gojo turns 10, Yuji makes a decision that surprises even himself. Instead of ruling from the shadows as he always has, he walks straight into Jujutsu High. Not as a student, but as a teacher. Soon, Gojo, Geto, and Shoko all become his students, and Yuji begins training them together. One day during training, Yuji notices something. He watches Gojo dodge, strike, defend, flawless, effortless. Too effortless. That's the problem. He realizes that Gojo relies far too heavily on his natural-born talent, coasting on gifts he never had to earn. So Yuji decides to change that. He pushes Gojo harder than anyone else in the school. He forces him to master reverse curse technique years ahead of schedule. He makes him hold infinity active every waking hour. No exceptions. He deliberately withholds domain expansion, refusing to let him rely on it early. It's brutal. It's relentless. And it works! The result is a Gojo Satoru who ends up far more powerful, far more disciplined than the one from the original timeline ever was. Alongside him, Yuji personally trains Geto as well, sharpening his cursed spirit manipulation and every other technique to a level he never reached before. When Gojo and Geto are assigned the mission to protect Riko, everything unfolds just as it did in the original story. Toji tracks them down. His blade swings toward Gojo's neck, fast, silent, certain, but this time, the sword stops dead. It stops against Gojo's infinity because Gojo never once lets it drop. Not for a second. Not out of arrogance or carelessness. Toji's eyes narrow. He's never felt this kind of wall before the two clash. But the fight is one-sided from the very first exchange. Gojo's speed, his precision, his years of merciless training under Yuji, all show themselves at once. Toji falls within minutes, the legendary sorcerer killer, undone by a boy who was never supposed to be this strong yet. After defeating Toji, Gojo goes to find Geto and Riko. When he arrives, Riko looks at both of them and says something no one expected. I don't want to merge with Tengen. I want to live. Hearing this, Gojo and Geto exchange a glance, and then they choose to protect her. This time, Toji never gets the chance to kill her. This time, Geto never watches everything he believes in collapse. This time, despair never finds him. Because Geto never turns down that dark path. His friendship with Gojo never breaks. Gojo never has to raise a hand against him. And because that moment never happens, Kenjaku never gets the chance to take over his body. Kenjaku remains trapped, still hiding inside the body of Yuji's mother, waiting, watching, patient as ever. A few peaceful years pass. Yuta and the other sorcerers eventually join the fold, and a kind of uneasy peace settles over the world. Because every clan, every sorcerer, fears and respects Yuji. Kenjaku knows his plan can't succeed unless Sukuna is freed. Because Sukuna is the only one capable of pushing Yuji to his absolute limits. So he begins preparing something enormous, recreating the Shibuya incident, sealing the city inside a barrier just like before. The barrier stands before Yuji like a wall separating two worlds. Behind him stand Gojo, Geto, Yuta, and dozens of elite sorcerers. None of them move. They all know the same thing. If Yuji enters Shibuya, the battle is already decided. Yuji glances over his shoulder. Don't follow me. Then he steps into the darkness alone. Jogo and Hanami are waiting for him, surrounded by hundreds of trapped civilians. Kenjaku and Mahito are nowhere to be seen. The curses watch Yuji step closer, and they smirk, certain that with so many innocent lives around him, he won't dare attack. That assumption is their last mistake. In under a second, Yuji unleashes thousands of invisible slashes, each one perfectly impossibly aimed. Not a single civilian is even scratched. Jogo and Hanami are shredded before either of them can react. their bodies falling apart in silence. His domain expansion malevolent shrine has surpassed even Sukuna's mastery of it, which is exactly how he wipes them out so effortlessly, so cleanly, so fast that most of the trapped civilians never even realize what almost happened to them. Then he hears a voice behind him. He turns, and what he sees stops him cold. His mother alive, standing there, smiling at him like nothing had ever happened. For one brief moment, his mind goes completely blank. Every year of training, every century of discipline, none of it matters in this instant, because this is the one thing he was never prepared for. By the time he realizes what's happening, it's already too late. The prison realm activates. Kenjaku's trap closes around him. The strongest sorcerer in the world is now Kenjaku's prisoner. The moment Yuji is sealed away, everything changes. Just like in the original timeline, the prison realm can't be moved from where it was activated. It sits there in the heart of Shibuya, silent and absolute. At first, no one believes it. The strongest sorcerer alive, trapped? It seems impossible. But when Gojo tries to reach out to him, tries to sense even a flicker of his presence, he's met with nothing but silence. No cursed energy signature, no trace of him anywhere. That's when it hits them all at once, like the floor dropping out from under them. Yuji is gone. Gojo and the others rush to Shibuya. What they find there confirms their worst fear. The prison realm sits exactly where it shouldn't be, humming with quiet, unbreakable power. Gojo attacks it once, nothing happens. He attacks again, still nothing. For the first time in years, uncertainty flickers across his face. Impossible. He attacks a third time, pouring everything he has into it. Infinity, limitless, every technique he owns. Nothing works. Guido tries next, then Yuta. Every elite sorcerer in Shibuya attempts something, anything, and the prison realm doesn't so much as crack. For the first time in this entire timeline, Yuji isn't there to protect everyone. The balance of power shifts instantly, violently, and everyone in that square can feel it. And then even worse news arrives. Using Mahito's technique and months of quiet preparation, Kenjaku launches a nationwide ritual. The culling game has started. Chaos erupts across all of Japan. Non-sorcerers' cursed techniques are awakening in ordinary people who never asked for them. Sorcerers from centuries past are being reincarnated into modern-day vessels. Panic spreads like wildfire, city to city, faster than anyone can contain it. With Yuji sealed away, the entire Jujutsu world gathers together in one room. Every major sorcerer, every clan head, every special grade left standing. There's only one question anyone can ask. How do they stop the culling game? And how do they bring Yuji back? Yuta speaks first, breaking the silence. The black rope. If we can find it, maybe we can interfere with the prison realm. A few heads nod. It's the first real idea anyone's had. But Gojo's face falls the instant the words leave Yuta's mouth. There isn't a single thread of it left, he says quietly. Years ago, Yuji personally ordered him to destroy every black rope in existence, believing no one should ever possess a weapon capable of bypassing techniques at that level. It seemed wise at the time. It seemed necessary. Now that very decision has become their biggest obstacle, and the room falls into heavy, suffocating silence. They turn to the one person who might understand the culling game better than anyone alive. Tengen, Gojo, Guido, Yuta, and the others descend into Tengen's chamber, deep beneath the surface. The immortal sorcerer listens carefully to everything they say, without interrupting once. Then he tells them a truth far worse than they imagined. The culling game isn't just a ritual, he explains. It's a forced evolution system where people trapped inside the barrier gain points by killing each other. And worst of all, the game cannot be stopped from the outside. It only ends once Kenjaku's true goal is fulfilled. Gojo's eyes narrow. What is his goal? Tengen hesitates, just for a moment before answering. Kenjaku isn't trying to spread chaos, he says. He's trying to merge all of humanity with himself. A heavy silence falls over the chamber. No one moves, no one speaks. Then Nagomi finally breaks it, asking if there's any sorcerer from the past reborn with a technique capable of neutralizing curses. Tengen thinks for a long moment before answering. Yes, he says, there was once a sorcerer known as Angel, a being capable of erasing any curse technique, capable of opening the prison realm itself. A wave of hope spreads through the room. Fast, almost desperate, but then Tengen adds one more thing. Many ancient sorcerers have been reborn through the culling game, but there's no record of Angel among them. None at all. Gojo's eyes fill with fury. He understands immediately. Kenjaku deliberately prevented Angel's rebirth, knowing she was the only natural counter to the prison realm. It wasn't luck, it was planned, years in advance, just like everything else. This means there's no easy way left to free Yuji, so they make a decision. If they can't break the game from the outside, they'll destroy it from within. They split into different colonies and start earning points. They're ready for war now. Meanwhile, inside the prison realm, Yuji stands alone in the darkness. Sukuna appears before him, calm, almost gentle. Do you want to get out, Yuji? Yuji doesn't answer right away. Sukuna smiles. I can help you in exchange. I just want control of your body for 1 minute, and I promise I won't harm anyone during that time." Yuji hesitates. He knows better than to trust him. He's known Sukuna for 300 years, and not once has that trust been earned. But there's no other option left, and every second in this darkness is a second the rest of them fight alone. So he agrees. A binding vow forms between them, sealing the promise in place. Outside, the prison realm begins to shake, cracks spreading across its walls like breaking glass. It shatters open, and Yuji steps out into the light, because Sukuna, the king of curses, had secretly kept fragments of the black rope hidden within his own cursed power all along. Saved for exactly this moment. Gojo senses him instantly. He doesn't hesitate. He teleports straight to Yuji's side, and when he sees him again for the first time in this timeline, standing there, alive, Gojo's composure finally cracks. He smiles, emotional in a way none of them have ever seen from him, and pulls Yuji into an embrace. That's when they hear it. "Hey, idiots, don't scare me like that." And then the 1 minute begins. Sukuna seizes control instantly, faster than anyone can react. In a single motion, he breaks one of Yuji's fingers and forces it into Gojo's mouth before either of them can stop him. It happens in the blink of an eye. No warning, no chance to resist. Then Sukuna abandons Yuji's body entirely and takes over Gojo's instead. Yuji staggers back, horrified. Sukuna laughs, a cold, delighted sound, and vanishes into the sky above them. Technically, he never broke his promise. He never hurt anyone. He simply switched vessels, and in doing so, handed himself the strongest body in the world. Yuji's fury erupts. Now the world faces a terrifying new nightmare. Sukuna, wielding both 6 eyes and limitless at once, a combination that should never have existed. Yuji doesn't waste a second. He rallies the others immediately. "Yuta, Geto, stop Kenjaku. I'll deal with Sukuna myself." No one argues, the battlefield is set. Yuji faces off against Sukuna, as everyone watches, breath held. The entire Jujutsu world reduced to spectators in a fight none of them could hope to survive. At first, Yuji dominates completely. In close combat, he overwhelms Sukuna at every turn. Every strike a product of centuries of relentless, solitary training that no one else ever witnessed. Black flashes tear through the battlefield one after another, lighting up the sky in bursts of black lightning. Sukuna retaliates with hollow purple, a beam capable of erasing anything in its path. Yuji dodges just in time, the shockwave still tearing the ground apart behind him. The gap in raw power is undeniable, and everyone watching can feel it. Sukuna starts spamming domain expansions one after another, trying to overwhelm him through sheer volume. Yuji counters every single one with his own malevolent shrine, refusing to yield an inch of ground. The clash of their domains rips the sky apart above Shibuya. Domains shatter again and again, the air itself groaning under the pressure. Then Sukuna reverts to his true form. His real body, 4 arms, tattooed skin. The face the world hasn't seen in 1,000 years manifests over Gojo's, tearing free of the borrowed vessel. Now the battle becomes what it truly is. A clash between the 1,000-year-old king of curses and a 400-year-old legend who was never supposed to exist. The fight stretches on. Techniques collide relentlessly, over and over, neither willing to give an inch. Inside his own body, Gojo is fighting too, silently, desperately struggling to reclaim control from Sukuna, clawing his way back toward the surface with everything he has left. Then Yuji sees his opening. He doesn't hesitate. He lands the final blow, a black flash aimed directly at Sukuna's soul. The culmination of 300 years of training crystallized into a single, perfect strike. The punch doesn't land on his body. It lands on his soul, on the very core of what makes him Sukuna. Sukuna is ripped out of Gojo's body, exposed completely, screaming as he's torn loose from the vessel he stole. Yuji finishes him off without hesitation, without mercy, without a second thought. The King of Curses is erased. Gone for good, this time. Freed at last, Gojo collapses to the ground. His vision blurs, his body aches from the inside out. When he finally opens his eyes, he sees Yuji standing beside him, watching him, smiling faintly. "Still the strongest, huh? That's you." Meanwhile, after a brutal battle of their own, Yuta and Geto finally defeat Kenjaku for good, ending centuries of scheming in a single decisive strike. The culling game ends, peace returns to the world. Slowly, cautiously, the way it always does after something this catastrophic. And in this timeline, Yuji Itadori remains the strongest sorcerer who ever lived. Gojo comes in second, but even so, he's still far more powerful than he ever was in the original world, shaped by a teacher who never let him settle for anything less than everything. And that's where our story ends. So guys, if you enjoyed this story, make sure to like it. And if you want more stories like this, drop a comment below. I'll keep bringing you more videos like this. Goodbye. What if Yuji Itadori had 6 eyes, 10 shadows, and heavenly restriction? 70 years passed. The world of Jujutsu sorcery moved on, rebuilt itself, and buried its dead. And then quietly, without announcement, Yuji Itadori came back. He didn't choose it. He had a new name, Yuji Itadori. A new face, a new family. But the memories were all still there. Every face he'd lost, every failure he couldn't undo. And that same instinct, the one that had always gotten him into trouble and into fights he had no business winning. The one that refused to let someone die in front of him when there was still something left he could do. His mother's name was Kawari. She was born into the Zenin clan, tested for cursed energy as all Zenin children were, found wanting, and discarded without ceremony. She left that world behind and built something quieter. Married a man named Itadori, settled into a life the Jujutsu world would never notice. What nobody thought to look for was the faint thread of Gojo blood running through Itadori's side of the family. Diluted, almost invisible, undetectable, unless you already knew what you were searching for. Kenjaku had known what to look for 2,000 years. He had watched bloodlines the way other people watch weather patterns, patiently, systematically, always knowing that the right convergence would eventually arrive. He had spent centuries engineering the perfect vessel for Ryoma and Sukuna. When he identified the union of Zenin and Gojo lineage, he moved. No rush, no announcement, just precision applied across decades. Then the child was born, and something went wrong. Yuji came into the world carrying the 6 eyes, the 10 shadows technique, and heavenly restriction simultaneously. The greatest concentration of inherited sorcery ability ever assembled in a single human body, and every last bit of it sealed off. His cursed energy was completely inaccessible. The engine was there, the fuel was locked away. The Zenin clan tested him after birth the way they tested every child with clan connections, no measurable output. They walked away and didn't look back, not understanding that they had just turned their backs on the most dangerous thing their bloodline had ever produced. The Gojo clan never even knew he existed. Kawari disappeared 2 years after Yuji was born. Kenjaku had no further use for the body he'd borrowed. Itadori raised the boy alone until illness, or something that looked enough like illness, took him too. After that, it was just Yuji and his grandfather Wasuke, a man who didn't understand the Jujutsu world and didn't need to, because what he understood was that his grandson was extraordinary, and that was sufficient reason to love him completely. What Wasuke couldn't understand was why the boy kept his eyes shut, why he would freeze mid-sentence like someone had pressed pause on him, why ordinary afternoons seemed to cost him something. The 6 eyes had been running since birth. They were designed to process cursed energy at an unimaginable scale, but without that energy to filter and channel the incoming data, they had no regulator. Everything arrived at full intensity: light, sound, movement at the edge of his peripheral vision. The world was always too much and too loud, and closing his eyes was the only way to turn the volume down enough to get through a school day. His teachers assumed he was sleeping. His classmates assumed he was strange. He was neither. He was just surviving. The 10 shadows were there too, in their own incomplete way. The shadows at his feet moved against the light instead of with it. They pulled and shifted with no stimulus to explain it. No Shikigami emerged from them. Nothing answered when some wordless instinct reached toward them. He didn't know what he was reaching for. He didn't know what any of it meant. Then there was Ra. She had not existed in his previous life, not like this. She was 7 years old, the same age as Yuji, and she was his first real friend in this new world. She was warm and bright in a way that cut through the constant sensory noise he was managing. And around her, the weight of carrying memories from a life nobody else knew had happened was somehow lighter. She made him laugh. That mattered more than he could have explained. They were both 7 when a vehicle came around a corner on a quiet afternoon, while she was mid-laugh at something he'd said. The 6 eyes recorded everything without mercy. That is their function. Total capture, no softening, no blur at the edges. By the time Yuji screamed, the recording was already complete and permanent. Her soul didn't move on. The intensity of his grief anchored her, pulled her back from whatever came next, and held her in the physical world as a special grade cursed spirit. She stayed close to him, only he could see her. She was simultaneously the greatest comfort he had in this life, and a wound that never fully closed. Both things were true, and neither canceled the other out. When he was 9, a classmate who had miscalculated the situation put hands on him. Ra tore a locker off its mounting and sent it the full length of the hallway. The boy was physically unharmed and spiritually destroyed and never returned. After that, Yuji had no friends at school, only Ra at his shoulder and the particular loneliness of someone the world has decided is too much to be around. Satoru Gojo arrived a few weeks after the accident, when Yuji was still 7. Wasuke had reached out in desperation. He knew something was different about his grandson and had run out of people in the ordinary world who could tell him what it was. Gojo walked through the door and immediately registered Ra, a special grade cursed spirit standing directly behind a 7-year-old child. The energy she was radiating would have sent most sorcerers into fight or flight before they had time to make a conscious decision. Gojo did neither. He assessed any other sorcerer present would have already been dead. But Ra could read the genuine care Gojo felt for Yuji. It wasn't something she reasoned through, it was something she recognized and she held back. Then Yuji opened his eyes. Gojo had seen things across his career that the average sorcerer would not survive seeing. He had long since stopped being surprised by most of what the Jujutsu world produced. But he went still when Yuji looked at him. because what looked back were unmistakably the six eyes, open, clear, active in a boy with zero detectable cursed energy. He stayed for 3 hours on that first visit. No tests, no clinical assessment. He sat down and talked to the boy and listened to what came back. What he found was a child managing sensory overload that would have incapacitated most adults, working with techniques he couldn't access in a body that had been developing in strange and remarkable ways for reasons nobody had thought to investigate. Carrying more than anyone that age should have to carry. And underneath all of it, a quality of character that Gojo could recognize without quite being able to name. He came back the following week. Then every few days after that, on his third visit, he brought a blindfold. When Yuji put it on and the six eyes stopped flooding him with unfiltered data, something shifted in his face. A kind of ease settling into features that had been quietly braced against the world since he learned how to hold tension. He wore it for an hour and didn't want to take it off. Gojo explained cursed energy to him from first principles, origins, mechanics, the architecture of technique versus application. Yuji absorbed every piece of it. What Gojo had no way of knowing was that Yuji had heard variations of this explanation before. In a previous life, in a different body, the information was already somewhere inside him. It was recognition, not learning. What Gojo couldn't teach him was how to use the techniques. There was no available pathway. The energy existed behind a sealed wall with no door he had ever found. You cannot show someone how to swim by describing water they cannot touch. So instead, Gojo taught him how to fight. No techniques, no cursed energy shortcuts. Pure physical combat, footwork, hand-to-hand, sword work, the complete architecture of a fight reduced to body and mind and the discipline to stay sharp when things were going badly. Heavenly restriction had been building his body in silence for years with no outlet for what it was producing. Now there was somewhere to put it, and his body responded with the enthusiasm of something that had been patient for a very long time. He read opponents through breath, through the small weight shifts that precede movement, through the way someone holds tension in their shoulders before they commit. At 14, he broke Gojo's nose during a sparring session where Gojo had been running well below full capacity. Gojo laughed about it for a week. When Gojo enrolled him at Jujutsu High with no measurable cursed energy output, the institution received this information with skepticism, ranging from polite to openly hostile. It didn't change anything. What mattered was that Yuji was there and that he quickly found Maki Zenin, someone the same institution had dismissed for similar reasons. Talented and capable and measured against a standard that kept moving away from her whenever she got close. They recognized each other without needing to explain themselves. They became something that functioned like friendship. Then came the mission. Retrieve a finger of Ryomen Sukuna. Clear any cursed spirits in the area. Return a contained, manageable operation. Suguru Gito had different plans. 100 demons deployed simultaneously. The school taken hostage. The entire scenario constructed specifically as a trap with Yuji Itadori at its center. Yuji stood inside it and registered, somewhere beneath the urgency of the moment, that this was wrong. The variables had shifted from what his memory told him to expect. The target, as he understood it, was the finger. He made the calculation. He ate it. The wall came down all at once. 9 years of pressure releasing simultaneously is not a quiet event. Cursed energy tore through channels that had been sealed since before he could form memories. The six eyes hit full power without warning or warm-up period. The shadows at his feet split open and things moved through them. Shikigami, ancient and patient, finally able to answer the call that had been reaching for them for years. Sukuna woke up inside him and immediately moved for control. He got it for a moment. He raised Yuji's hand. He reached for cleave and pointed it toward Agido. Yuji took his body back. Sukuna traced the energy flow backward and found Ra. She had been feeding Yuji a steady current of cursed energy for years. Quiet, continuous, invisible against the background of everything else. She was the reason Infinity had activated the moment Yuji's techniques came online. She was why the defenses were already running before anyone had a chance to understand what was happening. She gave Sukuna nothing. She recognized him and refused him completely and without negotiation. Sukuna, who had not been genuinely cornered in 2,000 years of existence, found himself trapped inside a body, overflowing with capability. He could not access because the energy powering everything ran through a dead girl who had decided, with the absolute certainty of something that has no reason left to compromise, that he was not getting any of it. Yuji destroyed Geto with power. He was still learning to hold Red constructed itself at his fingertips. Theory and instinct collapsed into each other and his body did what 9 years of development had been preparing it to do. Geto went down, badly injured, and died from those injuries shortly after. In the intensity of everything happening at once, Yuji forgot to destroy the body. Kenjaku moved in. What happened next moved at the speed of institutional panic. News of what Yuji Itadori actually carried, what he actually was, spread through Jujutsu society with the efficiency of something people already feared but hadn't had a name for. The Gojo clan and the Zenin clan, who agreed on almost nothing under ordinary circumstances, arrived at unified opposition with unusual speed. Yuji represented the convergence of both bloodlines at their apex. They wanted that convergence ended. The protection that kept him alive wasn't political maneuvering. It wasn't the Gojo name, or any formal institutional backing. It was the thing his body had become across 9 years of development that nobody had been watching closely enough to understand. The factions moving against him were still thinking in terms of a child who had unexpectedly developed cursed energy. They had not yet accounted for what heavenly restriction does to a body when it runs without interruption for nearly a decade, with nowhere to deposit what it's building. Adding techniques and cursed energy to that foundation didn't produce an unusually capable sorcerer. It produced something the existing categories couldn't contain. The formal attempt came during the Kyoto Goodwill event, an inter-school competition designed to demonstrate the development of young sorcerers in a controlled setting. Principal Gakuganji organized the assassination. His students received the assignment. Naoya Zenin, who had been looking for justification since long before one was offered, joined the effort. Multiple approaches from multiple angles. For a stretch of it, they were gaining ground. Yuji hadn't yet stabilized Infinity as a passive constant. Naoya hit him from one side, Gakuganji from another. Then Hanami arrived from a direction the formation hadn't covered, and Yuji went down badly with the fight still ongoing around him. Somewhere at the edge of losing, everything clicked. Reverse curse technique assembled itself in his understanding, with the sudden clarity of something that had always been waiting for the right moment. He stood back up. Naoya came in to finish it. His fist stopped an inch from Yuji's face. He looked at what had stopped it, at the barrier sitting between his strike and its intended target, and understood that he had made a serious error in judgment. Infinity was running. Ra's energy transfer kept it active without requiring Yuji's conscious attention. It would not drop, it had no mechanism for dropping. Naoya and Gakuganji exchanged a look and reached the same conclusion and turned to run. Two clean movements through the air, two heads on the ground. Sukuna, watching from the corner of Yuji's consciousness, where he was permanently residing, updated his assessment upward without comment. Yuji turned to Hanami. Dismantle solved that problem, and the curse died, and in dying delivered the information that Mahito had used the chaos to steal Sukuna's remaining fingers and the death paintings. The actual objective of Kenjaku's operation, completed quietly while everyone's attention had been elsewhere. Life settled into its rhythms after that official reprimand. Regular missions work alongside Nanami Kento. He encountered the Death Painting brothers. He tried to reach them first with words. The architecture Kenjaku had built around their understanding of the world was too complete, too thoroughly constructed. Reasoning didn't find a way through. He killed them reluctantly and added it to everything else he carried. Quietly, without processing it where anyone could see. Shibuya had been the thing everything in his previous life was measured against thousands of civilians. The night Sukuna was given an open field and no constraints. Gojo sealed away where he couldn't intervene. Nanami gone, Nobara gone, Tokyo burning. Yuji had spent years in this new life, positioning himself so that couldn't happen again. Something had been sitting wrong with him for weeks before the reports started arriving. A structural question about Kenjaku's plan that kept surfacing without resolution. In the original sequence, Gojo had to be removed from the board because leaving him free made any large-scale operation impossible. He was too dangerous to work around. But in this timeline, the Six Eyes were somewhere else. The calculation was different. The question was whether Kenjaku would bother with Shibuya at all. The answer came through in the intelligence reports. Cursed spirits concentrating in the area in patterns that didn't match spontaneous accumulation. Too organized, too deliberate, the signature of something orchestrated. Yuji understood immediately. Kenjaku wasn't planning a sealing, he was planning a massacre, clearing everything that might interfere before the culling games began. Yuji found Nanami as soon as the situation started moving. They pushed through Shibuya together, steady and purposeful, and Naobito, Zenin, Maki, and Megumi joined them. Megumi in this timeline didn't carry the 10 shadows, but he was precise and effective with cursed tools and a simple domain, and he handled the flanks consistently. Dagon appeared, and the fight was brief in a way that would have seemed impossible in another version of events. Cleave and Red left very little of him intact. Ra consumed the remainder without ceremony. Jogo arrived immediately. He saw what Ra was doing to the remains of his ally, and whatever composure he was capable of maintaining evaporated. He attacked with everything he had, which included the Sukuna fingers he was carrying, fingers Yuji had already identified as needing to come off the board. Jogo's assumption was that nobody standing across from him could compete in a battle of flames. He discovered that assumption was wrong faster than his confidence allowed him to adapt. He lost. Ra consumed him too. Choso was a different conversation entirely, and Yuji had known that going in. He sent the group ahead and told them he needed to handle something alone. He walked into the subway and found Choso waiting, piercing blood again and again, relentless. No pause for negotiation, no interest in conversation. Yuji tried to open a dialogue. It didn't land. He adapted, worked in close where the technique had less room to operate using Black Flash. keeping everything non-lethal, showing Choso the full scope of what Yuji was capable of without giving him a reason to die rather than reconsider. When Choso finally went down, Yuji sat beside him and talked. He told him the truth, that they were brothers, that he had found Iso and Kichizu and tried the same conversation, and they had been too deep inside Kenjaku's constructed purpose to hear it in the time available, that he had been forced to respond to their attack, that their energy still lived inside him, that they hadn't simply ended, that their resonance continued somewhere in the current that ran through him. Choso went still. He reached inward with the concentrated attention of someone doing the most important thing happening anywhere in the world at that moment. And then it arrived. A sense of proximity and warmth with no specific memory attached to it. A recognition that bypassed the question of whether it had technically happened and went straight to whether it was true. He could feel his brother's energy inside Yuji, so close in frequency to his own that he had been looking through it without seeing it, like trying to spot a thread of water inside water. He apologized. They moved forward together while they were in the subway. Nanami, Naobito, Nobara, Maki, and Todo had found Mahito. Todo's boogie woogie kept Mahito from landing transfiguration on anyone critical, cycling the threat away every time Mahito tried to isolate a target. 5 against 1. Constant pressure. No breathing room. Mahito hit his full evolution faster than the timeline had originally pushed him. His body raced to meet the demand. It wasn't enough. He ran. And the direction he ran brought him directly to Kenjaku. By the time Yuji and Choso arrived, Mahito was already gone, absorbed. The final piece Kenjaku had needed, collected and secured. A brief, intense engagement followed. Kenjaku and Uraume together, 2,000 years of accumulated stolen ability, and Uraume's ice working in coordination. Yuji was pressing through it when Kenjaku activated idle transfiguration across Shibuya's population all at once, and the culling games began. He released a wave of cursed spirits into the chaos he had created and disappeared inside it. The culling games moved in whatever direction Yuji chose to push them in the Sendai colony. A stalemate that had locked multiple high-level combatants in mutual deterrence. Yuta, Ishigori, Karashi broke the moment Yuji stepped into it. Karashi registered something in the Six Eyes. It couldn't fully interpret and attacked anyway. That decision was its last one. Yuta and Ishigori arrived at the same conclusion from different directions at approximately the same moment. A direct fight was not something either of them would walk away from. Both of them opened their domains. Yuji's opened underneath, a space without limit, darkness extending beyond the dimensions domains are supposed to occupy. A lake of living shadow that went on past where the senses could track. Shikigami moving through it in numbers that reflected the full depth of the Ten Shadows' history. Yuji had been quietly absorbing since the technique came online. At the center, Ra in her complete form, carrying the combined weight of 2 great bloodlines, and the unresolved grief of a 7-year-old boy who had never been given the tools to process what he'd lost. At the edges, hollow purple, constant and absolute, the boundary where the domain ended and nothing continued. Their domains collapsed, they surrendered. Yuji accepted. Then there was Kenjaku. He had made a foundational miscalculation. The culling games had been designed around an expected rate of accumulated death and cursed energy. Centuries of buildup providing the fuel necessary to trigger the merger. He had not modeled for how fast Yuji would move through the games, or how thoroughly Ra would consume the cursed energy before it could pool to useful levels. The board was wrong. The numbers were wrong. The timeline was wrong, and walking toward him now was not a confused young vessel who had unexpectedly come into his inheritance. It was something Kenjaku had spent centuries building from component pieces, then lost control of before he understood what those pieces were assembling into. The Six Eyes were fully open, processing everything in the immediate environment in real time. The Ten Shadows carried the complete recorded history of the Zenin clan's mastery. Ra had one hand on Yuji's shoulder, vast and steady. Her presence as settled as something that has already decided how this ends. Kenjaku used everything. 2,000 years of stolen techniques stored curses in the hundreds. Every ability he had ever taken from every body he had ever inhabited. All of it deployed simultaneously with the totality that only something that has run out of alternatives can produce. The Six Eyes processed every incoming technique as it arrived. Infinity deflected what could be deflected. The Ten Shadows met everything else. Ra consumed what remained, methodical and unhurried, like completing a task that had been waiting a long time to be finished. Kenjaku raised his hand for one final technique. Cleave moved through the air. His head hit the ground. The silence that followed was complete. Yuji stood in it with Ra beside him, warm and steady, exactly as she had been since a 7-year-old boy's grief had anchored her to this world and made her what she was. He thought about all the years before Sukuna's finger, the sensory overload he had navigated alone, the shadows at his feet that moved without explanation, the eyes he kept closed just to survive ordinary afternoons. The thing everyone had assumed about heavenly restriction was that it represented absence, a deficiency, something taken away. It hadn't been that. It had been everything he was, sealed behind a door that could only open from one specific direction. Building in the dark, completely certain that the moment would eventually arrive, Junpei was alive. The Zenin massacre had not happened. Shibuya had not become what it had been. Megumi had not been pushed to the edge he had been pushed to. Tokyo was still standing. The things you cannot hold on to in one life, you sometimes get a second chance to protect in the next. Yuji stood where Kenjaku had been, with Ra at his side and the world intact around him. That was enough. For now, that was everything. What if Yuji had Soul Forge? The clan that Jujutsu Society erased centuries before Gojo, Satoru, or Sukuna. A clan existed that did not chase infinity or collect techniques like trophies. They asked one question, generation after generation: how far can a human soul go if it never breaks? They called themselves the Clan of the Living Vessel. Old Jujutsu records barely mention them. Someone long ago decided the world was safer without their story in it. The clan believed the soul was the true blueprint of a person, and the body only ever followed its instructions. If a soul learned fast enough from what it survived, it could reshape the body around it. They called this principle the furnace. Suffering was the fire. The soul was the metal. It did not stay noble. The clan's strongest members began testing the furnace on themselves, then on others. Forced trials, almost nothing survives to describe what actually happened, and that silence tells its own story. Other clans hunted them down. Techniques were sealed. Their name was struck from Jujutsu history. A few descendants survived scattered with no memory of what they had once been able to do. The bloodline thinned into ordinary families living ordinary lives. The fire had not gone out. It was waiting for the right soul to survive the right kind of pain. Somewhere on the other side of Japan, from Tokyo's Jujutsu world, a boy named Yuji Itadori was born. Nothing about the birth looked unusual, but a man who had been alive for centuries, moving from body to body, already knew what this birth meant. He called himself Kenjaku. He had spent decades tracing a thin, broken thread of ancestry until it led him to a nearly forgotten clan. Kenjaku had studied old, half-destroyed accounts of the furnace. He understood enough to know that a soul shaped by extreme survival could become something no modern sorcerer had ever built on purpose. He did not know how to build it himself. He only knew that the seed already existed inside the last surviving branch of the Itadori family. Waiting for the right push, he made sure the right child was born. What happened after would depend on the boy himself. Yuji's grandfather Wasuke Itadori knew only fragments passed down as warnings. If a child in this family is ever different, his own father had told him, "You protect them from that world. You do not let that world find them first." He watched Yuji closely as the boy grew. Scraped knees healed too fast. A bad fall that should have broken a wrist left him, only bruised. Wasuke told himself it was luck. He kept an old locked box hidden away, a broken emblem, a torn family record, and a single sealed page he was told never to open unless there was no choice left. He never opened it. He raised Yuji to be strong, kind, and to protect people smaller than himself. He never mentioned jujutsu sorcerers or clans or fingers sealed away somewhere. He hoped he would never have to. Somewhere in Tokyo, a man wearing other people's faces was already checking on his investment. And somewhere inside Yuji, something old was already waiting to wake up. Years passed. Yuji grew into the kind of person who ran toward a fight if it meant someone smaller didn't have to. In high school, Yuji joined the nearly empty occult club. That was where the first real crack appeared. A boy named Megumi Fushiguro showed up one night, looking for a dangerous cursed object that needed to be secured before it hurt someone. Yuji tagged along halfway across an empty hallway. Yuji stopped walking. "You feel that?" he asked. "Like, pressure. Heavy pressure." Megumi went still. Ordinary people did not feel cursed energy this clearly, unprompted, from something they couldn't even see yet. There wasn't time to ask why. Curses were already closing in. Grade 1 curses, then something worse. Megumi ended up trapped, and the only way to save everyone was for someone to eat a rotting finger sealed inside an old cursed womb. Sukuna's finger? Yuji didn't hesitate. He swallowed it. The king of curses opened his eyes for the first time in 1,000 years, tore through the curses, cornering Megumi in seconds. Then control snapped back to Yuji just as fast. He stood there shaking, staring at blood on hands that had briefly belonged to someone else. Megumi looked at him with a mix of suspicion and disbelief. A civilian teenager had survived possession by the strongest curse in history and taken his body back within moments. Gojo Satoru arrived soon after, playful on the surface, paying very close attention underneath it. Back at Jujutsu High, he allowed Sukuna a small window of control just to observe with his 6 eyes. Sukuna's presence was violent and ancient, exactly as expected. But Yuji's own cursed energy pathways were shifting in tiny increments, and the shift was not coming from Sukuna's side of the barrier. It was coming from Yuji. Gojo said nothing yet. He wanted to know where this kid had actually come from. The higher-ups wanted Yuji executed immediately. Gojo proposed a compromise instead. Let Yuji live long enough to eat the rest of Sukuna's fingers under supervision, then be executed once they were all gathered and destroyed with him. It was a death sentence dressed as mercy. Yuji agreed anyway. If his life was ending either way, he'd rather spend what was left doing something that mattered than dying quietly for a crime that wasn't his. Something old and half-forgotten inside him had just been given a reason to keep surviving. Yuji arrived at Tokyo Jujutsu High with almost nothing, a death sentence he'd agreed to, and a grandfather he'd just buried from ordinary illness. Wasuke's last words were simple: help others, even at the cost of your own body. Yuji promised he would. He joined Megumi and a new, loud, immediately unimpressed classmate named Nobara Kugisaki as first years under Gojo. Megumi kept his distance but always showed up. Nobara said exactly what she thought, hammer in hand. Yuji held the group together through sheer stubbornness. Gojo's teaching style was unconventional movies instead of textbooks. Cursed energy control learned mostly by getting hit. Megumi and Nobara progressed the normal way, slow and steady. Yuji's conscious understanding actually lagged behind theirs at first, but his body kept adjusting itself, whether he understood why or not. It started small. If Yuji took a hard hit to the same spot twice, the second hit hurt less. Not from ordinary toughening, but something faster and more specific. Against blunt strikes, cursed energy gathered around bone and joint. Against a cut, it spread near the surface instead, as if his body already knew which kind of damage needed which kind of answer. Yuji had no idea he was doing any of it. Gojo noticed within a month, and mentioned it once to Principal Yaga. Kid's body is picking things up, his brain hasn't caught up to yet. Yaga didn't think much of it. Gojo kept watching anyway. During a joint session with Kyoto Todo, Aoi noticed something too, watching Yuji spar. Your center of gravity keeps shifting mid-fight? Most guys, that takes years to build on purpose. You're doing it without thinking. Yuji shrugged. He didn't do it on purpose. Todo grinned and remembered it. Nanami Kento had a drier read. He's inefficient, relies on raw durability to cover for technique he doesn't have yet. Then unhappily, and that durability keeps improving in ways that don't match his training hours. Late one night, Gojo found Yuji sitting outside, thinking about his grandfather. He used to tell me weird stuff. Protect people even if it costs you. Nothing about curses. I keep wondering if he knew something. Where's your family from originally? Gojo asked, too casually to be casual. Yuji named a small town his family had lived in for generations. Gojo walked off with the name in his head, leaving Yuji confused rather than suspicious. That short conversation would grow into an investigation that took Gojo years to finish. A mission that looked simple. Escort a special-grade cursed object to the detention center? Stopped looking simple. The moment the finger bearer was waiting for them. Whatever it had once been, it wasn't human anymore. And it wanted the fingers sealed inside Yuji. Yuji threw everything he had. Every instinctive shift his body had learned without permission, and it wasn't enough. Whatever was reshaping Yuji's body needed time and exposure to work. It needed him to survive long enough to learn. The finger bearer did not give him that time. With Megumi's Shikigami torn through and no good options left, Yuji let Sukuna out. The finger bearer did not survive what happened next. Neither, in a different sense, did the boy who'd let him out. Inside Yuji's inner world, with full control, Sukuna looked closely at what he was possessing, something he rarely bothered doing with vessels beneath his notice. He understood souls at a level no modern sorcerer could match. Every time Yuji had resisted him even slightly, something beneath conscious thought had been learning and adjusting around the experience of containing him. Sukuna had possessed vessels for a very long time. None of them had ever done this. He didn't say anything about it, but he decided to test something, whether the vessel could survive losing the one organ a human absolutely needed. He removed Yuji's heart. Yuji died. Not a scare. His heart stopped. His body went still. Soulforge could not undo this. It was not resurrection. If that had been where the story ended, no inheritance would have changed it. Bound by the earlier agreement to keep the vessel alive whenever possible, Sukuna restored Yuji through their binding vow. The way someone repairs a tool, not the way someone saves a person. Yuji's heart started again. Something changed after that. His soul now carried a recorded memory of dying, sitting beneath conscious thought, the same place Soulforge kept everything extreme it learned from. In the weeks that followed, injuries that should have ended a fight left Yuji still standing. Not because they didn't hurt, but because some wordless part of him now understood what the worst case actually looked like, and refused to treat anything less as a reason to stop. Neither Megumi nor Nobara had watched a friend die before. Even briefly, Nobara went quiet in a way that was unusual for her. Megumi started watching Yuji the way you watch a bridge you're no longer sure of. Junpei Yoshino liked movies, got bullied badly, and had nobody who noticed how close to breaking he was. Yuji noticed. Their friendship formed over shared taste in bad horror films, and Yuji simply treating him like a person worth talking to. Mahito had been circling Junpei for a while, drawn to lonely, already fracturing souls he didn't need to break himself. The first time he and Yuji crossed paths was an accident of timing. Curious, Mahito reached out and touched Yuji's soul directly. Idle transfiguration worked by reshaping whatever it touched, the most dangerous ability a sorcerer could face, because almost nothing could defend against it. Almost nothing. Sukuna, sealed inside Yuji, would not allow Mahito free access to his own vessel. The attempt failed, but something else happened. For less than a second, Yuji felt the shape of his own soul for the first time. Just a flicker. The sense that something underneath his skin had a form of its own and had just reacted to being touched. Huh, Mahito said, tilting his head. You felt that, didn't you? He left without pressing the advantage. He had just found something more interesting than an easy kill. The tragedy that followed did not change. Mahito manipulated Junpei's pain, offered him power dressed as friendship, and pushed him toward violence that was never really his choice. Yuji tried to pull him back. It wasn't enough. Junpei died. Yuji carried that loss. No power fixed it. But watching Mahito twist Junpei's soul into something barely human, something in Yuji reacted. A faint, unconscious sense of exactly how wrong the shape in front of him was. It didn't make him stronger in any obvious way. It made his following fight with Mahito more accurate, his hits landing in places that hurt more than they should have. With Nanami backing him up, Yuji fought Mahito again, and it was harder for Mahito than it should have been at this point. His shifting form kept getting found by Yuji's fists more often than pure chance allowed. Mahito began deliberately testing him mid-fight, and the fight stayed genuinely dangerous until Nanami's intervention forced a retreat. Mahito left with real respect for what he was looking at. Mahito evolved by changing souls from the outside. Yuji was starting to evolve by understanding souls from within. That difference would keep sharpening both of them. Nanami filed an honest report. A first year with under a year of training had landed meaningful damage on a special grade curse. Gojo read it twice and said nothing yet. Yuji grieved Junpei quietly, carrying it rather than talking about it. The goodwill event between Tokyo and Kyoto brought Yuji more attention than he realized, most of it hostile towards Sukuna's vessel. Todo Aoi wanted something else entirely. Up close, the pattern he'd already noticed solidified. Todo didn't care about Sukuna or politics. He cared about exactly one thing, asked with total sincerity. Type of woman. The absurd conversation ended with Todo deciding Yuji was his brother, but he noticed something more too. Your stance keeps adjusting depending what's coming at you, Todo said, serious under the grin. Most fighters, that takes years to build on purpose. You're doing it without thinking. Yuji shrugged, uncomfortable. That's the problem, brother, Todo said. Your body's talented. Doesn't mean you are. Yet. What followed wasn't gentle. Todo forced Yuji to slow down mid-fight and consciously copy what his body only ever did on instinct. Again, you felt it. Now do it on purpose. I don't know how. Then figure it out. Your soul already knows. Catch up to it. Progress was slow, but by the end, Yuji understood something worth mastering talent he was born with was not the same as skill he had earned. The moment came the way it always does. Not through effort, but the narrowest margin of instinct meeting a real threat with real stakes. Yuji landed his first black flash. It could not be repeated on command. And that rule held, but his cursed energy pathways briefly aligned almost perfectly. And after enough repeated exposure across future fights, his strikes and cursed energy began aligning more easily, even outside true black flash moments, without ever giving him the flash on demand. The battle against Hanami tested him differently. Hanami was patient and immune to normal attrition. Exactly the fight where a teenager's stamina should run out first. Yuji's did too. Eventually, but not before Hanami noticed something else. Yuji wasn't getting stronger as the fight dragged on. He was getting more efficient, wasting less, adjusting to Hanami's rhythm the longer it continued. Given enough time in one sustained fight, Yuji could turn a losing fight into a survivable one. It could not, by itself, turn a losing fight into an easy one. As Kenjaku's engineered death-painting curses were released across Shibuya and Kyoto, Yuji and Nobara were sent to deal with two of them, Iso and Kichizu, Choso's brothers. The fight demanded real teamwork, her precision setting up his brute force follow-through. Partway through, Yuji's cursed energy brushed against Iso's blood, and something in him reacted, not pain, not fear. Familiarity. He shook it off. There wasn't time to stop. You good? Nobara snapped mid-fight. Yeah, just weird feeling. Never mind. The fight ended with Yuji and Nobara landing Black Flash simultaneously, two flashes back-to-back, stunning even the brothers they were fighting. Iso and Kichizu died in the exchange. Afterward, catching his breath, Yuji felt the same ache again. Stronger now, not a memory, he'd never met these curses before, but something in him hurt anyway, aimed at two strangers he'd just killed. There wasn't time to understand it. Shibuya and Kyoto both had a dozen more crises waiting. Blood carried more than biology. The death-painting curses had been built from the same source material that had gone into Yuji's own existence. Filtered through Kenjaku's patient experiments, Yuji's soul had recognized something of itself in the blood it had just spilled. Elsewhere, Choso felt his brothers die the instant it happened. The same blood-deep awareness that always connected the death-painting siblings. He didn't know who was responsible yet. He would come looking. Interlude: What Gojo Found Underground. Gojo could sit on a question for months rather than settle for a fast answer. He'd been sitting on one about Yuji since the pathway shifts. Todo's comment, Nanami's report, and a town name mentioned once, almost in passing. None of it was proof together. It was enough to make him start pulling old records instead of waiting. The deepest archives beneath Jujutsu headquarters held mostly damage. Water stains, torn sections, records edited by someone who wanted specific information gone rather than forgotten. You don't destroy records this completely unless what remains is dangerous. Buried under unrelated files. He found a single surviving fragment. The Itadori lineage must never again be permitted access to the furnace. Gojo read it 3 times. He didn't know yet what the furnace meant, or the full history of the clan of the living vessel, but he knew the name, Itadori. Piece by piece, the last several months rearranged themselves in his head. The pathway shifts, the unexplained toughness, the uncanny accuracy against Mahito. None of it was Sukuna's doing. Yuji wasn't just carrying Sukuna. He was carrying something of his own, older than Sukuna's current era, from a bloodline once marked too dangerous to exist. He brought the fragment to Yaga directly. "I don't recognize this," Yaga admitted. "Older than anything in my training. You're sure?" "I'm sure I've never heard the phrase clan of the living vessel in my life," which either means it wasn't important enough to survive, or somebody made sure it didn't. Gojo agreed. Yaga suggested asking Tengen carefully. Gojo started writing his findings down properly after that. Dates, names, everything he'd pieced together instead of just carrying it in his head. He gave a copy to Shoko Ieri for safekeeping, half as a joke, half because some habits from losing Geto had never really gone away. "In case I forget," he told her. She didn't ask questions, she just kept it. He didn't get the chance to finish the investigation properly. Before he could arrange a real audience with Tengen, before he could decide how to tell Yuji any of it, Shibuya happened. Halloween in Shibuya looked ordinary for about an hour. Then the trap closed. A barrier sealed the district. Gojo, lured into a confrontation built specifically to remove him, was sealed inside the prison realm by Geto's old technique in the hands of people wearing Geto's old face. The strongest sorcerer alive was gone right when Shibuya needed him most. Yuji was pulled into the chaos alongside Nobara and a rotating cast of allies. It was already the worst night of his life before the fight that would define it even started. Choso had been hunting the person responsible for his brother's death since the moment he felt them die. Shibuya finally put him face to face with the answer. "You're the one who killed Iso and Kachizu," Choso said flat. "Yeah," Yuji said. "I did." Choso's blood manipulation overwhelmed Yuji in the opening exchanges. Flying blades of condensed blood, rapid strikes forcing him backward, bleeding, doing exactly what let his body start adapting. Barely. Small reinforcement shifts kept him alive longer than Choso expected, but adaptation without technical skill could only carry him so far. Choso remained superior throughout almost the entire fight. Near the end, a precise strike nearly ended it. That was when Choso's blood and Yuji's blood mixed directly. For Choso, the effect was immediate. False memories Kenjaku had planted. Memories he'd never once questioned surged forward all at once. He wasn't born the way he thought. He was an experiment, a death painting, made by the same man who had also arranged Yuji's birth without either of them ever suspecting a connection. He staggered, the fight forgotten. Something reached Yuji too. Fainter, but real. A fragment of Kenjaku, a woman with stitches visible across pale skin, his own father tangled in somehow with no context. It lasted less than a second, and left him only with the certainty that it was real, and connected to a version of his own history he'd never been told. Choso retreated, shaken. Neither of them understood yet exactly what had passed between them. Both knew it mattered. Yuji got no time to recover. Jogo, one of Sukuna's most devoted followers, arrived to force a confrontation. He needed enough pressure and enough finger consumption to push past Yuji's resistance completely. Instead of the brief partial takeovers that had happened before, Yuji fought back hard, but Jogo's volcanic technique wore him down fast. Cornered and desperate, Yuji ran out of ways to hold Sukuna back. Sukuna took the field. He killed Jogo quickly, with almost no effort, unimpressed by an opponent who had spent this much planning on something this simple to finish. He was not finished for the night. Megumi, watching Sukuna move freely through the district, understood there was no beating him directly. He summoned the strongest Shikigami sealed inside him, Mahoraga, the wheel that adapts to anything. Mahoraga tore into Sukuna without hesitation, adjusting to every attack the King of Curses threw at him, matching speed with speed and force with force. For the first time in 1,000 years, Sukuna faced something that would not stay beaten by the same trick twice. The fight dragged out. Brutal, until Sukuna finally found the answer, striking faster than Mahoraga's adaptation could keep pace with, cutting through the wheel's defenses before it could adjust again. Mahoraga fell. Megumi, drained past his limits from the summon, collapsed shortly after, with nothing left standing in his way. Sukuna unleashed malevolent shrine across the district. Thousands died, curses, sorcerers, and civilians, trapped in a barrier built so nobody could escape. Yuji was locked deep inside his own mind through all of it, watching, unable to intervene, forced to witness his body do things he would never be able to undo. This was the single most extreme experience Yuji's soul had ever absorbed. It did not hand him Sukuna's technique. That rule never bent, not even here. But his soul experienced, secondhand, exactly what Sukuna's control felt like from the inside. The speed, the precision, the efficiency of cursed energy at a level Yuji was nowhere near reaching himself. Something about that feeling settled into him and stayed there, dormant, without him understanding what it was yet. Sukuna felt it too. The same quiet process of being learned from that he'd first noticed at the detention center, now stronger than ever, drawn directly from the scale of what he'd just done with this body. He didn't like the feeling. For a moment, he considered ending the vessel outright, rather than let it keep happening. He decided against it. A useful vessel remained useful, and there was still something worth watching unfold. But the thought had crossed his mind for the first time, and it would not be the last elsewhere in the district. Nanami fought and gave everything he had, and it wasn't enough. Nothing about Yuji's bloodline changed that. Yuji, once control finally returned near the end of the night, emerged covered in blood that wasn't his choice to spill, carrying a weight none of his friends could see. Mahito found Yuji again before the night was finished with either of them. Everything since Junpei's death had been building toward this moment. Both had grown since their last real fight. Mahito had refined himself deliberately, aware of exactly how dangerous Yuji's growing soul awareness could become. Yuji arrived carrying everything that had built up inside him across the entire year. A body that had died once and refused to treat anything short of total shutdown as a reason to stop. Partway through, Mahito landed his own black flash. Yuji answered with one shortly after. Neither decided the fight outright, but both fighters had clearly crossed into a level neither had occupied when this rivalry began. Pushed to real desperation, Mahito activated instant spirit body of distorted killing, collapsing the delay between intent and transfiguration to nearly nothing. Everything Yuji had absorbed since Junpei's death arrived all at once, forced out by facing an opponent who could transfigure him almost instantly. For the first time, clearly, Yuji could see the boundary, not literally, but he suddenly understood exactly where Mahito's body ended and his soul began. The way you understand the edge of your own hand without looking, his punches stopped being merely accurate. They became devastating, every strike finding the exact place that hurt something at the level of soul rather than flesh. You? Mahito staggered, his usual detached amusement cracking into real alarm. You're actually seeing it. Yuji didn't answer with words, he kept moving forward. Mahito reached for his oldest angle. We're the same. You kill because it feels good to you too. Don't lie to yourself. Yuji looked at him for a long moment. I'm you, he said. I get that now. I kill curses. That's what I do. I chose it, and I'm not going to keep flinching every time I have to do it. He straightened, despite everything his body had already survived that night. But being like you doesn't mean I have to become you. Something settled in Yuji that had been unsettled since the first time he'd killed something with his own hands. Violence chosen deliberately for a reason he believed in did not automatically corrupt the person choosing it. Badly damaged and outmatched for the first time in this rivalry, Mahito pulled back rather than risk everything on a fight he could no longer guarantee winning. He escaped into the chaos still alive, carrying a wound to his pride worse than the one on his body. Yuji stood alone in the wreckage afterward, carrying a new, quiet acceptance of who he'd chosen to become. The sentence and the second death Shibuya's aftermath arrived slowly and unkindly. Thousands dead. Gojo sealed away, gone for an unknown length of time. Sukuna walking freely through fragments of that night whenever he chose. Jujutsu Society had no patience left for nuance. The order came down, Yuji was to be executed. Yuta Okatsu, recalled specifically for the task, believed with real conviction that this was necessary. Yuji didn't blame him for it. Yuta noticed something different immediately. Your output keeps shifting, that's not normal cursed energy control. Long story. Yuji managed, already losing ground. It was the hardest fight Yuji had faced since the initial possession. Yuta was special grade in every sense, backed by Rika's overwhelming presence. Yuji fought better than he had any right to, reinforcing specific parts of his body mid-exchange. Landing hits with real precision, it still wasn't close. Every time Yuji found a new answer, Yuta already had a better one waiting. The gap between them stayed obvious the entire fight. Yuji died a second time, deliberate this time, carried out by someone he didn't consider an enemy. In service of an order that existed for understandable reasons, Yuta healed him immediately after. The sentence carried out on paper while the boy kept breathing. Yuji's heart started again for the second time. This death built directly on the memory of the first. Yuji's body became extraordinarily resistant to shock and shutdown. His heart could labor under stress that would stop most people outright. His consciousness could persist through injuries that should have ended a fight immediately. It did not make him immortal. A truly fatal injury delivered cleanly would still end him. But opponents who assumed a devastating hit had finished him were going to be wrong more often than they expected. Yuji Itadori had technically been executed. What happened afterward existed in the careful gray space Jujutsu society, sometimes allowed itself. He was alive, and his soul had gotten considerably harder to stop. In the uneasy quiet before the culling games, Yuji finally went home. Not alone. Choso came with him, his own reasons tangled with Yuji's. If Kenjaku's fingerprints were on Yuji's origins the same way they were on his own, then whatever Yuji found might explain something about Choso's existence too. The dented metal box was exactly where Wasuke had kept it. Inside, a broken emblem, a water-damaged family record, and a sealed page beneath both. The record described a clan that had once studied the soul itself as the true foundation beneath everything else. The soul is the blueprint, the body only ever follows. Yuji thought of every strange thing his own body had done without his permission that year. It had never been random. Whole sections were missing, but the shape was clear. The clan's research had gone somewhere dangerous, frightening enough that other clans hunted them down, sealed what they could, and erased the rest. Most died. A handful of descendants survived, scattered, with no memory of what they'd once been. Yuji's family was one of those lines. Choso read over his shoulder in silence until they reached the part about shaping a soul through extreme experience. This sounds like what was done to me, to my brothers. He worked through it out loud. Not the same what Kenjaku did wasn't natural the way this describes, but the idea underneath it, he must have known about this clan somehow, used pieces of it. The final, more recent addition to the record confirmed what both Gojo and Choso had already begun to suspect. Someone had been tracking the scattered Itadori bloodline for a long time, patient enough to wait generations for the right circumstances. Yuji's birth hadn't been an accident, but the record was clear on one point that mattered more than anything else. Kenjaku had not created Soulforge. He could not have. The technique belonged to the bloodline. Present long before Kenjaku ever took interest. He had engineered an opportunity. He had not built what Yuji was. The sealed page remained untouched. "You gonna open that too?" Choso asked. Yuji hesitated. Wasuke had never opened it either, and the warning passed down said not to unless there was no other choice. There wasn't yet. He closed the box, the sealed page still folded inside. Later, when it actually matters, he left with more understanding than he'd walked in with, and more questions than answers. His existence had been engineered in part by a centuries-old man wearing other people's faces. His technique belonged to a clan destroyed for reasons still unclear. Kenjaku had used him, but Kenjaku had not made him. Whatever Soulforge was, it was his to carry. The culling games dropped thousands of ordinary people into a deadly game. None of them asked to play. Megumi fought across scattered colonies, protecting people wherever he could. But the longer the game dragged on, the quieter he got. He'd summoned everything he had against Sukuna in Shibuya and lost Mahoraga for it. He kept fighting anyway, but something in him had started to feel like he was running out of ground to stand on. Yuji entered the game too, despite arguments that he should stay out and train instead. His early fights showed exactly how far he'd grown, handling lower-tier threats with real competence, but against genuinely dangerous players. The gaps in his technical skill still showed clearly. The fight that shaped him most came against Higuruma Hiromi. Deadly sentencing required Yuji to answer honestly for a charge built around the Shibuya massacre. He didn't deflect. "I didn't choose what happened that night, but it happened because of me, because of what I am. I don't get to just say that wasn't me and walk away clean." Inside the domain, something in Yuji's soul showed itself in the judgment. Layers built from every death he'd witnessed or caused, stacked on top of each other. "You've been sentencing yourself this entire time, haven't you?" Higuruma said, longer and harder than anyone else ever could. Taking responsibility for what happened is not the same thing as punishing yourself for existing. The fight ended without a clean winner, points awarded on genuine judgment. The lesson stuck. Taking responsibility and destroying yourself are not the same thing. Kenjaku found Yuji directly during a lull in the fighting, wearing a face Yuji didn't recognize, speaking with the calm of someone who had been waiting a very long time for this conversation. "You want to know why you?" Kenjaku said. "Your bloodline was the only one left carrying something the rest of the world forgot how to build. I couldn't make Soulforge. Nobody can. I could only put the right pieces close enough together and wait to see what grew." He studied Yuji for a moment. "I expected the vessel to survive Sukuna. I did not expect it to learn from him. That part was yours. You used me," Yuji said. "I gave you a reason to exist," Kenjaku answered. "What you did with it isn't mine anymore. That's the part that surprised me most." He left without a fight, the same patient way he always operated. But the conversation stayed with Yuji, proof that whatever Kenjaku had planned, Soulforge had already grown past what he'd expected it to become. Choso continued teaching Yuji conscious control of his own body, heartbeat, blood flow, cursed energy circulation, the groundwork blood manipulation required. It was slow, unglamorous work, but it gave Yuji real tools to deliberately shape himself instead of only reacting to damage. Mahito, still healing pride more than body since Shibuya. resurfaced during the Culling Games, working alongside Kenjaku's broader plan, testing new transfigured curses on captured players. Yuji and Mahito cross paths one final time in the middle of a collapsing colony. This time, Yuji's soul perception, sharpened by everything since Shinjuku-adjacent training and the Higuruma fight, found Mahito's core the moment their fight began. Mahito tried to retreat the way he had in Shibuya. This time there was nowhere to go. Yuji ended the fight decisively. The rivalry that had shaped so much of his own growth finally closed. Sukuna, watching all of this unfold from inside a body he still technically shared, grew steadily more uneasy. Every fight Yuji survived, every new piece of control he earned, was built partly out of pieces Sukuna himself had unknowingly handed him. The longer Sukuna stayed, the more Yuji's soul kept learning. A vessel that grew stronger by containing him was no longer simply useful. It was becoming a problem he would eventually have to solve. Kenjaku's long game reached its final piece. A carefully engineered binding vow gave Sukuna exactly the opening he'd been quietly weighing since the Culling Games began. A fresh vessel in Megumi without the wear, without the year of growth that had turned Yuji from a convenient cage into something Sukuna no longer fully trusted. Sukuna left Yuji's body. He took Megumi's instead. Megumi's own soul was pushed down, buried the way Yuji's had so often been in smaller ways. For everyone, it was catastrophic. A friend effectively lost, the king of curses free of the year of complications Yuji's body had forced on him. For Yuji, something else happened too. His body had spent that entire year adjusting around Sukuna's constant presence. When Sukuna suddenly disappeared, those changes no longer had anything to hold against. For a while, Yuji's own cursed energy stopped working properly. It felt, in his own words, like relearning how his body worked from the beginning. It didn't collapse. Slowly, his body repurposed what it had built for managing Sukuna into support for his own independent growth instead. Choso helped using the same body awareness training they'd already built together. Something else became clear during that stretch. A residue remained. Traces of Sukuna's cursed energy signature engraved into Yuji's pathways. Dormant, unfamiliar. That's not something that just fades, Choso said, worried. If it's really his imprint sitting there permanently, that could mean he didn't finish the thought. None of this made losing Megumi hurt less. Yuji had spent over a year being the one suppressed inside his own body. He wasn't going to leave his friend there longer than he had to. Gojo's eventual return from the prison realm gave the surviving sorcerers something they'd been missing since Shibuya. Time to prepare. Roughly a month remained before the confrontation everyone knew was coming. Yuji trained harder and more deliberately than ever. Kusakabe handled the fundamentals. Simple domain construction, barrier theory, disciplined efficiency built from repetition. Yuji struggled at first, but once he genuinely experienced a technique correctly, even once, he kept the feeling of doing it right with unusual clarity. By the end, he had a working grasp of simple domain, real defensive options he hadn't had before. Yuta offered soul swap training, letting Yuji briefly feel what elite, refined, cursed energy control was like from the inside. It didn't hand him Yuta's skill directly. Nothing ever worked that way. But it gave him a real reference point his own training could measure itself against. Weird. Yuji admitted afterward, "I can't do any of what you just showed me, but I get what I'm supposed to be aiming for." Choso's training deepened. Blood manipulation taught properly now, instead of absorbed through crisis. Yuji began developing a limited version of his own, nowhere near Choso's mastery, suited to survival and support. "This isn't about matching me," Choso said. "It's about giving you something extra. Use it that way." Gojo found Yuji during a quiet stretch of that month and handed him a folded copy of everything he'd written down since the archive discovery. The furnace fragment notes on the pathway shifts, a working theory about what Sukuna's leftover imprint might eventually become. "Shoko has the original," Gojo said. "Figured you should have this one. Read it when you actually need it." He didn't explain further. Yuji tucked it away, the same instinct that had once made him wait to open the sealed page. Near the end of the month alone, Yuji finally opened that sealed page too. It described a single principle the old clan had considered the foundation of everything else. A soul cannot be perfected by rejecting its scars. Growth didn't come from cutting away the difficult parts of yourself. It came from carrying every version of yourself honestly. The weak child, Sukuna's vessel, Junpei's friend who couldn't save him, Choso's brother, Megumi's still-trapped friend, Nenami's student, Todo's brother, Gojo's student. Not a vessel built for someone else's purpose. A person built from every piece together. The page didn't hand him a new technique. It gave him the principle his eventual domain expansion would need to be built on, whenever he proved ready to reach for it. He wasn't ready yet. Gojo walked into Shinjuku against Sukuna, fully aware of what he was choosing to face. Yuji watched from a distance, unable to do anything but witness two people fighting far beyond his own level. He couldn't copy domain amplification or hollow purple, but watching wasn't nothing. He picked up on the shape of things underneath the techniques, how domains interacted with each other, how binding vows shaped even the most dangerous fights. how cursed energy efficiency mattered at any scale. He was watching without fully realizing it, an answer to the same question his own bloodline had been built around. How far can the connection between soul, body, and cursed energy actually be pushed? The fight was closer than anyone expected, but the tools Kenjaku had spent years engineering into this specific confrontation tipped the outcome in the direction Jujutsu Society had spent the entire war dreading. Gojo Satoru died in that fight. Yuji watched the person who had spent years quietly investigating his own origins, who had fought for his right to exist, simply stop existing in front of him. Nobody moved for a long moment. Sukuna, victorious and badly damaged himself, didn't linger to gloat. His gaze settled on Yuji, the old patient curiosity about the vessel he'd once occupied, and something colder underneath it now. He said nothing. He turned and left, leaving behind a devastated district, a dead legend, and a boy who understood exactly what he'd eventually have to face. Grief got little room to breathe. Sukuna, even weakened, remained catastrophically dangerous, and the sorcerers left standing didn't have the luxury of processing loss before deciding what came next. Yuji made his choice quickly. He was going after Megumi. Everyone understood he was nowhere near strong enough. None of them tried very hard to stop him. He'd spent over a year being the one suppressed inside his own body. He wasn't going to leave his friend there longer than he had to. The confrontation, when it came, wasn't a fair fight. Sukuna, even weakened, operated far beyond him. But Yuji wasn't fighting to win outright. He was fighting to survive long enough to matter. His growing sense for souls let him target the boundary between Sukuna and Megumi specifically. It wasn't enough to separate them, but it hurt Sukuna in a way physical damage never quite managed. "You're trying to pull him out?" Sukuna said mildly. Something underneath it, sharpening, cute, won't work. Not like this. Not planning on stopping just because you say so, Yuji answered, already bleeding. Deep into the fight, pushed further than ever, the dormant residue Sukuna had left behind stirred for the first time. It didn't hand him Sukuna's full technique, but his cursed energy signature, briefly, echoed a shape Sukuna recognized instantly. Shrine. It emerged raw and unstable, closer to an instinctive echo than deliberate mastery. But its nature was already different from what Sukuna had always used it for. Sukuna's shrine was built for destruction, refined across centuries into an instrument of slaughter. Whatever had taken root in Yuji reached instead for boundaries. The line between body and soul, between curse and object, between Sukuna and Megumi. "That's mine," Sukuna said, his mockery gone cold. "You don't get to have that, guess I do now." Yuji managed, the unstable shrine already fading, having cost him nearly everything he had left. To Sukuna, this wasn't about power or territory. His technique, refined into pure slaughter, had just been turned into something aimed at saving someone instead. He didn't hold back after that. Choso and the others pulled Yuji back before Sukuna could finish what his fury wanted to finish. The retreat wasn't a full defeat. Yuji had confirmed something that would matter later. His shrine existed. Unstable, barely controllable, but real. He'd also confirmed that Sukuna would not simply let him keep it. The retreat bought time nobody felt they actually had. Yuji spent the following days healing, both physically and from everything the year had cost. Choso stayed close. Yuta checked in between broader concerns. Maki offered brutally practical training focused on survival. Nobara, recovering from her own Shibuya injuries, remained present but limited. Megumi's absence colored everything. The unstable shrine from Shinjuku remained essentially unusable. Every attempt to call on it again drained him far faster than any fight could afford. Progress came slowly. Yuji practiced calling brief flashes without immediately collapsing, each flash teaching him something new about its cost and its difference from Sukuna's version. Sukuna's shrine was refined slaughter. Yuji's built from residue rather than true inheritance, reached instinctively for boundaries and edges, the places where one thing ended and another began. Not a tool for destruction, but for understanding where things separated, and helping that separation happen when necessary. Even once you can sustain it, Choso warned, using it against Sukuna, specifically, is going to cost you more than against anyone else. He built that technique, knows every angle better than you ever will. So what am I supposed to do? Not use it? Use it smart. Not your only answer. One piece of a bigger picture. Don't bet everything on one technique just because it's the flashiest one you've got. Yuji took it seriously. One quiet evening, he finally opened the folded pages. Gojo had given him the furnace fragment. Notes on the pathway shifts Gojo had tracked for over a year. And near the end, in Gojo's own handwriting, a theory. If Sukuna's residue really was sitting permanently inside Yuji's pathways, it wasn't simply a leftover. It was proof that Yuji's soul had been actively copying the shape of Sukuna's control the entire time they'd shared a body, not the technique itself, but the underlying discipline behind it. Gojo had never gotten the chance to test that theory in person. Reading it now in his handwriting felt like finally getting the conversation neither of them had known they were running out of time to have. Beneath everything, one piece remained conspicuously absent: his domain expansion. He understood the principle the final Itadori record had given him. He'd watched a domain at its most refined extreme in Shinjuku, but understanding a principle and being ready to build something out of it were not the same thing. He was close. He wasn't there yet. Reports surfaced sooner than expected. Sukuna, consolidating his position before Jujutsu Society could regroup. Whatever time the training period had bought was running out. Choso, Maki, Yuta, and whoever else could still stand gathered their strength. "Let's go get him back," Yuji said, meaning Megumi, meaning everything the year had been building toward. Nobody argued. They found Sukuna methodically dismantling what remained of organized resistance, unhurried, treating the fight as a formality. Before they moved in, Choso laid out a plan built around what each of them actually offered. "Maki, you keep him honest up close. Force him to react to something physical instead of thinking 3 moves ahead. Yuta, you and Rika box him in. Limit where he can go. I'll keep blood in the air the whole fight, disrupt his rhythm, and keep everyone patched up. Yuji," Choso looked at him, "you wait. You don't spend everything early. You watch for the moment his attention slips toward Megumi and you take it." Maki moved first, her transformed body forcing Sukuna to respect the opening exchange. Yuta followed, drawing on Rika's presence to box him in. Choso wove blood manipulation through the fight, disrupting his rhythm without ever exposing himself to a finishing blow. Yuji held back exactly as planned. "Learned patience," Sukuna observed, deflecting Maki's strike with barely visible effort. "Didn't expect that from you. Learned it the hard way." What followed was the most demanding sustained fight Yuji had ever taken part in, not because of raw danger alone, but because it needed real strategy from all 4 of them at once, not just survival. Maki and Yuta traded pressure, forcing Sukuna to split his attention. Choso kept blood moving through the fight, buying seconds here and there. Yuji watched, waiting for the exact moment Sukuna's focus flickered toward Megumi's own consciousness stirring beneath the surface. Flickers Sukuna himself likely didn't fully register, but that Yuji could sense clearly. It happened first almost by accident. Megumi's will pushing hard enough that Sukuna's control faltered. Briefly, visibly, Sukuna suppressed it fast, but not fast enough to hide it. Yuji pressed the opening, and it cost him. A retaliatory strike nearly ended the fight right there. His body hardened by 2 deaths, and everything since refused to shut down. Barely. The fight ground on. Maki took serious injuries. Yuta's reserves showed real strain. Choso pushed harder than since Shibuya, kept adapting. Yuji kept absorbing damage that should have ended his participation, kept pressing toward the boundary he was trying to widen. Persistent, Sukuna admitted, something almost respectful under his frustration. "All of you." It arrived through accumulated weight, not one dramatic escalation. Every sacrifice, every flicker of Megumi's struggling will, converging toward a moment none of them could fully plan for. Sukuna, pressed harder than expected, gathered enough destructive intent to threaten everyone at once. Yuji understood, in the fraction of a second available, that blocking alone wouldn't be enough. Something in him finally arrived at the place the final Itadori record had described all along. Not a careful decision, but the accumulated weight of every piece of himself he'd spent this entire year learning to carry rather than reject. The weak child? Sukuna's vessel? The boy who feared he was a monster. Choso's brother, Megumi's friend. Nanami's student. Todo's brother, Gojo's student. All of it, together, finally accepted. The world around them changed, not violently, but the way a memory arrives when something triggers it. Snow at the edges. A school hallway bleeding into a train platform. A hospital room beside the wreckage of the battlefield. Jujutsu High's grounds overlapping impossibly with every place that had ever meant something to him. Furnace of the living soul, Yuji said, the name arriving certain and complete. His domain expansion had finally opened. Sukuna stood in a battlefield that no longer looked like one. "Interesting choice," he said, looking around. "No throne, no shrine of your own making, just memories." "It's not supposed to be a throne," Yuji answered. "It's supposed to be me." The domain's sure-hit effect settled over everyone inside. Every soul's boundaries laid bare. For Yuji, whose entire growth had been building toward exactly this, the effects sharpened his sense for souls into something total. He no longer needed to search for the boundary between Sukuna and Megumi. He could see it completely. Every strike from that point automatically found the seam between 2 souls sharing space built for one. For the first time in the entire fight, Sukuna found himself unable to simply outskill what he was facing. But the domain had only just been born, and it showed Yuji could feel it draining faster than anything he'd trained for. A clock running down that he couldn't slow, and the boundary he was cutting into wasn't clean. Megumi's soul sat close enough to Sukuna's that careless force risked tearing something that wouldn't heal. "Stop," Sukuna said, real urgency in his voice. "You don't understand what you're doing. Pull this apart wrong, and you kill him." "I know," Yuji said, not slowing, but pulling every strike shorter than instinct wanted. "I'm not doing this wrong." Sukuna understood what the domain was built to do faster than Yuji expected. Rather than fight the boundary directly, He pushed the opposite way, binding himself deeper into Megumi's soul on purpose, tangling the two together, tighter than they'd ever been, betting that Yuji wouldn't risk cutting through something that dense without killing his friend in the process. It worked! Yuji's strikes started missing their mark, the boundary blurring the harder Sukuna fought to erase it. That was when Maki, Yuta, and Choso became the only reason any of this still had a chance. Maki drove in close, physically pinning Sukuna's movement so he couldn't keep actively reshaping the tangle. Yuta and Rika locked down every direction he might have used to escape the domain outright. Choso, reading the mess of blood and cursed energy better than anyone else could, called out the exact moment the tangle thinned enough to be safe. Now that's the real seam, not the one he's showing you. Inside his own suppressed mind, Megumi felt the domain reach him too, and for the first time since Sukuna took control, found something solid enough to push against. Yuji, he managed, his voice briefly surfacing. Do it, whatever it costs. Do it. Guided by Choso's red and Megumi's own push from within, Yuji drove one precise strike into the real seam instead of the false one Sukuna had built to hide it. Sukuna's presence tore free, violently, with no body waiting to receive him. For a brief, dangerous moment, the King of Curses existed as raw, unanchored, cursed energy, suddenly and completely vulnerable. Choso moved first, blood manipulation buying the fraction of a second needed. Maki followed, driving home an attack aimed at preventing him from settling anywhere. Yuta added everything Rika's presence could offer. It wasn't Yuji alone who finished it. Each of them had done the one thing only they could do, and none of it would have worked without the others. The King of Curses, after 1,000 years, finally ended. Megumi's body collapsed the moment the fight concluded. Exhausted but alive, Yuji caught him before he hit the ground, the domain fading now that the fight that summoned it had ended. Hey, you with me? Megumi's eyes opened slowly, unmistakably his own. Took you long enough, Yuji laughed and it came out closer to a sob. Maki and Yuta both badly injured, both alive. Choso drained past anything he'd felt even in Shibuya, still standing, barely. Megumi, alive, exhausted, permanently changed but himself. It didn't erase Gojo's death, or Nanami's, or the thousands lost in Shibuya, but something had been won too. Not everything. Enough. Jujutsu Society rebuilt slowly. Gojo's absence changed how the sorcerer world operated, and nothing simply filled that gap. The balance of power shifted permanently, pulling a generation of younger sorcerers, Yuji among them, into responsibilities none of them were fully ready for. Megumi's recovery took time. Being suppressed inside his own body that long left marks that didn't fade once the danger passed. He was quieter for a while, but he stayed close to Yuji, and gradually something like his old self came back, shaped by everything he'd survived. He never fully talked about those months. Yuji never pushed him to. Choso remained close. Their bond settled now into something built across a year of shared discovery about origins neither had chosen. Brothers now in every way that mattered, regardless of blood. Kenjaku's long game did not produce the outcome he'd spent centuries engineering. He had wanted an ideal vessel, a container to combine with Sukuna's power and shape into something unprecedented. What he built instead was a person who eventually looked him in the eye and told him, without needing to raise his voice, that whatever Kenjaku thought he'd made didn't belong to him. He had been the architect of an opportunity. He had never been the author of who Yuji actually became. The truth of the clan of the living vessel didn't stay buried. Yuji made sure of that, sharing what he'd learned with what remained of Jujutsu Society's leadership, insisting the old clan's history be acknowledged instead of erased again. Not to reclaim lost glory, the clan had, by his own understanding, gone somewhere genuinely dangerous in pursuit of its research. He did it because hiding what happened to them had never protected anyone. It had only left the next generation blind to lessons they might have needed. Yuji's own relationship with Soulforge settled, over time, into something quieter than the constant forced escalation that had defined its earlier growth. Deliberate practice, real mastery earned slowly, the way it always should have been. He never stopped believing the principle the final Itadori record had given him. A soul could not be perfected by rejecting its scars. He carried his forward honestly, all of them. On a quiet day long after the worst of it had settled, Yuji stood with Megumi and Choso, watching Tokyo slowly, imperfectly rebuild itself around them. You ever think about how different things would have been, Megumi asked, if you just never eaten that finger? Yuji considered it longer than either expected. Yeah, probably would have been easier, but he looked at the two of them, at the city rebuilding slowly around all of them, at everything the year had cost, and everything it had somehow still managed to leave standing. But I wouldn't have had any of this, he said. So, worth it. Neither of them argued. He had chosen every single time it mattered to keep standing back up. And in the end, that choice, repeated over and over, scar after scar, loss after loss, had been the thing that actually forged him, not the pain alone. Him, end.